Holy shit. When I suggested that we might use Randy's, I thought it would be faster. That's more than the length of the other two combined.
Yeah.
Not combined.
Yes. The ad is 1 minute and the normal intro is 13 seconds.
We can cut it down.
Although no,
I said I didn't.
Do not cut that down. That's perfect.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. We have a very special guest with us tonight. Squally is joining us.
Hi.
So originally, yeah, thank you. Originally, I had wanted us to. I thought we could discuss your thoughts in the Nick Rekieta arrest, but honestly, it just doesn't seem like anything's happening, and it's a whole bunch of like, dear God, I don't care. You know, there's people grifting off of it to the point where it's not fun anymore.
Well,
so
like people were handing it to me and they're like, did you hear about this? I'm like, I'll be honest, y'all, I have not heard from Rekieta since like maybe last. Oh my God, what is this?
Yeah. So joining me as well is Random 11, Reese 2753, and Green Line.
Hello.
Hey.
And Foodnum, you'll notice, is not here. Another demerit. No.
I almost missed it. He finally got back into the house.
We started early. He'll show up later.
Yeah. So it's funny because he's the one who's always clamoring like, we got to start earlier, guys. All right. So let's jump right in real quick. So before we get into the main topics here, let us remind you that if you would like to support the OCA podcast, there are so many good ways to do that. There is the Patreon that will bill you monthly. There is the Anime Collector Patreon, and I dare say it, content is coming. The new laptop has made it possible to finish videos that I recorded in 2017, so that's coming soon. Also, there's more ways at ocapodcast.com/support. And because we're in a new month, we're operating at a deficit again. So please remember to tip your podcast hosts. Anyway, so I want to start this so that we can jump right in here with a message about Vic's last stream. So for those of you who don't know, Vic does these things he calls Wellness Wednesday. They are streams on Twitch. And in his last stream, he was very emotional. And somebody summarized the situation here. They said, okay, for those who missed the stream tonight, Vic shared something that was pretty heavy that waited on his mind for quite some time. a fan wrote him saying that he finally showed his sister Full Metal Alchemist and that his legacy still lives on in this work. He realized that the anime industry that was once filled with love and supporting each other has changed, and not for the better. Realizing this much, he knew within his heart that it's not an industry that it's an industry that he may not be able to return to, nor would he want to be a part of. And the reason why he still does shows and the live streams is because of all of his fans, all of us here, that we are the best thing that could have happened to him. And I ask, if you are the praying type, holy shit, they're typos, please pray for him. If you aren't, send him positive thoughts. If you are able to make it out to any of the upcoming events, please do so. So I've got clips here from the very svelte and never seen a donut in her life, Catherine Tewsome.
Quick little caveat. It's actually just Twitch. He streams every Wednesday on Twitch.
Yeah.
Wellness Wednesday is actually one of the segments within the show itself.
Okay, good to know. Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna go ahead and skip her talking, and we'll just go ahead and play the clip. Which I definitely loaded in here. Here it is.
I doubt I'll ever get asked to voice anime again anyway. I mean, let's be honest, right? I doubt I'll ever get that opportunity. The industry is not what it was when I started. And a lot of people in it are not the people I thought they were. So that has been very discouraging. And I don't want to be a part. I don't want to surround myself with that kind of sleazy, sleazy, dishonest, unscrupulous, backstabbing, critical, hypocritical, fake friend kind of stuff. I don't think tonight would be a good night for a fan cam. Because I expect you guys would want to come on the fan cam and let me know how much you appreciate and care about me, and I don't think I could handle it.
Damn, that's brutal. So, I hate to say it, but I 100% agree. I don't think the industry is the same as when I got into this fandom. I really,
Yeah.
When we started the podcast in 2017, it was something I really looked forward to. Like we talked about the stuff that we cared about, like the song implies. But damn, like the last couple of years has just been disappointment after disappointment. Far fewer things that we get to talk about that we're actually excited about versus dreading or, well, wouldn't you know it, as expected, this company's doing this or that company's doing that, just very disappointing to be a fan these days. So that is a very rough transition.
Tell you, even working at anime conventions and whatnot, like I used to do a lot of stuff on the East Coast. I volunteered at Otakon, I volunteered at Senkaikan, like a lot of these East Coast shows. And I've been a part of the anime scene, goodness, showing my age here, but about 20 years. I started doing conventions in 2004, and it was so different back then as opposed to how it is now. I mean, you would have one of the things I distinctly remember was people clamoring, hoping to get the new DVD release, or people, on college campuses who were still swapping fan sub VHSs back and forth. And now, I mean, yeah, we've got technology, we can stream anime anytime we want. We could put it on an e-reader. But it has definitely changed 100%, especially from 2019 till now. Putting all of the VIX stuff aside, the industry in itself has been changing. Now, you saw Funimation, kind of globbering up some of those smaller studios, back in the early days. Like they took Aniplex. I believe Sentai was able to fight them off, but they took some of those smaller ones where you got some of those more niche animes, and they put them all together in one old ball. And then, of course, the bigger fish came in and took them. And instead of keeping the name Funimation, they kept them as Crunchyroll. But there's a big problem with this, and I apologize. I totally hijacked your monologue to get into the first topic.
No, thank you for doing that, actually, because I was like, boy, this is a rough transition. Let's talk about this. You bridged it perfectly. So
one of the big things, you know, when I started going to anime conventions, was getting like the imports, was getting the CDs, the OSTs, the DVD box set, getting like that manga that you've been waiting for. What do you got these days? Oh, I'll pop it on Hulu. Oh, I'll pop it on Hulu Plus.
You'd be hard pressed to even find a convention hall that has CDs for sale these days.
Well, they're not pressing them anymore. Yeah. There's been a massive fall in physical media, and that is a broader issue. There was a study on Stats Significant. DVD sales declined for the 17th single straight year, not because people didn't want them, is because they stopped marketing to them. Netflix ended their DVD rental service. Now, most people be like, oh, that's totally fine. Everyone streams. Problem being, there were people in very rural areas where internet is not very stable that now will not be able to watch the same things that we watch. And Best Buy just stopped selling DVDs. And the problem with that was, so a lot of people would see, you know, the industry as a whole as having two different sales market. The sales market when they were in theaters and the sales market when they got onto home video. Now they're not having to show how disastrously bad some of their movies are, because they just have it in a kind of like a box set, you know, a contract with these streaming services. And anime did the same thing. But Sony has a bit of an issue. Sony likes, when they purchase an entire library, to delete it off of the server and then call it as a loss so that they can shore up their stocks. You know, they don't care about the art form. They care about the money. And a lot of people realize this. Like, people don't care about the art. They don't care about the acting. They don't care about the artist. They just want the moolah. So when they delete them off of these servers, where are you going to get a DVD? Like, where are you going to be able to ever watch this again? You saw it happen with Paramount when Viacom, which is a Sony company, deleted the Star Trek Kids series off of their server. You saw it with Craig of the Creek. And where do we draw that line? Because the problem is, the anime world that I remember and the anime world that Vic was describing, you know, this was probably 15 to 20 years ago. And the animes that he was a part of were so groundbreaking. You can't even find the original Full Metal Alchemist anymore. He was saying that, a bunch of his friends were over and he put on the first episode. I said, dude, where did you find it streaming? I could only find Brotherhood. He goes, oh no, I've got all the DVDs. So at this point in time, it's really important that as anime fans, you know, everyone's talking about, we're going to pirate. Do not. Get whatever physical copies of whatever anime you love now, because it's not just you're collecting what you like. You are now a curator and a guardian of that art form. You know, I remember in high school, we would be passing DVDs around of whatever show we were watching.
So to that point, I want to just take it a step further with Netflix and Amazon. They do this thing called four-walling. Are you familiar with this term?
No, it sounds like too close to 4chan, and I'm scared.
Going back to the concept of all they care about is the money, they do this thing called four-walling, where in order for things to be considered for Academy Awards, it has to be in theaters. So if they make a movie for Netflix, like what is it? Bright? Just any of the like Netflix original movies versus a show.
Glass Onion.
Yeah, so they'll put it in theaters, right? But what they do is they actually rent out the theater and staff it themselves, and they do a screening for which they bought every ticket. And the reason that they do this is so that they never have to disclose how much the thing made. They keep that completely private. So they will go to the expense of renting out the entire theater and doing exactly as many showings that no person gets to watch as possible, just so that they can hide how much it made. Because at the end of the day, it's not about, actually competing for what the best thing is. It's about getting the accolades, the awards, having the exclusivity where you have to go to their platform to watch it. And again, that goes back to your statement about it's all about the money. They work on algorithmically on what they think is going to provide the maximum income versus the maximum enjoyment. And so that comes to, like, for example, with Netflix, it's extremely rare for them to do a Netflix original show that gets more than 2 seasons, especially when they're taking on old IPs like Arrested Development. They'll only do 2 seasons because their data shows them that after 2 seasons, there isn't a substantial increase in subscribers coming to the platform to watch that property. So the only exception is like Stranger Things or The Witcher, which they ran right into the ground and now probably wish they had stopped at season 2. And those sorts of things in order to just try to drive more and more audience to their platform.
That's so wild, and it seems painful that you had to like this is where you can tell we are in the timeline where the Pixies won over the fairy godparents, because everything about this just kind of sucks now.
It almost like, there's like the conspiracy theory about CERN and the idea that like we shift world lines and we end up in a different world, and that's like how the Mandela effect, sort of like their explanation for it. It does sort of feel like we had a good timeline going, and then all of a sudden we just diverted off of it, and now we're stuck in like hell world. You know what I mean? Like everything is a disaster. Every new video game coming out is trash, and every anime just is paint by numbers. There's very few of them actually have something going for them that is unique or pushing the boundaries, because anime is racing towards the middle for maximum appeal instead of racing to the edge for that cult following.
I think the last 2 really cutting edge, and I regret never getting into it when it was a big thing. Attack on Titan was amazing. Like I remember I listened to the soundtrack. Half the time I'm just listening to the openings and the endings.
Soundtrack
like,
is great.
This beat slaps. And there's a funny story I'm going to bring up with that one as well. And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think those were the last 2 really, like, I mean, JoJo literally is like the oldest thing in anime. But I feel like those 2, especially with their art style, really pushed. I kind of feel like the anime that's coming out now is very Phantom Menace, if people understand what that means, meaning that they focused more on the flashy effects than the actual storyline.
Yeah. So referring to like in the Phantom Menace where it's like, we got this epic pod racing scene. It's like, yeah, but like, what else you bringing? Because that ain't gonna cut it.
3 words for you.
So they have the Darth Maul fight at the end.
Can you say that last part again, Squally?
Oh, I said I got 3 words for you. Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks. Yeah. No, it very much. Go ahead, Reese.
I don't think sure we got the powder, but we got the stupid.
I don't think you're saying
something. With it. It was like, dang, thanks.
So I just like I was thinking as I was giving my little spiel about how just like anime coming out these days just doesn't really hit the same way. They're sort of racing to the center, so to speak. The only anime that really popped into my head as like this was a fresh breakout hit was Spy Family, but there's not really anything about it specifically that is pushing the boundaries or anything. And then shows just like that start popping up because, oh, that's successful. Let's get in on that action, which is always the case, And so like, it just feels like there's a bunch of shows that are mediocre, copycats. We do this thing where we look at shows and like, how many of these isekais have white-haired protagonists? Like just, they are so paint by number that it's almost predictable now, Yeah. So going back to what you were saying about Funimation, so when they acquired, you were saying like you think Sentai sort of fought them off. What actually happened was this is the 2008 financial collapse where Geneon was going out of business, and ADV was going to take over their licenses and finish distributing the releases that they were stuck in the middle of. And then in the process of taking on Geneon, ADV collapsed, and then Funimation took on Geneon and ADV's original licenses in order to release the rest of them. That's how. That's also partially how Gurren Lagann changed hands from ADV to Bandai, and then so ADV held on to. I think the only one they actually held on to was Elfen Lied, and for some reason, strangely, there's some legal issue there, but that specific show is still being released by Sentai as an ADV show. Like, they actually have ADV on the spine. It's the only license, to my knowledge, that they held on to.
Can't confirm because I just picked it up like X amount of months ago or whatever it was.
Sorry, going back to the whole, they can just delete whatever they want. I just remembered on my feed today, I forget who has the licensing for Revolutionary Girl Utena.
Nozomi does, yeah. Right Stuff, Nozomi does.
Nozomi. I don't know whose platform it's currently on. It just got nuked from the platform, and it had been there for days. So, of course, I've got a lot of friends, I'm elder millennial, and a lot of them actually came out because of Utena, and they said, Happy Pride, Utena's gone.
Yeah. I was about to say, congratulations, and by the way, that show's gone. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, though. Like, you really hit the nail on the head when it came to Funimation, because and I will put forth the tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that the only reason Funimation doesn't exist as a brand anymore is because of Vic.
Oh, most likely.
It's because of the bad will that they cultivated with fans, because it is absurd.
I think that might be going too tinfoil. I think it's because Crunchyroll is a more worldwide.
Did you cut out?
brand.
No, Reese cut me off, so I was being respectful. So the thing is, though, that I think personally,
I'm not sorry. I'll be right back. I'm not hearing Reese, so there must be something wrong on my end.
Oh,
all right. So I think personally that Crunchyroll is far and away that has the brand awareness when it comes to streaming. Oh, hey, Kat.
Sorry, that's Alphonse.
Cat stream.
So I think Crunchyroll has they've cornered the market on, like, you think Crunchyroll, you associate that exclusively with streaming anime, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to Funimation, like,
I would
Funimation ultimately, home video, like, that's their jam. They did simuldubs and stuff like that, and that's important. But I think that they could have easily held on to the Funimation brand when it came to the physical media marketing, and then held on to Crunchyroll for streaming, right? And I don't think anybody would have had a problem with that. The only issue is that the brand, just the idea of the brand, became toxic, right? And I mean, I think people hate Sony even more than all the other companies combined, so it doesn't exactly help that much. But there's got to be
Sony's name on any of it. That's why you're not seeing Sony Crunchyroll.
I mean, freaking Sony used to release anime before they owned Funimation or Crunchyroll on burned discs. Like, they didn't give a shit. Like, the only thing they actually put effort into was Blood Plus. They released it once and then never got a Blu-ray or anything else. That thing's now impossible to get. Now they have all these other companies they could distribute it with. They could put it on streaming, and they just fucking don't.
Weirdly, they still put out Paprika on 4K under the Sony Pictures label.
Yeah, let's address these chats real quick. So, the Cool 2G says, Buffer Music is the best host. Soon will beat Flashcast. I didn't think of this, but I like the idea of having a 10-minute intro just so that I could be fucking late and still show up on time.
No, you have animated, like, as a, like, whole out OP.
You heard it from Squally, guys. We need funding to get an animation done where Spider-Man swings in and keeps kicking out.
Why would just have AI do it? Like,
they have that now. They have AI for everything now.
Yeah, stable animation. We could do that. But I still need the funding, even though all this is free. I need the funding, please. DTG says, hello, Squally. the Kutsuti asks, can Vic sue Nick? I don't think there's a reason for him to. See,
Yeah.
Good.
Why?
With that one, there actually would be like no standing for it unless there was something super nefarious that said Nick 100% did this, but at the same time, Vic didn't even want to sue the people he did. He literally was just trying to defend his own honor. And, you know, he said in that stream that, you know, he was drowning, to which I always tease him when he says drowning, because I'm going, where the heck did that extra consonant go? He was drowning, and it just so happened that Nick had approached him and said, hey, I feel like what's happening to you is totally messed up, but the fans want to do a GoFundMe. And Vic was like, okay, like I can't really stop you, but all right. And that's how that all started. Nick was never in any way, shape, or form, you know, Vic's direct counsel. He just gave him advice and said, hey, I know a dude. Ta-da!
Yeah, he's probably got less grounds on that than he did the actual case that they ended up doing, right?
Yeah, so let's oh fuck, hold on.
I am surprised that Ty didn't end up having to pay Vic's fees. But also Ty is no longer Vic's lawyer, so maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know.
So real quick,
I'm not sure either. I try to purposefully like stay as dumb about it as possible.
Yeah.
Well, let me address real quick, because every fan knows everything about the lore with Nick Rekieta and Ty Beard and all that. But Amanda Wynn Lee thinks still that Nick Rekieta is Vic's lawyer. As you can see here, Vic's lawyer is in jail, referring to Nick Rekieta, right? So, to the surprise of no one. And then, in addition, I'd like to, God, where is that window? Here it is. Okay. I also want to point out that say that again.
It must be painful to be that dense,
right? I mean, she does have a YouTube channel devoted to pot smoking moms, so
wow.
Maybe that explains a little. So coming back to what you were saying, though, I saw this today actually, and I thought it might come up on the show eventually. Now's a good time. So President of Physical Media said Mike Flanagan slams Netflix for not releasing physical media. Quote, in the years I worked at Netflix, I tried very hard to get them to release my work on Blu-ray and DVD. They refused at every turn. It became clear very fast that their only priority was subs, meaning subscriptions, and that they were actively hostile to the idea of physical media. This is a very dangerous point of view. While companies like Netflix pride themselves on being disruptors and have proven that they can affect great change in the industry, they sometimes fail to see the difference between disruption and damage. So much that they can find themselves, intentionally or not, doing enormous harm to the very concept of film preservation. So it's kind of the idea that you get contracted to make art for someone.
Yeah.
Like somebody comes to you and says, we want to give you, tens of millions of dollars in budget to produce the most incredible piece of artwork that you're capable of. Can you do that for us? And then you produce it and they fucking stick it on the fridge for a week and then throw it away instead of framing it and putting it in some place like a museum where it can be observed for lifetimes to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
hit the nail on the head on that one.
I'm still peeved that they released season 1 and 2 for Stranger Things on Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
But
and nothing else.
Yeah. Silence since then.
So on my old laptop, I had a tweet that contained a what was it? I think it was Jim Carrey talking about physical media, or maybe it was Matt Damon. Here, let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, it is Matt Damon, I believe. But in regards to Netflix, like they'll get anime and usually we don't typically see like releases of anything that they get unless it's Sentai, and even then they'll release like a different audio track for it because they can't afford, Sentai can't afford the Netflix will charge them out the ass for the audio track for the dub, and it's just like, but I like I liked the dub for like Kakigurui, and it's like, but I want Erica Harlacher as whatever.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is that
that is influencing the current anime that you're seeing right now? We were just talking about Spy X Family. You know, they had an out of the box concept, and that thing went really well. And then everyone else went with that because that's what they think is going to sell. They are
it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing as The Simpsons does well. Family Guy rips off The Simpsons in terms of it's the mom, the dad, the 3 kids, right? American Dad does the same thing, you know, like it's like all of these different shows that are coming out where they follow the same formula because it worked in the past and they just use it to churn out money instead of producing things that affect like people's lives, like the meaningful entertainment that people grow up as a shared cultural zeitgeist phenomenon of gathering around the television on a weekly basis to tune into a show and then talking about it at school or at work with people that you're friends with. Like that is gone. Like I was looking at, there's a streaming service, Clownfish TV just did a video on this, that is basically setting things up where instead of streaming content that already exists, you tell them what you want to see and they generate with AI an entire TV episode on that topic. And it's like, on the one hand, that puts power in the consumer's hand that they never had before. And I love AI for that ability. But on the other hand, I mourn the fact that we are entering a world where we don't have shared experiences anymore because everybody is going to have a unique isolating life where they have their own entertainment that only they resonate with, and it's tailored specifically to them, to the point where eventually it's algorithmically going to be able to tell what you like. We talked about this concept of I think in the future, as like almost an intermediary between this concept that Clownfish was talking about and kind of where we are now, is that before you know it, AI is going to start tailoring the content that is actually made to the point where, oh, well, we know that this person really likes blonde women. So in this movie, the lead is now going to be blonde when they watch the movie, because it'll help them empathize more with the leading female character because they have a bias towards blonde women or something like that, you know. And then it's going to be like algorithmically learning more and more about you as you experience things, when your attention deviates and when it maintains it. And they're going to constantly refine things on an individual level of producing content that is algorithmically designed to affect you specifically. And then it will start to be used to affect you specifically in nefarious ways, like promoting different political candidates and different societal changes and stuff, that they're going to start speaking a language that you're susceptible to agree with in order to convince you of things that otherwise you might not have.
Oh, yeah. It's very Black Mirror. Like the whole thing. You know, if you were to say this right now, people would be like, oh, that's very Black Mirror. You know, that'll never happen. Well, guess what? They never said the phones were going to happen. They never said that social media was going to happen. Like everything we claim to be science fiction right now, it may seem very tinfoil, but that's a very real possibility. And then, like you said, no shared connections. You know, you go back to the email that Vic had read during the live stream, and I'll be honest with you, when he made that announcement, I was completely blindsided. I said, whoa, hold up, what? Like I knew like we weren't really going to talk about Ricada and whatnot because that's too hot to handle. But when he said, you know, what he said, like I was like, sweetie, are you sure? Are you serious? And you know, then I could see his point of view as he kept going. But he was saying, you know, this person who emailed him had a copy of Fullmetal Alchemist, the original from 2003, and he shared it with his sister. And, you know, his sister, who absolutely made fun of him for watching anime, was like, anime is dumb. She's like, oh my gosh, I love this because of the story that it gave. And with what you're talking about, you're never really going to see that again. Full Metal Alchemist was one of those super legendary animes that continues to affect people generations on. Now, I love Brotherhood. Do not get me wrong. I do love Brotherhood, but with the original Full Metal Alchemist, it accidentally went ahead of its source material, being manga, and you had, a couple of extra storylines being like Bury the Chopper, and there were slight changes. I will never forget the first time I watched Full Metal Alchemist. I was aware of it back in 2004-ish, but I had no desire to watch it because I had gone through a personal tragedy. I had just lost my sister, and I went through like 4 solid years of grieving. And the music, I wanted to hear the music of Inuyasha because, that's, the type of stuff. So I stayed up to watch Adult Swim, and I listened to the ending of Inuyasha. And it was actually the 4-year anniversary of my sister's passing. And they're like, oh, here's this show, Full Metal Alchemist. And I was like, oh, okay, a first episode. I'll decide if I like this. And I kid you not, by the end of that episode, I was crying because I resonated with the main character. I could understand what they were saying. It didn't, go over the top with action sequences and quirkiness. Like it was a perfect balance. Full Metal Alchemist is one of those rare animes where it is a perfect balance. And I will always remember at the very end when Rose is like completely distraught, and I'm like, girl, same. She goes, what do I do? And Ed goes, stand up and walk. You've got 2 good legs. And literally through like that fog of depression, it felt like somebody went, stand up and walk, girl. And I was like, I've got to find out, like, who is this actor? Like, what is all of this? And you're not even seeing that with Cartoon Network anymore. Like, you're not even seeing television anymore. Now, I understand, evolving the media for the generations, but you don't see people being like, all right, we're gonna watch this because it's gonna drop at this point and we're all gonna be at my house and we're gonna watch it together. Oh, come on back, the commercials are coming back. It just seems a little bit too clean cut. It does feel very sanitized now.
I remember growing up, I had a wristwatch that I had, and I didn't ever check this. I mean, I'm talking like elementary school. And the entire reason I wore a wristwatch is because at 5 p.m. an alarm would go off so that wherever I was playing outside, I could run inside and watch a TV show. You know what I mean? And like we don't have that. Like now it's like now the meme of the never-ending list of anime you'll get to eventually. You know what I mean? Like, and so honestly, most of the problem we're experiencing is the overabundance of content to consume, right? And we once covered, I think in like podcast like 40 or something, we covered this article that said no one would be worse off if half the anime being produced wasn't. And I'm like, fuck, I hate how much I agree with that. Like, there's so much content I have sat through because I bought it on disc and I'm like, I'm going to watch this. And by the end of it, I'm like, I don't even know the main character's name. That's how little I was invested in it. You know what I mean? And to your point about Full Metal Alchemist, I just like, it really, you got me thinking about like from the perspective of like having a lost loved one, experiencing that for the first time and agreeing with, the sentiment of I would do anything. Like literally, I'm ready to put up a pentagram and sacrifice a chicken if it's going to bring you back because that is the feeling that you experience when you go through that sort of loss. And like, you're right. Like it's been a very long time since I've really sat down and experienced an anime that like, holy fuck, like it moves you, and I think Full Metal Alchemist is one of those for sure, where the experience of watching it and like the punch to the gut you get occasionally, intentionally, like with Nina and Sho Tucker's Crimes Against Humanity, right? But that's like that's an example of that shared cultural experience.
Nina, no, we don't talk about Nina. Shh, no.
But you get what I mean? That's one of those.
They're named Edward and Alphonse.
Mm-hmm. And even if it's an unpleasant memory, that's a shared cultural idea in the anime community, where even if you never watch the show, you know the meme about Show Tucker, right? And that, I think that is something, like you said, where, you know, I think Attack on Titan is one of the best anime that's come out in the last, 20, 30 years, right? But it doesn't really hold the same level as like a Fullmetal Alchemist when it comes to like feeling like I'm experiencing it with the rest of the community. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I just like, there's very few shows that I feel like I'm there for that moment. And it's weird because, like, for example, I would say like when Dragon Ball Super was coming out, there's the moment when Goku goes Ultra Instinct, and the community experienced that together. I waited for Funimation to finally dub that shit, so I missed the boat like by like a year and a half, But when it comes to Fullmetal Alchemist, it's like I didn't even experience it on Adult Swim. Like when I was watching it on Adult Swim, I didn't get to see it in order. And I actually did not like the show. Like I was a little bit of a snob because I felt the concept of alchemy I had experienced in a PlayStation 2 game called Shadow of Destiny. And I felt a little bit like I don't want to like this because I kind of had like this experience with alchemy already that I really liked, and I didn't want it to be like, oh, my interest in alchemy or my understanding and research in alchemy is because of Fullmetal Alchemist and not this other thing. So I kind of stuck away from it for a while until I physically bought the DVDs and made it a point to sit down and watch it, and experiencing that shit in order. It's like a whole different experience. Oh my God. Like I actually mourn for the fact that I didn't experience it like from the start that way and get to go through it. Cause I think honestly, the first episode I saw might have been the Show Tucker episode. That is
a hard one to start with.
Yeah, that might have been
one. Ahead and just go to Hughes, like wow.
That might have been.
I mean, it's really probably not as bad if you're jumping in the middle of it versus if you built all the way up from the beginning and then suddenly it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, but like I will.
The original series was immediately after the Show Tucker, and you had that first punch to the gut. You then got uppercut with Barry the Chopper, and it was like that. I think that show gave everybody collective childhood trauma. Just talking about like all of the very heavy topics that it talked about, and it was a very interesting time to be alive. I know by saying that I have officially, finished filling out my AARP application. But you don't get that these days. Like I grew up with conventions. I started going to conventions when I was 14 years old on college campuses, and then like my second ever convention was Otakon in Baltimore with the ice cold water. That was only $1. And it was just all, very much a sensory overload, but it had a different feel. Maybe because, not everyone had a phone. Not everyone was instantly streaming something or saying, hey, scan my QR, hey, follow me on Instagram. I think the only drama we really had was the first attempt to be a cosplay influencer. I remember her name. I remember she was kind of mean to me, but I won't put her on blast. I hope she's living her best life. But you know what? I think that was the difference. I think back then we didn't care. We were all considered outcasts because we liked anime or we liked Dungeons and Dragons, and we just wanted to live our best life. Now you've got gatekeeping, you've got, just so much. Like I remember chuckling about all of the things that they started banning as I went through shows. Like the first thing to get banned was the Yaoi panel.
Yeah, the Yaoi panel.
Reasons. Then the ban of the vuvuzelas for auditory freaking reasons. Then you had the cosplays.consent. Totally agree with that. I love that we have grown, but I don't believe we are at the best that we can be because we are allowing a lot of I know I'm going to get so much hate for this. We're allowing a lot of people's personal agendas to framework and decide what we're going to be putting our focus on. And I know that's like such a hot take, and I'm probably going to be clipped to hell.
Not here.
they just don't hit the same way anymore. Like shows don't.
You heard her, Seb.
You know, I part of me feels that it's like back in the day we wanted to be accepting and invite a ton of people because we wanted to show a lot of people this stuff. It's like, hey, you know, can't wait till the day till anime gets popular, right? We always thought to ourselves like 15, 20 years ago, man, when this gets mainstream.
No, I want it to be a hipster forever.
Yeah, like,
so yeah, I do.
Not everybody, but a lot of people wanted it to be mainstream. Like it's like, yeah, man, you know,
fucking idiot.
Fun of it, yeah. You know, just wait till the day it gets mainstream, and now it is, and it's like, well, fuck you. Now it is, and
okay.
we're stuck with it.
I got a couple things I want to showcase real quick.
Yeah, and I am gonna have this is gonna be my 15-minute warning because I am actually late for bed.
Okay. Yeah. Understood. Let me just play. Actually, you know, I'll save this till after you leave because it's. I'm just.
You'll say this after.
I found the Matt Damon clip that I was talking about where he talks about DVDs. But I'll save it to the end so we don't waste your 15 minutes. I do want to show though. You got me thinking about. This is the Matt Damon clip. I'm gonna jump past it real quick. You have me thinking about. I didn't realize my anti-Trump shirt. I said I was tempted to wear this at the YouTuber meetup, but my wife thinks I will get killed if I bring it to AX at all. Ended up choosing to wear it today. Conveniently, I am now in line for the Queering Up the Con panel while wearing it. Well, I have seen the death of him. I said, I'm a huge advocate for the First Amendment. Be who you want to be, but not at the expense of policing other people's freedom of expression. I'm talking about the increasingly aggressive rhetoric coming out during the panel. To be clear, the hosts were fairly tame. It was more comments coming from the people around me in the audience. The most alarming. Oh, fuck, where's my... God damn it. So I guess I don't have the tweet about it, but I said we had people... So, like, for example, at this panel, they were advocating the concept of badges which do not have your names on them. They are literally just a badge with an RFID chip in them, right? That have your pronouns on them. Okay. And I was just like, do we need to be seen this badly? Like, how are you guys worse than vegans right now? Like, oh my God, right? To their credit, the people hosting the panel said, don't wait for the con. Put them on your own badge. Get a little sticker, stick it on there, and just write your pronouns on it. And I'm like, you know what? That is a fair compromise. Mm-hmm. Then the guy sitting right fucking in front of me says, it should be illegal. Or I think he said, it should be a felony to misgender people. And I was just like,
tell me you don't know a court of law without telling me you do not know a court of law.
Yeah, so I just... Like you were talking about gatekeeping earlier, it's like I'm all for gatekeeping, to be honest. Like we are too far past. Like the point is that we have gone too far in the wrong direction, and the problem is you have the corporations who see, oh, anime's getting all this attention. Look how much people love anime. We're going to get in on that. And we were just talking about this recently about the fact that Netflix produced a documentary called Enter the Anime, specifically about the anime originals they created. Now, some of them are good, like Kengan Ashura, which is done by a Japanese studio and everything. They opened this documentary with Adi Shankar talking about his anime, Castlevania, completely animated in the West, right? Nothing about it is Japanese whatsoever. They're just culturally appropriating the term anime by claiming that the art style, sort of like what you experience when you watch anime, that's all it requires to be anime, you know? And I don't think we gatekept enough, to be honest, because we've let it go mainstream to the point where other people are telling you that you're problematic for liking it. Right, that's the level we've gotten to where whatever it was that you enjoyed about anime, you know, be it characters that were attractive or situations that were risque, and that was like the humor in it, is that like the character is not a pervert, but he finds himself in situations where every like episode something is happening where it to the outside world looks like he's a huge pervert. You just any number of things like this that they now determine like, well, you're not, it's actually wrong for you to like that. It's that's
like
uninclusive. Yeah, just any, yeah, exactly, like oh, the good old days.
Some of the stuff we watched was like kind of messed up. I'm not sure. Elfin Lead. Elfin freaking Lead. Like that.
I mean, that's probably empowering to women somehow. They'll twist it that way, right?
Let me ask you this: other than Full Metal Alchemist, what would you say are your like top favorite anime? Like, what resonates with you the most?
I loved Fruits Basket, because similar concept. Lost a loved one. Also very cute. Hardcore loved Digimon growing up.
Oh yeah.
Well, you are speaking our language.
My first anime was when I was on LimeWire. I thought I was downloading a clip of Patamon digivolving into Angemon. No, it was, and I knew like we had like somewhat Japanese names, and I thought I was reading Takeru, but it was Takeshi, and it was Takeshi evolves into Agonimon, which was Digimon Frontier, which 4Kids absolutely butchered, and that was the first time I realized, hey,
Frontier season 4, right?
Yes. Yeah. I was like, hey, I don't think I'm getting the purest source of content here. And oh my gosh, you mean they weren't jelly donuts?
Yeah, my history with LimeWire is very short. First, two things. The first thing I downloaded with LimeWire was LimeWire Pro. And the second thing I downloaded with LimeWire Pro was Naruto, and several episodes were just hardcore hentai instead of Naruto.
Oh, so, no!
Bible Black, what's this?
That's how I started liking Bible Black.
That's how I learned what Bible Black was. But it was obvious, like, because I used to scrub through it. Because back then, when you would download things where they would, like, compartmentalize all the different parts of the file, it was like often you would download something and then when you went to watch it, it was unwatchable because it didn't compile everything correctly.
It didn't finish buffering.
Yeah, I was in the habit of skipping through it and just making sure that it was like, if I'm going to sit down and watch it, I'm not going to get cucked 2 minutes in where I can't watch anymore. And so I skipped through it and I'm like, I recognize this as not Naruto's art stuff. Yeah,
I identify as Naruto.
As a child, I've accidentally nuked 3 motherboards by downloading viruses through LimeWire. Oops, my bad. But because of those wild days, I don't know how, but at like 13 years old, I know how to switch out a motherboard. You think I know how to do that now? No,
right?
That went out my brain like how to do taxes.
Yeah, that's me every year with taxes. Like, how do I do this again? Like, yeah.
It's the most rudest test we can have every single year. I always feel like Naruto in there, or Death the Kid being like, make it perfect. Yeah. It's every deductible.
Right. So, Full Metal Alchemist, Digimon, and Fruits Basket. Fruits Basket was my wife's favorite anime when we met. That was actually one of the box sets that when she and I got married, that was one of the few box sets, that and Marmalade Boy, that got integrated into my collection through acquisition through marriage. I was actually super lucky. My wife didn't own a single thing that I owned, and I didn't own a single thing that she owned. So when we got married, the collection just got bigger, but it was all, yeah.
You're made for each other, bro.
Well, yours is mine, and what's mine is ours.
Well, as part of like that idea of cultural diffusion, so I went to a Catholic school, like to a Catholic high school, and we would be passing around Gravitation, which I loved the music of Gravitation, and Hellsing. We would pass around Hellsing. And
that's Catholic school appropriate.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of religion.
That's when we started getting into like. That's when we started getting into like Yu Yu Hakusho, Shaman King, Yu-Gi-Oh, that's when we actually had an anime club. And weirdly enough, I became the president of the anime club my sophomore year, and I actually expanded it to where we were going to conventions. And I would make sure, if we're going to conventions, we're going to have permission slips, and we're going to have this, and we're going to have that. So, I've been a weeb for a very, very long time. And, when I had that moment of grief, I thought I was never going to go back to anime until Fullmetal Alchemist. At that same time, what was another one I really, really liked? Sayuki. I loved Sayuki. I had those on DVD. I can't find any of the DVDs now.
And we can end our conversation. I have a history with Sayuki.
I just love the opening. That was my thing. A lot of these animes I watched just so I could listen to the opening and the endings.
My iPod was like 99% anime themes. I totally agree with you.
And of course, you had all of those POD Naruto AMVs and System of a Downs.
When I started the channel, normally, like back when I started the channel, I had my collection behind me, right? It's much more interesting than this pod I'm in, right? And I went through my collection and just looked at, okay, so what did I start collecting that I still have something left to finish? Maybe I can just, right before I start the show, because I had to put my collection back up and everything, because it was in the storage unit at the time. What can I get to just kind of even that out so that it looks more complete behind me? Sayuki was one of those. Every volume of that show cost me 99 cents.
Nice.
And that show is extremely long. Like it's got Sayuki Gunload, Sayuki Gunload Reload, or Gunlock Reload, or like it just goes on forever.
There's newer ones coming up still.
Yes.
that was one of the cool things. So I recently moved from New York to Texas, and that was one of the really cool things of going through all of my old anime merch. The stuff that I had been collecting for so long. Let me actually see if I can show you my cool. This is the coolest thing. Might not be the most valuable, but it is the coolest thing that I own anime related. Where is that?
It's funny. 2 weeks ago, we streamed. I was in Dallas for it.
Where did I put it?
Specifically, the Gayborhood.
I will find it.
Okay. Let's catch up on some chats real quick while she's looking. All right. What we got here? So, Gilzina says, don't tell me what to do. Okay. Where is the OCA Pride statement? Go to Twitter, twitter.com/OCA podcast dash.
What so this is here? Oh my god! Thing I've got. So this is one of a kind. I got it at Zenkai-Con at a silent auction. It is a painting that merges Degas's The Ballerina with Sailor Moon.
I love that.
I love this so much. If I ever had a fire, I'd be grabbing my cats and this. And
who's
my personal application.
Who's in the background next to Tuxedo Mask's head? Is that Minnie Moon?
Yeah, Minnie Moon, who is right behind Venus. So bring this closer.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. Wow.
And of course, those two are just cousins.
Yeah, right. They're just cousins. Right on. I love that.
I only paid like, I want to say $125 for this. And I literally went back to the artist and I was like, you need to take this back and you need to make prints of it because this is so beautiful. Everyone should have it. And she absolutely said no. So I'm the only person who has Degas's The Ballerinas meets Sailor Moon. It is the coolest thing I own.
You know, the most frustrating thing about owning stuff like that is when you pay good money for art and you pay more money for the frame.
Oh yeah.
Like,
what is
That's what's going to happen
that?
with this. I got this at a convention, and it actually did used to hang in a movie house. It's a poster for the first Star Trek movie. The frame that I only paid like $20 for it at a yard sale. the frame is probably going to cost way more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a racket, that industry. Like I can't believe every time I buy something that I will spend 2, 3, maybe 4 times as much on the frame as I will on the actual artwork. You know?
Dude, just go to a contractor. Just find any carpenter. You don't have to go to a framer unless you want glass on it.
The only
time
that hasn't happened to me though recently is when I bought a production cell of Ranma that I showed on podcast X amount of times ago. I paid like $20 for the frame, and the cell was like $400.
This is Edward.
Oh yeah, there is a cat back there. Let's see. Oh, the Cool T says he can voice video games, referring to Vic. Lots of indies need VA. That's true.
Whatever happened to, wasn't he working with that one studio that Anime Matsuria created?
So,
good. Yeah, so Vic is way more than a one-trick pony. He is way more than voice acting. He does work wherever he wants to do work. It's just this specific industry is not something, very conducive to, I don't know, literally anyone's mental health. When it comes to the AM studios, yeah, they have the what was it, proof of concept. The only thing is, proof of concept, yeah, we showed you that we can do it. We just need the money to do it. So they've been, like any startup does, they're trying to get advertisers, they're trying to get sponsors, so on and so forth. Again, I have zero idea of what's going on with that. That's just the stuff I know from observing startups.
Okay, because it sounded like it was dead in the water with the way Vic was talking about it.
Well, I think just so... I don't know, maybe you can correct me, Squally, but it seemed to me like Vic was not mourning the industry as a whole. He was mourning a portion of his life that died, referring to, working for the industry before, jumping on to Anime Monster. It seemed to me, the way I interpreted his mourning over losing it, is that, they're actually like, wave a magic wand and make everything that happened to him go away. It's still not an industry you want to go back to with those people and that, corporate mindset and everything that's going on there. It seemed to me like that's what he was upset about, is that this life that he cherished so much and the people that he thought were his friends and everything just crumbled before him. And now it's like, even if, like right now, for example, Gina Carano is suing Disney with the intention that a condition of her lawsuit is that she gets her role back. It's like, I don't think Vic would even want it back. Like, even if you got the role, it's like you still have to go in and work with people who came out and stabbed you repeatedly. I think that that's more what his mindset was on that. And that, like, I think, just my interpretation, Anime Matsuri and AM Studios is a completely viable future if it can get off the ground. Yeah. And to that, I would say, like, do you think they would consider doing like a Kickstarter or something to try to get the funding?
That's what I thought. I honestly thought, because when he started with the Star Trek Continue stuff, I remember, all the different campaigns, because with Star Trek fan films, you can't make any money off of it. And obviously they wanted to make the best thing that they wanted. I'm just not sure if that's an avenue that they've even talked about yet. Sorry, my chair is a wheelie thing and it wheels around. But going back to your thing of like wave the magic wand, if all the things that happened to Vic didn't happen, what would happen? Well, what I know from the timeline was he had just moved from Los Angeles back to Dallas, moved, within 10 minutes of the Funimation studios, and he was going to be a director and this and that. So let's say nothing from 2019 happened. What would be happening if he was a director? He might still be working with these people who are, claiming to be their friends. Perhaps the Sony deal still goes through. Then he would maybe be asked to direct and act in things that he did not feel morally okay with. Either way, I almost feel like it's a set point that he would eventually be leaving the Funimation world. Now, is that a really tough pill to take? Yes. Like that, it is so hard to, close the door on anything, close the book on anything. But I do believe it was necessary because those people, they act one way in front of you. I could be saying, hey, AC, you're the coolest person. You're this, you're that. I could literally like go off stream, go to work tomorrow morning and be like, yeah, that dude was like so nosy and I was so much better. That's just the type, that's just entertainment in general. Entertainment, theater, movies, television. There's always going to be those types of people. And unfortunately, those type of people in anime are the ones who had the power.
Yeah. So I'll just say that I think, like, again, magic wand, if none of this happened, I think Vic would probably still be in the industry for a lot longer, because he would be in a position where the people who backstabbed him, most of the people who backstabbed him did so because it seemed like it would be advantageous to their career.
Oh, absolutely.
If Vic were in a position where he was the director of the shows and stuff, they'd be sucking up to him, right? However, the difference here is that Vic has seen what they're really like. So if you undid everything magically and put him back in that role, but he maintained the knowledge, it's like you can't go to work and work with people who treated you that way.
Good.
Like
the butterfly effect.
Yeah, like if it had legitimately never happened, then it would be a different case than it did happen, and then for everybody except for Vic, it gets erased. Like that's sort of a different psychological conundrum he'd be dealing with, is that like he'd need the Men in Black neuralizer as well in order to be able to go back to the industry. And even then it would only be a matter of time before it devolved the way it has, because Gen Fukunaga left Funimation. He was one of the pillars really holding it to its like sort of core values and like being friendly to people who were, openly Christian and whatnot, because that's, who Gen Fukunaga was as well. And so I think that like him leaving just like completely dissolved any chance Vic had to really, be welcome there. And it's just like I said, the people who chose to come out and backstab him and outright attack him and everything, they did so largely because they thought it would help their career. Because the people who they perceived to be in power of the situation were, Monica, Chris Sabat, Jamie Markey, all these people who were coming after Vic. So these underlings have to throw their weight behind the people who are seemingly holding the power. And if Vic held the power, they would have thrown it behind him, but he didn't at the time. He's too kind.
But like, look at pre-2019, how many people were eager to like collab with him? Like Todd Habercorn, literally they had tribute wars that kept on going one on top of the other on top of the other. You had Huber, who would always be like, oh, literally any voice actor, if they said, hey, I'm friends with Vic, they always saw their lines double, because the fans, Vic has this weird thing at conventions that none of the other voice actors have. Respect for the fans. Respect for the people who actually ensure that you are at this show, that you have a job. And I think one of the things that really differentiated Vic from any other voice actor was he was a nerd too. He understood exactly every single kid who was in that line, because he would go to Star Trek conventions. He would dress up in cosplay, except it wasn't called cosplay yet. So he had like this very unique connection that Sabat doesn't have, Real doesn't have, Markey doesn't have.
Vic has it in spades. Like Vic's superpower, if you will, is that he's got a magnetic personality and he has attentiveness. That is the most valuable thing in a relationship that people, you can't actually fake it. Right. And Vic actually has, be it through the trauma he suffered growing up with his dad leaving and everything, that he values attention, to the level that when he is speaking to somebody, he respects them to the degree that he gives them his full attention. Rakeda once described it as though even if you're in a crowded convention, when Vic is talking to you, it's as if he's the only person in the room, and that you are having a deeply personal conversation. And I think that the reason why Vic has so many fans, like you says, because he actually cares about the fans. And this is the major difference. Like we've long discovered that Vic has a lot of fans who are like deeply autistic or have some sort of neurological issues with them. And the reason Vic has those fans is because he gives them the time of day, whereas the other voice actors do not. Right? He makes them feel like a valid human being when they talk to him. And everybody else just wants to get them out of their line and get on to the next person and not waste their time with whatever story they're trying to tell or whatever meaningful moment from the show they were in that person is trying to talk about how much it resonated with them or whatever it is. Like Vic gives them the time of day. Vic actually cares and he gives them his full attention. And so these people who are shunned by everybody else who just want to get them sweep through their line and get out, like because Vic actually gives them that time of day, they become diehard fans in a way they will never give that sort of fandom to any of the other voice actors.
Yep.
And I think that like hands down, that is 100% why he's successful. Like it's like, yeah, he's talented. He's a singer, songwriter, he's an actor on movies and stage plays and all sorts of things. But ultimately the fuel that rockets him forward when it comes to his success is that he's got a magnetic personality. He's personable and he's attentive. And those are things that you can't fake. And that, in my opinion, is why the rest of the industry despised him so much, because he had an overabundance of charisma that nobody else could touch. And so they never had any hope of ever outdoing him in terms of lines, in terms of revenue brought in from cons, in terms of any of that stuff, the stuff that mattered to them. And to your point, he was a fan. He was a nerd, and he used his fandom to do things that to any normal person is a freaking dream. To make a continuation to Star Wars or to Star Trek.
Wow.
That is something.
Hold up.
Pardon. That is something that Vic got to take his love for something, invest time, energy, money into it, and produce something that he's proud of. The rest of these people, like their ideas, as Vic put it, is like, where's the money? Like, how do you like, and how do you own the rights? How do you use like, nope, doing it for a fan project. Why? Because I fucking want to. Because I'm passionate about this. And that, I think, is the other thing, is that because Vic was so successful, to the degree that he didn't have to worry about putting food on the table as much as the next person, because it just sort of came effortlessly to him, he isn't bogged down and bitter the way that they are about the fact that they don't get to pursue their passions. Everything is just, how do I get the next person in line to move out of the way so I can get the next dollar, rather than relishing in the moment and realizing that even more so than the currency you're making, the relationships that you're building with people, just communicating and sharing that experience of being there in the line at that moment, to Vic, that's even more valuable than the financial gain he's getting.
Let's go a couple of steps forward. I was at a show with him, and he was the only guest who was actually standing up and going around his table to take photos with fans. Everyone else was sitting. Mm-hmm. Everyone else was sitting. They seemed very closed up, and it's like, and you're wondering why you're not getting the sales you're hoping to get. But even more than that, Vic also encourages his fans. He encourages their writing, their art, and that's how he became kind of more of like a friend to them, more than just somebody who I like. I'll tell you from personal experience. So I first found Fullmetal Alchemist literally 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. I've been rolling with Vic for the last 16 years. Helping him in some way or capacity. And it wasn't because he asked me. So found Fullmetal Alchemist in 2004. In 2009, I did an internship at Walt Disney World. And, I met Vic again at Otakon. And I was like, bro, these lines are insane. Hey, I know this stuff. Let me help you. Then it was, hey, I went to school for photography. Let me help you. And then finally, it was, hey, I think I got the whole selling your stuff down, so let me help you with that. A lot of people feel like, oh, Vic groomed me from the time I was 20. It's like, actually, no. I kept stalking him because he was just so cool. He was
You
so
groomed him. No.
I was lovingly like just bashed him over the head, going, "Let me have the job." I just flung water everywhere. Yeah, no, I realize like I've already blown through my time.
Oh no, you're good.
But it was more, you know, he encouraged me. Like there were times when I would create things because I was still going to school for design. I would put it out there and he'd be like, well, maybe adjust this and maybe adjust that. He wasn't just like, oh,
this is beautiful, amazing. You're perfect.
Thanks. He keeps every single piece of fan art that any fan has ever given him. I found old art books that I had made with other Rangers to give to him. And I was like, dude, this is from 2010. You still kept this? He goes, I've kept everything. He goes, I can't display it all, but I have it all. And I'm like, whoa, that's heavy. I mean, he's always encouraged me to, you know, do better and be better, because, you know, he believes in me. Don't know why. To the point that, you know, if you were to have told me 16 years ago, 20 years ago, that, you know, I would be living here, I would be having a really cool job that I cannot disclose, but it's a mile from my house, and, you know, living my own life with a person who, you know, I, you know, really liked as an actor, basically being my mentor, I'd be like, cool, what timeline are you from? Because that ain't ever gonna happen.
Yeah.
Sorry, sucks for everyone but me.
Yeah, who knew that all it would take was like the entire anime industry going down the toilet after a couple of nobodies decided to attack him, right?
I cannot tell you. So when that all went down, I was living in a very tiny apartment in New York. Basically, it was a converted attic. I think I like put a groove in my flooring in my kitchen, just going back and forth, being on the phone. I wasn't prepared for that. No one was prepared for that. We just literally hung on and went, 2020? Could 2020 be here?
Yeah.
And knowing.
For a lot of people who might not know this, like, it is like legitimately because of what happened in 2019 that you are where you are, because you had sort of stepped away, like from Vic as like you had lived your life in New York, and he called you because of the accusations. Is that correct?
Actually, no. So what happened was, you know, I had been part of his club and I had started getting very inactive. And I was ready to walk away. You know, I had just turned 30. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. I'm going to do my own thing. You know, Vic and I, we hadn't been talking for a while. And the day before I was going to tell him that, like, hey, I'm going to take a break. You know, there are other people who are very, very qualified to take care of this this fan club of yours. It all started imploding, and I had to be the one to email him saying, hey, sweetheart, I still remember the tagline. It said, rumors. And the email went, hey, sunshine, not a good email, worried email. It seems the BS is cropping up again. And I literally put my own retirement on hiatus, going, I can't leave this fan club to the wolves. These kids aren't equipped for it. There are, as you said, there are a lot of fans in that server, in that club, that are not ready for this. We need to be ready for this. I worked in enough kitchens. I worked in enough corporate type areas. All right, let's gather ourselves together, batten down the hatches. Let's go do this thing. And then as that continued forward, so, you know, the beginning of 2019, Vic and I would maybe email once, twice a month, just to give him updates on what was going on. As 2019 progressed, we would be messaging on Facebook. Then we would be texting, or I would be calling him. So beginning of 2019 to the end of 2019 saw my friendship, my relationship with Vic drastically change. I mean, I love the relationship that I have with him. Like, he is one of my dearest friends, but I do feel guilty that, you know, the abundance that I have is out of my friend's personal tragedy, my friend's personal injustice. So then, you know, you hit into 2020, obviously we were all in lockdown. And of course, I'm not autistic. My mother never had me tested, but I started going stir crazy and I started creating things. One of the things that was created was his Twitch stream. I spent 3 solid months hyperfixating and learning Twitch so that he could have a Twitch stream. Doesn't need to be updated. Oh my God, yes. But it's very hard when you build a Twitch stream on OBS for PC to try and translate that into OBS for Mac. He won't switch, and we've had this argument. And so at this point, it's just been a matter of get him to shows, try and get him out there. But eventually we started shifting, going, you know what, we need more positive content out there. And I went, what do you want? He goes, I want to share my devotionals, because one of the things we started doing was we would each share each other's devotional in the morning before I was heading into work and before he was starting his day. And so that's where his daily victories came from, where he wanted to share topics, you know, this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, you know what? That kind of reminds me of your old reflections panels. He goes, yeah, even those, you know, kind of evolved on their own. They started with him and Caitlin Glass just playing on a piano going, oh, well, if I wasn't at this show, I'd be at church. And him going, well, if I wasn't at this show, I'd be at church. And fans started coming. One, because it was the voice actors that they love and they had probably spent 2 hours waiting in line for, but it was them being them, Vic sharing a piece of his heart. Now, Vic is a mostly private guy, but now when it comes to his faith, he will always share his faith. And that's been such a breath of fresh air, because for a while I thought, you know, God kind of put me out to sea, you know, when he took my sister, why do I need God? And there was a line, I remember this very, very vividly, at Youmacon in Detroit. We had driven from Philadelphia to Detroit. That was a 13-hour drive. And during his panel, he had said something that I'll never forget. He said, nothing you have done can make him love you more. No, nothing you can do can make him love you more, and nothing you have done can make him close the door. And just like with Fullmetal Alchemist, that thing just kind of went right in the face. And I was like, okay, so I've got food for thought. I trust this person's demeanor. I trust their point of view. And that really got me to really push forward in my own personal grief process. And, you know, at this point, I am a somewhat adjusted person. Depends on the day, depends on the stress level. But he's always real with people. You know, he tries to be nice. He tries to be kind. He wants no reason to be rude. He wants no reason to be a Ken. And I just wish there were more like that. There was only one other person who I knew to be like that, and that was Chris Ayers. Rip.
Yeah. So I just want to say personally, I like to believe, perhaps delusionally, that Vic's best days are still ahead of him.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's going to take some time. You know, I've long felt like since 2019 that God is telling Vic, "Do you trust me?" Right? And I think Vic has done very well in trusting the Lord with this, but I feel like things keep getting worse in terms of like it just feels like I think on Kiwi Farms they were describing it like the concept of there actually is no such thing as rock bottom. There's always further you can go, and they were talking about this in regarding to Nick Rekieta, but somebody then pointed out it's like actually I hate to say it, but I feel like that's how it feels for Vic, because losing his entire career happens, and then it's like, you know, all of this additional stuff that he just can't get away from. The stream with Chrissy Mayer and all, like, just like you could do everything right, and there's still a tragedy every damn month that you're putting in. You know what I mean?
People don't care about the 100 things that you do right. They only care about the one thing that you do wrong.
You know, I used to talk about the website Glassdoor, right? We used to cover it when it came to like topics with like Rooster Teeth and whatnot. And I had to remind people that the thing about Glassdoor is that you have to work for a place that is like exceptionally good for you to give them a positive review. But if like
they're only going to give you negative reviews.
Yeah, like it's going to bias in the negative, because if a company's, this is true with Yelp too, it's like if a company has a day where you got service that was less than you expected, you've already written the bad review. But if you get perfectly adequate service, you never even bother to write anything about it. You know, it has to be above and beyond the greatest service anybody in the history of the world has ever gotten for you to bother to write something nice. You know, and that's the life Vic lives, is that like you could be the greatest human to walk the earth, but they only care about when you stumble or you know, any way of pointing things out as negative.
Oh yeah, I had friends that said, you know, Squally, don't go on podcasts because all they want to do is talk about the negative. And I'm like, dude, as long as I can put it out there, the positive, you know, there's nothing negative I'm currently doing. You can go out there and look for reasons for people to hate you, and you'll find it. You can go out there and find reasons, you know, that you're not measuring up. You're gonna find it, because if that's what you're focused on, that's what you're gonna attract in. We need to stop putting our worth, you know, our self-worth in other people's hands. So, you know, you came to the point of, you know, God's, you know, keeping him from toxic people. One of the things I do not tell people about, like the story of, you know, how this all really started breaking out, was the night before I was going to basically say, hey, I'm on hiatus, I'm out of here. I cried and I prayed to God. I was like, look, I need you to tell me where I'm supposed to be going here. Do not ask God those types of things. Now I'm secretly thinking it's this conspiracy. I'm the one who caused it. But those moments when you do basically, you know, those moments when you absolutely just let go of control, you know, you can be blessed with the most amazing of things. The last time I fully gave up control, I got this job in Texas. Then the job in Texas said, be here in 14 days. And I went, oh, holy crap. No, while this book, this chapter is in some ways ending, there is a whole nother, for every day that he is on this side of the dirt, there is another book, another avenue. He's gonna be okay. But as you said, these shows are in trouble. These conventions, you know, these conventions are only bringing in the people that, you know, they believe the fans want. And what's happening is you're getting these handful of malcontents basically just bombarding and using this mob mentality of, you know, we're the internet, we don't want them to come. Well, do you live here? We're the internet, we don't want them to come. How many of you are actually here? There's 5 of us. We don't want them to come. Well, there's 5 of them, all 1,500 to 5,000 attendees. We can't have him come. You tell me in what universe that math stands up.
I mean, that's the same universe, unfortunately, the rest of the entertainment industry works in, where they continue to make woke garbage and it doesn't sell. And for some reason, you know, we're going to talk about Silent Hill's remake tonight. And somebody brings up a good question. It's like, what is this thing you're talking about? Modern audiences. Because you act like that's the market, but they never seem to show up for the content you're producing. And it's like, that's the same world of this, where it's like people are so fixated on the internet because it's a metric you can actually measure and see. But you, at some point, you got to just kind of trust your gut and go with the actual people, you know, who are, because like in the old days, there was a metric they would say, like, for every one phone call you got complaining about something that aired on TV, that was indicative of 100,000 people who were just as upset but didn't pick up the phone and call. right? So for every complaint, you would have to multiply that by 100,000 or something like that. And so now people have gone to the internet and they're still using that metric. Oh, that's 500,000 people don't want Vic to come. But really, it's like, no, it's just that on the internet, the barrier to access it, nobody has to get the phone book out to find out what number to call to tell you they're complaining. They just pull out their phone and search, company account for the Twitter, and then they post something that it's that easy now. So it literally replies, like it applies now to 1-to-1 versus 1 to 100,000, but the companies still treat it like it's 100,000 people for every complaint they get.
There's also
so they care to the vocal minority.
They only apply it one direction. They don't apply it that way when 10,000 people say, "Hey, please bring him," or whatever the reasoning is, like whatever the thing that you're rallying behind. They don't look at that and say, "Oh, that must be indicative of 100,000 for every person," right? Because and this is asinine to me. This is completely backwards. It should be even greater if you think about it, because as I was just discussing with Glassdoor, if you have a negative experience, you're going to hop on and leave a bad review right away. If you have a positive experience, you're less likely to even bother to take out your phone and do something about it. So when you do hear from somebody giving a positive experience, it should be times 1,000,000 or some other metric that's far greater than the concept of 1 equals 100,000. Because in that situation, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say with Glassdoor, it's a little different in sense of it's a different community than Twitter, but on Twitter, right, there's also this whole like public performance mentality that people get with like, oh, well, I'm going to make a stink and like look at how let's see if I can get like likes from complaining about something, and let me make a public spectacle out of this so that I can try and make some change in the world, right?
A way that I like measure that is when you see a tweet about something and the first thing in the tweet is @ and then the company, but before the @ there's a period. That tweet is not for the company. It's for their followers to agree with them, right? Because if you tweet @ and then the Twitter handle, that tweet doesn't show up on your feed. It goes to their feed and notifies them. But when you put the period,
it's slightly changed now since they've implemented the For You page.
Yeah. But just to be like talking before Elon Musk bought it and changed everything, previously, the way that people got around that is that they would say, "Hey, @ and then the name," right? Because by starting with something other than the @ symbol, then it shows up on your feed. Your followers will see it as though you're putting out a message for them. And so, especially when you see the laziness of that period right before that, just to put something before the @ you 100% know this is performative. They are doing this for their audience to see it and for their fans to engage and agree and, rally behind them rather than having a legitimate statement being made to the company. Anyway.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Yeah, all good. I don't want to keep you forever, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to peace off.
Mm-hmm. So I sent you a link in Discord. Just basically the computer you're on, just click on that link and go to that streamyard.com/upload, and it'll finish uploading your local recording. It shouldn't take more than like 2-3 minutes, I would say. Yeah. And then like that way, basically, if we clip the show, it allows us a cleaner audio.
That when I clicked on that in order to join, didn't I?
Oh no, I sent you another link. It's streamyard.com/upload, and then that way, basically what it does, as we're streaming, the cache of our video feed and our audio is going to StreamYard. And so when the video is downloadable later, the quality of it improves if
everybody puts their individual if I put my local into the cloud, your overall production is improves. Okay, okie dokie.
So just when you leave, if you just go there before you close your browser and stuff, that will allow it to finish uploading without you having to stay on the call.
Oh yeah, it's already at 99%.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
So
we're gonna
go.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. We had a great time talking to you.
I appreciate being able to talk. I don't like talking about negative things. I like to keep things in the positive as much as I can, because there is too much world suck out there. If anyone remembers like ancient internet, I always believe in DFTBA. Don't forget to be awesome. Just lowering the overall levels of world suck.
Well, I would like to say before you leave that when I started this call, I had mentioned how, like, when I started the podcast, I was excited to talk about things, and getting in here, there was so much that I was like geeking out over. And nowadays, I just feel like so much of it is reporting on the negative. And I just want to say that you have really made this a much more uplifting show. So I'm glad we got to have you here, and I'm glad we got to talk some.
I forgot I put my reactions on.
I'm glad we got to talk about some common ground anime stuff, especially everybody here. We have a slogan: "Buy physical, bitch," because that's how you're going to save the anime industry, is by steering away from their hell-bent decision to go to streaming. So thank you again for that.
I feel like you should put your voice in an AI to make it sound like Britney Spears and just redo the.
It's Britney, bitch.
My physical bitch.
Now I know what we have to do for the next stream.
Yeah, AI. I mean, everyone's like freaking out over AI. I remember when they were freaking out over, the fact I had like this tiny little spell checker, like, oh, you'll never learn how to spell. Yeah, now we got autocorrect. I feel AI is not the enemy. AI is only as good or as bad as the hands that it is in. Mm-hmm. Does it have its ethical?
Only as good as bad or as bad as the user.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And guns don't kill people. AI with guns kill people.
We're actually going to be looking at Japan's first arrest of a user of generative AI. That's going to be one of our topics coming up. Basically, they used it to create a scam. That was the idea behind it. So we're going to look at that in just a moment. But I want to show this clip real quick of Matt Damon. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds talking about DVDs.
So I think a scenario lots of viewers can relate to is sitting on the couch on a Friday night, going through the streaming services, cycling through the movies and thinking to themselves, they're not making movies for me anymore. As somebody who's been intimately involved in movie making for 30 years, what are the macro Hollywood conditions behind that sentiment?
Well, so what happened was the DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream. And technology has just made that obsolete. And so the movies that we used to make, you could afford to not make all of your money when it played in the theater because you knew you had the DVD coming behind the release. And 6 months later, you'd get a whole nother chunk. It would be like reopening the movie almost. And when that went away, that changed the type of movies that we could make. I did this movie Behind the Candelabra, and I talked to a studio executive who explained it was a $25 million movie. I would have to put that much into print and advertising, right, to market it, what we call P&A. So I'd have to put that in P&A. So now I'm in $50 million. I have to split everything I get with the exhibitor, right, the people who own the movie theaters. So I would have to make $100 million before I got into profit. And the idea of making $100 million on a story about like this love affair between these two people, yeah, I love everyone in the movie, but that's suddenly a massive gamble in a way that it wasn't in the 1990s when they were making all those kind of movies, the kind of movies that I loved and the kind of movies that were my bread and butter.
Now apply that to anime, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. The biggest market was the DVDs. I mean, DVD after DVD coming over to be signed. Now, those are gone, replaced with streaming, and Damon's correct. We're not getting the quality we used to have. You might have like the one niche anime that you super like. Do you think you're going to be getting those now? Even jump back to the 80s, Labyrinth, David Bowie, Jim Henson, like that was a very experimental, and it did not do well in theaters, but it wound up gaining a cult following because of VHS and DVD sales. You couldn't do that today. Today, if you don't follow the distributor's narrative, your stuff's not being made. Point blank.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the problem I'm going to foresee with Sony owning so much of the anime industry now, is if you don't follow Sony's algorithm, if you don't follow their formula, your stuff's not going to get made, or it's going to be chopped up worse than 4Kids. I can't believe I'm even saying that. So that it will appeal to the audience that they want. And it's not, the audience is not you, okay? You are not the audience.
Danger of it too.
We are pivoting to the new money, which is Gen Alpha, and which is the stockholders.
Mm-hmm. And that's the crazy thing too, because it's like back in the day, 4Kids took stuff that existed and they altered it to be appropriate for children's television, or to localize it because people didn't know what a rice ball onigiri was. Yep. Right? Nowadays, they're embedded into the production pipeline, and they prevent the show from ever being made in the format that it would need to be censored. So the reason we look at the shows these days and they just don't scratch the itch anymore is because they are being cut off at the pass before they even get made and forced into a version of the show that's sanitized and mass market appeal, where it's not going to offend anybody. And as you said, it's Sony's algorithm for, or their way of doing things. But when is the last time Sony did anything that was a hit? Like they're going to run it straight into the ground, and then Fukunaga will come back and he will buy Crunchyroll and Funimation back from Sony at pennies on the dollar, as he has done at least twice before, and that will be the best day of my life.
Here's hope.
Right. Yeah. Podcast magic. Yeah, we have this thing where stuff we say somehow becomes truth, and then we just ascribe it to the podcast magic.
Okay, let Squally leave.
Yes.
You've held her captive long enough, AC.
AC goes on to like 20-minute rambles and never stops.
True.
Oh no, but the thing is, like, I'm like trying to get done before 9 o'clock, because at 9 o'clock, like, my entire apartment, all of the lights and everything starts shutting off.
We're gonna watch that happen in like 2 seconds here.
I'm like frantically trying to get to my Alexa so it doesn't happen. No, I'm not talking to you. Keep it on, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on. I'm trying to.
Did you guys star any more comments that we should take a look at before we move on here? Especially if there's questions for Squally, it might be a good idea to just get them out here. Let's start that one. Oh, there it happened.
We hit our time limit.
Not industry is the cool 2T says, not industry is the same games you can play right now get censored in the remakes. I can't begin to imagine what the new stuff cut out. Very true. I mean,
exactly. Like you don't even get it anymore. So now you don't even know what the original plans were, because there isn't the uncut version you could have previously. It's like, well, they only sold the 4Kids cut, but I can at least torrent the Japanese version and see what I was missing. Like you experienced.
Riv said, I also think FMA Brotherhood was in the same ways a lot of people's first time watching a shonen with no filler and consistent animation, which was new for people who started with the big three. That was, so I always tried to avoid the whole, FMA versus FMAB, because they were both very good in their own ways. FMAB, all it did was go back and put back the stories as they were originally supposed to be. But it still, even though it was the second time around, it didn't shy away from the topics. And that was very, very rare for an anime that was all ready to be a hit to come back in its own version of a remake and actually just be better than it was. It's an anime remake that's actually better. Say it ain't so. I'm so excited for Brotherhood because, we all thought that, the time with Elric was done. Maybe they'll have like some stuff on the side. And I remember like how upset he was when he finally, went the last lines to Edward Elric. The live action, it's very difficult to dub a live action without it making it look like a kung fu movie. None. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take to have people either wake up and realize that they are being spoon-fed mediocre stuff at premium prices, and two, what it's going to take for them to realize they are the ones with the power. You know, if these conventions keep on playing around with, oh, well, so-and-so doesn't like them, so they shouldn't be here. Like, I am so incredibly sorry. Do my ears deceive me? You said that the convention is for the guests and not for the fans? What?
Mm-hmm.
No. As an organizer, as any type of business person, you want to be appealing to your audience. You know, don't just see them as, you know, disposable income. Oh, we'll just appeal to somebody else. Like I have experienced you know, artists at these shows that literally acted like they were better than everyone else, and guess what, they didn't get invited the next year because
I mean the sort of golden rule in business is to know your market, and nowadays the golden rule seems to be actively antagonize your market instead of
know your market so you can antagonize them.
It's unbelievable, right? Like they just want to speed run the part of it where they get money instead of making a product that people want to pay money for.
Look at conventions from the 90s and the mid 2000s. It was completely different because it was kind of like a startup, and now you've got people who, you know, I hesitate to say that they don't care about the medium, but they seem to care more about getting that power and clutching that power and holding on to that power for as long as they can. Damn anybody else.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
No, Little Rocks. You know, the going and very cruel rumor is always that there's going to be Ouran season 2 because Ouran the manga goes on way longer than Ouran the anime.
Right.
But it's likely not going to happen because when the original anime came out in Japan, it wasn't well received. You'll very rarely see anything Ouran. It did very well in the United States, but unless a studio wants to put up the money to have another one animated, it's not going to happen. To which I immediately went, "Hi, AM Studios, how are you?" But in order to get licenses, you need to have money. And, you know, they produced a very, very beautiful set of proof of concepts. But there needs to be a way to, for the fans to support this new studio.
Mm-hmm. So if I could say, I just think it, so as far as I understand it, Anime Matsuri doesn't actually have the rights to produce physical versions of the stuff that they currently have. But
that one I don't know.
But if they could communicate with the studios in Japan and get a deal where it's like, we can get those rights if we are able to guarantee a certain number of sales, that's the easiest recipe for starting a Kickstarter. Jumping into Kickstarter, you have your guaranteed customers because they're paying ahead of time. And then if you don't reach that goal, then nobody loses any money. Nothing's on. The deal never went through. You just got the permission to attempt it, right? Yeah. I think that's what they have to do. That's going to be the best possible way.
I agree with you. Unfortunately, that is so outside of my wheelhouse. There are some things I purposefully, like, people will start talking and I'll be like, I do not want to know.
So real quick, I just want to point out, this was actually sent to me by Little Rocks a couple days ago. So Alejandro Saab said, all right, but where's the Ouran remake? Come on, please. Right. So I think it's tempting to interpret this as I think Little Rocks was speculating in our messages, that this is like, the intention is, let's take away all of Vic's roles. Let's replace him in the legacy of the show by rebooting it, going the whole, distance of the show. Honestly, though, without Vic, I really am hard pressed to believe that
we wouldn't get the same show. Yeah. Basically, if you tried to remake Ouran, it it would fall flat because even the Gen Alpha kids are trying to say that Ouran is problematic. It's like Ouran was meant to be satire and comedy. All right, these people do not understand comedy anymore.
See, but they would make Oshi, whatever her name is, trans, right?
Yeah, same with I'm so glad when I covered it, but Ranma, same deal.
Yeah.
Like Rumiko Takahashi never intended Ranma to be trans, like at all whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, I think when it comes to Ouran, like
that post just needs a big old glass of copium.
Well, yeah, it's like The Witcher in the sense that like you can't just swap out the part of the formula that's working and expect the formula not to fall apart. Like I have nothing against is it Liam Hemsworth they replaced him with? I think it is, right? But Henry Cavill had read every single one of the novels and was a huge fan. Like you don't just get to replace him with anybody. He's like the definition of what do you call that when you don't have to pay somebody overtime, exempt employee or whatever? Like he's the definition of 1 in a million for that role. You just can't swap him out with some random person you found on the street. No offense to Liam Hemsworth once again, and expect it to be the same show.
Why the heck they did that?
I think he left because the purpose, like he only was interested in continuing with the roles, with the role of Geralt while it was faithfully adapted from the novel.
They also suggested. They also just suggested that he was going to become Superman and do a bunch of Superman roles again, and they were going to reboot the Snyderverse, and then that kind of got
apart.
Yeah, man. They shat on him on that
one.
Oh
man, he's in his own private hell, just like Vic was when it comes to the fact that he goes from that to start working on Warhammer, and then the Warhammer Games Workshop people like retcon the custodies and everything, just like fucking. I can't even imagine the disaster of his life having to actually care and be a fan and get hired to work on things you're a fan of, but the people hiring you want to only adapt it to further an agenda, right? That is adversarial to what made the thing that you like something you like, and it's a disaster. This is there goes that energy from talking about the positives, talking about the negative. But yeah, it's just like it's a tragedy. Let's see. This is what Animego did regarding kickstarting. Not quite the same because Animego was an established, licensor and everything going on for quite a while.
Well, I think all he's saying is that they got the funding via that. So Anime Matsuri could theoretically kickstart and be like, "Hey,
yeah," but they didn't kickstart the license. They kickstarted the production of
the thing with Animego is that Robert J. Woodhead is good friends with Kenichi Sonoda. They had already licensed previously Writing Bean, Otaku no Video, and because those were successful in the Kickstarter, and because they had that prior relationship with Kenichi Sonoda, also Bubblegum Crisis, right? They were able to then easily shift over to, okay, let's do Gunsmith Cats, which previously ADV had. So it's not exactly
the same. Are we covering the update to that? The re-release of what is it, Writing Bean?
I think we covered that 2 podcasts ago.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we covered that with the Chicago Bean.
Yeah, the stupid tagline.
No, the new update, where people who kickstarted get a 50%
coupon
off on
code
the store.
Yeah,
and the new disc has an exclusive interview on it.
Yeah, do we have that? Was Savakis tweeted that, right?
I am very tired. If you look at my
I'm gonna let you get out of here.
We are incredibly tired.
You may leave if you so desire.
Thank you again.
I'm like, hold on, stay awake. All right.
Good luck waking up early.
Yeah, have a good night.
You as well. Have a good night. Bye.
Take care. Bye. All right. Let's see.
I got an email of that actually.
Okay. Yeah, I remember I got that too. I don't think we've actually covered it. So if
my
you
coupon
have
code went to spam, and I was like, they didn't send me my coupon code. And then luckily I was like, oh, I'll check my spam notice, and it was there. So check your spam folders.
Yeah.
If you fill that out.
All right. Should
And
I
it
cut my
wasn't
losses
from-
on the chat and just pick up from here?
There's a few.
If you see him, just pull him up. I'm gonna Oh shit! What the fuck? Light boxing me. This was I'm gonna just put this in here so we can include it in the doc. Where? How do I keep losing it? There it is. Okay, that one. So this was Squally. Squally brought this up. I think she might have had a more updated article actually, but this was the stat significant, the rise and slight rise of the rise, fall, and slight rise of DVDs, where she had talked about them. So this says for the last 16 straight years, DVD sales were in decline. She said 17, so she might have an even more recent one than this. But anyway, I want to get us into pickups. Is that what our next thing is? Yes, let's do pickups. So I left my pickups upstairs like an idiot, but
wow,
there's an upstairs to that pod.
No, upstairs to the house. I got Dead Mount Death Play. That was called.
Yes.
Yeah, I got
didn't happen.
That arrived, and raising 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement or whatever it's called. Really excited for that one. So we'll look at that when we'll do a watch party of that after sometime after Keep It Made War. Anyway, and then I've got the pickups here, unless Greenline has some physically he'd like to show.
I do not at the current moment.
Cool. So Seb said Joe Hisaishi plays the Ghibli music. Yep, in Budokan. So there's a Blu-ray of his live concert. DigiCarat, right? The Sentai Ultimate Collection that has the TV series, the specials, and the Winter Garden. This is SD on Blu-ray, by the way, standard def on Blu-ray. Reese, you picked up Dead Mount Death Play Part 1. That's the same thing I was just talking about.
Yep. And did you want Season 2, the English dub edition?
Did the Season 1 set have the O-ring?
Yeah.
It did, okay. Because I'd be so fucking pissed.
And,
that would almost be like if you bought City Hunter or something.
Durara.
So I got the Durara Side Stories, which is like a collection of short stories, and Wolf and Parchment Novel 8.
Nice.
And then I also picked up The Fifth Element on 4K Blu-ray Steelbook, Inception, The Prestige, and Snatch, also on 4K Blu-ray.
Nice.
I've never owned The Fifth Element, but the other ones
I've never gotten through The Fifth Element. Holy shit. It is so unappealing how it's designed in terms of every character looks like a freak show.
I watched it last night and I was like, wow, they really don't do a whole lot for the first hour and a half of this 2-hour movie.
Yeah. So there's an ad for My Happy Marriage, which I did watch on Netflix with my wife. What is this from? Not for sale. What is this?
These are postcards that I got at the Anime North panel for
Kinema Citrus?
Kinema Citrus. Apparently they're rare. I don't know if that's true or not.
This show is okay. So one time in class, my I had a class in college, a film class about subtext and whatnot, the concept of writing movies and stuff, and the teacher described the success of Titanic, the movie Titanic, which at the time was the highest grossing film of all time. He said the reason Titanic was successful is because it was a chick flick and a dick flick, meaning women will go to this movie for the first 2.5 hours to see the romance, and men will go to this movie
after
sit through the first 2.5 hours to see the 30 minutes of destruction.
Yeah.
Right? And
Kate Winslet. naked.
My
So that
happy
was-
marriage is a bastardization of that concept. It is the most direct, like, relationship, like, romance thing. And then there is no fucking way a single straight male got through the show unless, like me, they were watching it with their spouse and hardly paying attention. And then at like the last fucking episode, there's like this Sakuga battle of the demons come out of the ground or some shit, and they have this epic battle, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Are you kidding me?
Why didn't you wait till the last episode?
Why couldn't you have started with this so I could just be done with the first episode?
Right? No, seriously. But it's like, it's so crazy because it's like not a single person didn't drop this. Like, who did you make this for? The women who are watching this? Because not a single man got to this episode unless there was some other reason, like they started at that episode because they just happened to walk in while somebody else was watching it, who was watching it for something else. It's not like the Titanic where it's going to sink. You know what I mean?
You already know how the Titanic is going to end.
Yeah.
Like,
So before we move on from pickups, I'd like to, unless we're going to still talk about physical media, I'd like to bring up the fact that I picked up a while ago Rurouni Kenshin. I mentioned it on podcast. I showed them off the individual like volumes 1 through
it's like 20,
whatever
right?
the fuck I got.
I think it's 20 volumes total.
Yeah. What's interesting enough is that you can still stream Rurouni Kenshin, but on Hulu they have this like shitty dub that I didn't even know was a thing.
Is it the anime's dub or whatever?
Yeah, it's this really crappy, like, wow, this is dog shit dub that I'm glad I own the DVDs because it has the good dub for once, that you still have to like buy the physical to fucking watch the good show with the good dub, which is like fucking insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like not available on Crunchyroll or anything like that.
Stan says, hey, I'm just a lowly staffer and I have more power who to invite, even though I'm not the one in charge to do so. It feels like there's a little bit of sarcasm in there. I'm not sure. I don't know. Elaborate. So just a heads up, because I'm in the pod and I don't have my multiple monitor setup, I need you guys to stay on top of the chat because I can't see it while I'm over on the other window looking at the article. All right. Okay, so Japan's first generative AI arrest is sparking worst fears. So earlier this week, the police department of Kawasaki and Kanagawa made the first ever arrest related to generative AI, arresting a 25-year-old unemployed man trying to make easy cash with ransomware developed using code from a ChatGPT alternative. Wow, sounds like it's better than ChatGPT if the code's working. According to the suspect, he engaged in the act because he wanted to make money easily without working. And according to investigators, the man did not have a history or skills related to IT, showing how the full execution of the crime plan relied on misusing generative AI. That's like saying he's not a god. He shouldn't be able to create fire from nothing. That must mean he used a lighter, like he used a tool. Oh, yeah. So of course. Oh no, people who didn't know how to do something can now do it. Yeah, that also applies to people who do good things with it.
Someone Googled how to make a bomb? Oh no.
The man had gained an interest in AI after ChatGPT became available in 2022 and became worldwide news. And he decided to put his plans into action as he had already thought about making ransomware. He did not use ChatGPT or other major generative AI as they were censored, asking one of the many other uncensored chatbot alternatives on his phone and PC to make the code.
Honestly, can you tell me what one you used? Because
I want it. Yeah. I need some ransomware.
I don't need ransomware, but ChatGPT is like the only bot that I have used that is at all good for coding. Everything else spits out like garbage.
I use ChatGPT's coding almost exclusively to write conditional formatting formulas in Excel. And it's actually pretty good at it. There are times where it like spits out garbage, but if I can articulate why it's not working or like how it's not working, at least, it's usually pretty good at finding an alternative way of approaching the problem and coming up with a solution.
Yeah.
All right. In other news, Japanese telecom giant to make AI filter to soften angry customers' voices at call centers. What a great image. New system lets AI take a piece of someone's mind and passes on the rest to a human. For years now, there has been a lot of talk about the problem of power harassment, in which employees are pushed to unhealthy extremes by their superiors. While there's still a lot of work to be done there, attention has been gradually turning to the other end of the suffering spectrum, known as customer harassment, in which employees are pushed to unhealthy extremes by their customers. Customer harassment puts companies in a tricky situation since they don't want to step on the PR landmine of telling off or pressing charges against the people who essentially support them. On the other hand, having employees with mental breakdowns as a result of dealing with people who seem to lack human decency is also bad for the old brand image. It's a lose-lose situation, but luckily, technology has found an answer in the form of an AI that takes angry voices and converts them into something more palatable to the listener's ears. All right, let me stop screen sharing for a second and screen share this with audio so you can hear what it's actually doing. Because you might be thinking, wow, AI might be really good for this thing, right? But actually, it's the stupidest thing you've ever heard. Wow.
Oh.
Truly, a difference was made. Like, it's throwing racial slurs at you, but it's using the Jesse voice from TikTok now. It's like, it's about as effective as when you, I mean, it's possibly even less effective than when you watch Jerry Springer and they mosaic blur the flipping people off. It's like, oh, good thing I didn't have to see that. That would have been hard. You know, like, the demonstration of this system developed by SoftBank and the University of Tokyo in the video above shows how, quote, is this how you treat a customer of over 5 years? Hey! Becomes, is this how you treat a customer of over 5 years? Hey! Which is hilarious. Full caps from not full caps.
Hey.
With the flick of a switch. The real question is, why are the people taking these calls so sensitive that they can't handle normal conflict, right? It would actually be easier to generate an AI chatbot trained at de-escalating the situation that sounds human instead of employing people who can choose to soften the customer harassment by flipping the switch that literally word for word conveys exactly what the customer said, but in a pitched down tone. Readers of the news seem to like the idea, though some online comments wondered, why stop there when it comes to what AI can do at call centers? Just lowering the pitch seems to have a big effect. The slow voice seems good. It should make everyone sound like a classy lady, too.
I was just thinking that, like, the phone sex tools are just all going to be AI.
Right. Will there be a warning that this call will be recorded and altered to make you cuter? Just let the AI do the whole thing. There you go. They could get an AI to do the talking on the call center end, but humans are too ambiguous for it to be effective, though. No, not true. I have seen in real time. I went to that AI conference in Salt Lake City, and during the call, or like during the 3 days of training, they had one guy who he was there on the first day, but he had to leave day 2, but he left his team there. But because he was there the first day, they took the audio from his book that was narrated by him, and they ran it through 11 Labs and piped that into another program so that they called the number and spoke to an AI version of this guy who was famous enough that ChatGPT understood how to talk like him, because there was enough, known about him, so that it would respond in ways that sounded like him. And it filtered that output through 11 Labs in real time and responded on the phone as though it was the guy, right? Obviously it wasn't. And that was the gag, is that everybody knew that he wasn't sitting in the room. And that that was, they were transparent about it. But I'm just saying, you legitimately could use AI. And it's exactly like I was talking about before. Algorithmically, AI is going to figure out how to push the buttons that need to be pushed to sell you something or convince you of an idea. And they're going to be able to do that far better than any human possibly could. And it'll be tailored directly to you. That is the scary future we look at when it comes to this stuff. Anyway, they said, I think it works because an old phone I think it works because an old phone I had used a slow voice mode for seniors, and I couldn't never tell if anyone was angry because everyone sounded sleepy. Is it less offensive to call someone an idiot in a soft voice? No, it's just hotter. Like, unfortunately, it's not just a problem of yelling. I've had a lot of people use snark and muttering curse words to be offensive. Just set it up that when a person sees it's hopeless, they can transfer the caller to the AI manager. AI would certainly seem to be every bit as good at handling the more emotionally toxic elements of working at call centers as it is at making kitschy art. On the other hand, anyone who's dealt with one of these chatbots would have noticed that they're almost pathologically apologetic, which could backfire and be irritating for normal people calling in with simple questions and problems. So SoftBank's solution that combines the strength of AI and people is probably ideal. They are still fine-tuning the system so that operators can accurately understand how the callers feel while still being shielded from abusive language. Perhaps other features will also be added by the time it is expected to be put into use next year. So it makes me think of that guy. There's a TikTok where a guy pretends to be a customer service rep and he has a mute button. And so he's like super strategic on the mute button. So he'll say like, "We're so sorry to hear about your experience." And then he'll mute it. "Being a fucking dumbass, doesn't know how to use our product, unmute. We'd like to make it up to you by," and he just keeps hitting the mute button and like insulting them. And he's like super good at like the performative aspect of it, where like it's like every other word he's like hitting the mute button. So like you can tell that if you were to hear it without the fucking and like stuff being added, that it would actually sound like a normal sentence as long as you muted it perfectly with the words, right? That's kind of what I think of, is like people, they're going to start turning it on in reverse, and they're going to start talking condescendingly to the customers, but the customers are going to hear the demure soft voice telling them it's okay, like. Anyway, you guys have any thoughts on that? Any chats we want to?
No.
All right, let me go back to screen sharing the normal way.
Japanese ASMR AI.
All right, in Kickstarter news, we just got to look at the fact that there ain't no fucking way Blastomuff's getting made. Whoa! An Instagram post by Stephen J. Bloom couldn't even get it to 20 grand. Yeah, watch the last podcast for this. It's Dog shit. Anyway, also, the first music album manga, Dray X Fujimura, also appears like it's not going to get there in 7 days. So thank God I don't have to buy that manga. All right. In other news, Hololive Night is coming to Dodgers Stadium. What? So Cover Corp has announced a collaboration between Hololive Productions and the Los Angeles Dodgers, celebrating with a Hololive Night on July 5th, the second day of Anime Expo this year, at 7:10 p.m. Pacific time. Gargura, Usada Pokora, and Hoshimachi Suisei will be making announcements over the PA system and welcoming guests to the stadium that evening. There will also be life-sized cutouts for photo opportunities, a Hololive-themed drone show, and even special collaboration merch available on site. During the game at the bottom of the 7th inning, Gargura will be singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." I didn't read these before. This is incredible. And you get the ticket package. Comes with the Hololive trading card pack, where you get to buy. You get included with your purchase the Hoshimachi Suisei, Usada Pokora, and Gargura baseball cards. Fuck. So you just so you know, in order to buy this, and this is linked both in the doc and also in that article we were just looking at. You have to buy it through this specific offer. If you buy it from another site that you buy tickets from, you will not get the cards. Okay. So you have to do buy now, and then you have to put in enter code Hololive. Okay. And then it takes you to a place where you can buy a ticket if you wanted to do this. I bought tickets, although I don't think I'm going to be able to go, but I have a backup plan because I have friends who like the Dodgers who are going to be going to get my cards for me.
Wow.
Yeah. But now I want to go because Gargura is going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
I'm sure they'll have a recording of it you can watch.
The entire reason that I wanted to do this is because Dan is coming with me to Anime Expo again this year, and he loves Gargura, right? So I'm like, we fucking have to do this, right? So I bought the tickets, and I'm going to have somebody else get them, but now I kind of wish I had the opportunity to go. The only problem is because it's at 7, it's like, Jesus, man, I just don't want to have to go from Anime Expo all day to Dodger Stadium at 7 p.m. for a ball game that could last, 2.5, 3 hours, with the drone show and all that. Like, that just doesn't sound like a
and
good
having to
use of my
climb all the
time.
way up to the nosebleed section.
Yeah, especially because my in-laws will be watching my kids, and they already can't watch it. Like, literally, we get phone calls. My wife and I will be like, we have to go do an errand that we can't bring the kids to. The in-laws will call us 30 minutes in, like, "Are you almost done? Please come back and get your kids." So I just don't think I could even, like, this is already pushing it. Like, I have to be back before this time to relieve them of their duty. So I just can't do it. But I really look forward to that Gargura "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" experience.
No problem. Have a seat.
right.
You at some point. Take me out to the ball game.
I can't wait to hear the English, So in addition, we've been sort of talking about Shohei Ohtani, who plays for the Dodgers. He plays for the Dodgers, right? Yeah. I don't know why he's wearing red. Is that a Dodger? I don't play sports. I don't follow sports. So I've got no. I want to share this with you. We are going to get copyright claims, so talk over it as much as possible.
Gargura doesn't have a Japanese accent?
No.
Oh, she doesn't?
No.
Clearly, you're a fan.
Dan likes her. I like the Pokora girl with the carrot in the ear that we covered in that one anime that they had to, like, erase her from. Fucking ridiculous. Anyway, I'm going to play the video here.
There's one driven to right down the line toward the corner. That is foul.
Put a little indentation into the can of Coors Light.
Like the freaking, what is it, the Giants? They like the Giants, but I
Shohei Ohtani. He's the greatest baseball talent in the history of the sport of baseball.
He is to Japan what Messi is to Argentina.
Yeah. So here's what they did when, rather than fixing the panel, they turned it into a marketing stunt.
They make up a commemorative series of cans. It has a locked out area, like when Shoei broke their neon sign.
That's a smart move instead of making with red light.
Coors Light has done some of the best reactive marketing I've seen in a while.
The top 5 best marketing campaigns in sports history.
It's especially impressive because Coors Light is not even the official beer of MLB, nor is Shohei Ohtani a Coors Light sponsored athlete.
Unbelievable.
We
must buy them out. You get a
For やること早いですよね。8月26日のこのハプニングを逆手にとって。
No, so this is the thing. Coors Light has never been out in Japan until this moment.
You would think that the advertising for some
blockbuster. That's fucking amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Holy
the thing that,
shit.
like I was saying, was it Bud Light that did the stupid Dylan Mulvaney fucking tray? Yeah.
So, way to bury the competition, right? Because Bud Light shoots themselves in the foot so fucking hard. It's like they used an anti-tank rifle when they did it, right? And then Coors Light,
it's like hold my beer.
Effortlessly comes in here. Because Shohei Ohtani is seen as the greatest baseball player that's ever lived. He is, I think it was like they offered him the highest contract ever in the history of baseball, and he turned it down because the way that baseball works, there's like a system for how each person gets paid. And if he took that contract, it would actually have reduced the pay that all of his teammates got. So he actually took a lower rate to make sure that his teammates got taken care of. And it's just like, it's fucking insane. Like the tour de force that this guy is, and the fandom, because he's like, we've been covering him because he required a translator, because he came from Japan, right? And for those of you who don't know, baseball is also Japan's pastime, apparently. They fucking love it over there. And because of this incident, now Coors Light is being sold in Japan and is becoming one of the most popular beers in Japan, just simply because that's how easy the Japanese are manipulated by idols, right? No. So anyway, yeah, it's just fucking incredible, though. Like, this is exactly the kind of thing where I often talk about, before we fired the office bitch, the company that I currently work for is a small business with all the benefits of being a small business. That for some reason the office bitch needed to be run like a Fortune 500 company in terms of like cutting the legs off of everything that makes a small business, the benefits of being small, right? The tightly coordinated action of shifting gears and turning on a dime. You work on a project all day, and then the very next day, it's like, we have to go a different direction with it. Okay, well, because I'm the only one fucking working on it, it's not that hard to pump the brakes and turn around, right? But if you have an entire team of people working on it and it's being outsourced, that's a fucking nightmare. And you got to stay the course on some shit, even when a better opportunity arrives. This is precisely the kind of thing where they saw the opportunity and they fucking took it, and beyond their wildest dreams, the success they've experienced.
Whoever pitched the idea to, hey, let's just black out a portion of the can.
It's so fucking easy, right? All they have to do is take the document that is already used to print and just add the black square. Yeah. That's all they fucking had to do. It's the easiest thing in the world.
Imagine the intern who came to the board with the idea or whatever, like the one person who said, let's do this.
This is like that guy, the intern or whatever, who pitched to the board that if they put one less olive in the jar, they would save like over $1 million a year. And all you're doing is taking one out, just one, right? And they did the math on it and found out that if we sold our jars of olives with one single less olive, then that one minus all those, you can produce that many more jars of olives.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like your profits skyrocket, or like the guy who invented Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Right. I don't know if you guys have heard this story, but like I don't know if it was like the janitor or something. He used to take home the food that was manufactured at the plant for like Doritos and Cheetos and stuff that had gone stale and was going to be thrown out. And he would take it home and add spices to it to make it more flavorful for the Mexican family that he had. And it was so good, he pitched it in a meeting and it became the most popular snack that they have. You know what I mean? So, yeah, brilliant. I just like anytime something like this happens, I want to share the sheer brilliance of it just because it's my hat's off to them. Anyway. All right, let's pick up some ground here. Let me show you some things here. Okay. All right, Amazon officially greenlit a Tomb Raider TV series penned by Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny star Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Of course.
So remember how we were just talking about how you could shoot yourself in the foot by putting someone like Dylan Mulvaney in your market? Yes, Amazon has not learned. So none of this is actually important in terms of like the headline says it all, but there is one part of here I just want to share. They said, notably, Amazon's Tomb Raider series is set to be just one part of the company's planned Tomb Raider universe, an interconnected media endeavor that will connect through various television, film, and video game projects. Though Waller-Bridge is primarily working on the television series, word has also circulated that she could also be involved in the potential movie, although the television series is the only Tomb Raider universe entry yet to have been officially announced. Weird, because Amazon is producing this, and Netflix has a Tomb Raider anime. Oh, and by the way, anime is that fancy term that they use to describe things animated in Texas that Adi Shankar's team worked on that has absolutely nothing to do with anime. All right, let's cover this.
And the top comment agreed with you.
What's up?
Oh, the top comment on the Twitter thread, like the very top thing was like, it's not an anime.
Fuck, I lost
they should call it anime.
Right? Coining that phrase. Oh, yeah. Mecha J, shout out. Top comment because I follow you.
Well, sorry. I just wanted to point out that.
No, cool. No,
the top comment that I saw was like, yeah, this isn't an anime. By any stretch of
I know what you're talking about because that's how I knew it was being animated in Texas because it was a quote tweet, not a top comment. But I shared the discussing film thing. Anyway, cool. So put that in the doc. All right, let's talk about Netflix announces Bet. And I'm not even kidding. Bounding in Comics is wrong here. It is called Bet. But for some reason, it's being like the brand identity of it is that it's written in all caps. Where's the... Yeah, Netflix sets cast for Bet. Which when I read that is BET. You know, the Black Entertainment TV Network. So naturally, Netflix announces Bet, a live action and race swapped adaptation of Japanese manga Kakegurui, Compulsive Gambler. So
it's a shame that they have to attach the IP to it because if they just said, "Oh, we were inspired by Kakegurui," and not like we're making an adaptation that features a diverse cast of
people, probably won't want to watch it.
Exactly. See, but that's the irony here. This is a fucking gamble because on the one hand, you could make something like Edge of Tomorrow that is based on a Japanese light novel that is actually a pretty kick-ass movie, and most people don't even know it's based on All You Need Is Kill. Right? You could do that. Or if you don't have faith that you're going to make a kick-ass thing, you can sucker people into checking it out by comparing it in the headlines that get written about it to a popular anime that is one of your biggest hits on the platform, right? So so that seems the gamble here, is that they're thinking, well, we've run the numbers, and not telling people it's based on Kakegurui will probably net us less hate views than just telling people we're basing it on Kakegurui, right? It's funny, one of the top comments I saw to the tweet announcing it was, something tells me this is going to be a lot more Cowboy Bebop than One Piece. So in an apparent proof that their respectful handling of One Piece was more of a fluke than their standard, Netflix has given the green light to a live-action, race-swapped miniseries adaptation of the popular Japanese gambling manga Kakegurui Compulsive Gambler. Written by Homura Kawamoto and illustrated by Toru Naomura, Kakegurui centers on the prestigious Hyakao Private Academy. I'm like, oh, there's no other K in that part. An elite Japanese high school whose social hierarchy is determined not by students' talents or achievements, but rather their success in the student council's underground gambling ring. Enter Yumiko Yabami, a transfer student with a knack for strategy and a compulsion to chase the thrills that gambling has to offer. Okay, real quick, I just need to address the fact that there's nothing inherently sexual about what she's doing here, yet it kind of feels really lewd.
Isn't that the whole
I mean,
show?
I feel like that's Kakegurui in a nutshell. It's like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Is
right?
that
So,
why they made it? Because they want to see black people doing a hahegao or something?
Yeah, so I'm just saying that the artist, this is sort of what we were talking about with Squally, about how like there's the X factor to anime that they are surgically removing and pretending that the appendix is still there, right? And it shows, right? This is one of those things where it's like there's something sexually charged about the artwork, you know. All right, so let's say it says here, throwing herself into the school's secret pastime, a string of victories results in Yumeko drawing the ire of the student council themselves, all of whom, again, good job, find themselves growing uneasy with the potential threat that the raven-haired high roller presents to their status. Okay, so she is Jabami or whatever the fuck her name is. Yumiko.
Yeah. Have you not watched this show?
Yumeko.
I haven't yet. I thought, for some reason, when I looked, she seems like such a Chad that I assumed she was the pompous student council girl and not the newcomer who kicks their ass. You know? Also, the fact that she's like seducing the other. Ballsy move.
I mean,
this is a power move that you can only make if you are the Chad student council. Like,
well, let's remember here. Things like When They Cry on their art box have like the twins doing their incest pose. Okay, this is promotional artwork. I'm sure in the show they don't actually look at the camera and they're like, "Ooh, we're about to."
Have you seen the show?
Nope.
I've seen season 1, and like the only thing I actively remember is not this blonde, but another blonde, like getting so frustrated she bites her nails and rips all of her friggin' fingernails off.
Wow.
That is
it's sexually charged. I don't know about these two
two
being like. I can think of on one hand one single moment where they might have had a scene like this, but it's mainly just like teases. It just baits you
like horrifying disfigurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this got released by Sentai on disc, right? But it was the Sentai dub instead of the Netflix dub, obviously.
No, they just used the Netflix dub. They said, screw the Sentai dub. We'll just have that on streaming or something. Why'd we make it?
Anyway, my
I don't give a
reason
shit
for
about.
asking is Watch Party One. Watch Club One. Anyway.
I don't give a shit about this Netflix live action thing, but I do want another season of this anime. That'd be great.
Where they go all the way.
Didn't they do a spin-off series, Kakegurui Twin or something?
something. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a live action series in Japan, a live action movie in Japan at least.
We all want the third season so they can call it Triple X or whatever, right?
Kakegurui XXX.
Kakegurui XXX. I think that's the porn parody.
No, this is the real one. The porn parody is Kakegurui XXXXXXX.
Oh. What a failed opportunity.
Can you give me the code in the private chat, Rita?
All right. Throwing herself into the school secret pastime. I think I read this right. A string of victories results in Yumeko drawing the ire of the student council themselves, all of whom find themselves growing uneasy at the potential threat of the raven-haired high roller presents to their status. Seeking to preserve their seats of power, the student council respond to Yumeko's arrival by agreeing to make a concerted and collective effort, and often dishonest effort, to keep her under their heel. Unfortunately for them, they soon discover that not only is Yumeko an amazing gambler, she's also not one to take such personal slights lying down. This is the weirdest art.
Do they bet on who comes first or something? Like,
yes, that's how.
Not quite.
In the porn parody, you mean?
In the porn parody, maybe.
In the porn parody, do they bet on who lasts the longest? Oh, I see. So she's got like, these are supposed to be cards and roulette.
Yeah.
And whatever. Yeah, okay. A fan favorite series, Kakegurui, has been translated into an anime, a live action TV drama, I was right, and a pair of live action films, all of which have been produced in Japan. And now, thanks to Netflix, the manga will be able to add live action Western TV series to its history of adaptations.
Can you imagine being the author and getting that pitched to you? It's like, we want to make another live action of your thing. But here's the cast.
So per a May 30th exclusive of The Hollywood Reporter's Ethan Vlessing, a 10-episode live-action TV adaptation of Kakegurui. So it isn't going to be a movie. It is actually a series. I don't know if I read that. Did it?
They have Japanese movies.
Yeah, I guess it didn't say. I just assumed it was going to be a movie, but because they never actually said it's a series until that moment. Anyway, TV adaptation of Kakegurui, which rather than bearing the series' original name, will instead be titled Bet. Now, look, I don't care if you speak Japanese or not. Is Bet. Like, that sounds like a hipster, like, that food is the bomb. Haha, bet.
Bet.
So you think this is basically if they called the series Sus for Nagatoro live action?
They should have called it something like I don't know, like Gambler's Den or something.
Gambling Horrors.
I don't know. There's a million better names than Bet. Right? Like, hello, fellow.
Well,
kids.
if it was titled Bet, yeah, then that'd be that. But it's just titled Bet.
Bet.
Helmed by Warrior Nun showrunner Simon Barry and Canadian production studio Boat Rocker Media, Bet will star Miku Martineau, Kate 2021, whatever the fuck that is, Io Solanke, Almost Unsolved, Eve Edwards of the Boarding School Murders, Clara Alexandrova of Million Little Things, Hunter Cardinal of Raven's Song, Anne Wen O'Driscoll, You Can Live Forever, Aviva Mongo, One Up, and Ryan Sutherland, Date for Cry. Date for Sigh? And look, I just want to say real quick, I have never heard of any person or thing mentioned in this entire paragraph except for the word Canadian. Like, as of
I've heard of
writing,
Warrior Nun.
I just realized the middle one's going to be a gender swap too, or a transgender swap. I should say.
Wait, what? I would assume the middle one is. Oh, I would assume the middle one is going to take place of the male character in the show.
No. They're going to make them both trans. The male character is going to be a transition into a female, and then the male or the female is going to be transitioned into male.
I feel like this is going to be like, a black student got accepted into Yale and infiltrated Skull and Bones, where they gambled the pants off of the white people. You know, like
Actually, this guy is actually Yasuke. He's a historical representation.
Oh, no,
He did actually exist.
I would die if
He's
they
a retainer. He's the one that holds all the money. He retains the money.
Would it be even funnier if the story is actually like the Black Revolutionary students come in and take all the money from the Jewish students?
Japan's problematic.
What race do you think this girl is? She looks like half Asian, half something else, but I can't put my finger on it. Her name was Miku Martineau, maybe French?
Definitely Asian.
Filipino?
At some point.
There's definitely some Asian in her. Anyway.
You could
I
say
think
she has some rice at some point.
I mean, if she's going to be playing the main girl, I think that's a valid casting. The other two are.
I'll take it. It's going to be very awkward. It's going to be very awkward when the Asian girl gets into college, despite the DEI affirmative action, and then steals all the money of the black students. Though, like, she's taking back her rightful place in college campus.
No. That's what they're going to do, but they're going to do it because it's like, see, this is why we can't accept the Asians. That's the propaganda into the colleges.
Well, we aren't going to make that mistake again. Expelled, right?
Why did you let that? Why are you Jason in here? She's stealing all our money.
So it says here, as of writing, Netflix has yet to confirm which role each respective actor will be portraying. However, it is currently assumed the Japanese Martineau will play Yumiko, while the African-American Solanke and Edwards will, good job, respectively star as race-swap versions of Yumiko's gambling partner Mary Saotome and her unlucky friend Ryota Suzui. Production on Bed is currently underway in Toronto, or Tortono. Is that a real place?
Of course, would be responsible.
The DI higher representative.
Meanwhile, Kanken-Karu's aforementioned creators Kawamoto and Naomura have yet to offer public comment on this latest adaptation of their work.
Yeah, Netflix
My
paid us
comment
a
would
lot
be,
of money to
well,
shut
they're
the fuck
paying
up.
me.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think they're going to take bets? All right, I got one more thing to share with you. Attack on Titan, the musical, heads to New York with exclusive Crunchyroll pre-sale.
That looks cringe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can listen to the music, I guess, but...
Let me show you.
It's not going to be Hiroyuki Sawano's music, though.
If you can believe it, there is something in here that's even more cringe. Attack.
Are we going to get copyright strike for this one?
Yes.
Oh. Great.
Well, we're not getting the audio, so that's good.
This is 5 times
Hold on,
more
wait.
cringe than I expected, actually.
I felt that a musical was the perfect medium to express the story of Attack on Titan. A comic by Hajime Isayama, the original author of the manga.
My mother was eaten by a titan.
Did he
And I got
make that
depressed.
statement while under the influence of alcohol or any other substance?
Maybe he made that statement while his dick was getting sucked by the showrunner.
It feels like this is taken out of context. What he actually says was, I felt like a musical was the perfect medium to express the story of Attack on Titan. Says no one.
Yeah, I always joke.
Says Hajime Isayama.
I always joke that, you know how like DVDs used to have like critic quotes on the back to help sell the movie? So Karos, and I've said this like probably 10 times on the podcast over the course of the 200 and almost 60 episodes we've been doing, but Karos says ... like Batman Begins, end quote. And my thought has always been, what's the full quote? A piece of garbage that takes itself too seriously, like Batman Begins. You know what I mean? Like at what point are you just not having any positive quotes? So you have to like snip out just like 2 words of another quote. Anyway, I just thought that was too funny that he's like, yeah, it's the perfect way to experience Attack on Titan. The best medium for it has always been a musical.
The colossal titans at the wall. He's destroyed it. Destroyed it.
I wish I had talked to you about this beforehand, so we could have gone through Suno or Udio to write a musical about Attack on Titan. If you would like to get on that right now, that would be something we could definitely debut.
Don't do it.
Did you see the Nick did a so my friend who got us into Udio, he did a musical of Avatar The Last Airbender, and he used as B-roll for the music, he used the scene from the show where there's a play telling you the events of the story up to that point. Right? There's like a part in the story where
the Ember Island players.
Yeah. So he played the song and had the video of it be that. And like it went somewhat viral on TikTok and whatnot because of it. Anyway.
JT Vegas says Gar is German.
Gar?
The girl. Fucking VTuber. Whatever.
Gargura.
Oh, Gargura. Okay.
Yeah.
I never got that from her voice, but okay.
They have to turn everything into a meme magic marketing. Hey, it's viral. It's successful.
When you hit the nail on the head, I don't even care if you're like, I mean, I would promote even my worst enemy if they like hit a home run that strongly as Coors Light did. Like that's fucking worth, that's worth celebrating.
Coors Light hit a stronger home run than Shuhei Ohtani.
Okay, yeah, because that was actually a foul ball, if I'm not mistaken. So, Luigi, welcome back. Good to see you. It is possible that Netflix are making live-action anime without a license. Boycott them to save anime. Well,
probably not. I don't think they dropped the actual name of the thing like that.
Kotuti says, why not remove 10 olives? Well, don't give them any
That's where I was thinking logically. The power creep would get to where you're only shipping one olive.
That is called shrinkflation, right? But I think the idea behind it was like the math made sense that they were struggling to produce the amount that they needed, but by putting one less olive in each jar, they were able to hit and exceed the amount they needed, and it didn't cost them any extra money or whatever. Something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know the full story, but that was the general idea. It's an anime, then a live action. Okay. Warrior Nun, Ben Dunn of anime. Oh. I remember watching anime reviews in San Antonio Cable Access. They show clips of fan sub anime. They show Legend of Galactic Heroes. Wow. I heard Toronto pay for these productions, but it must be diverse. So
they do offer like huge tax incentives to have. Yeah.
So it's kind of similar to the whole ESG thing, right? So ESG guarantees you a return on your investment regardless of how badly your thing flops. That's kind of why people do it. The way you can get, like if you want to affect change, right? And you're extreme hardcore commie leftist, and you got into power, and you're the governor of a state or something, you have the authority to offer these tax breaks, right? So if your tax break comes with the stipulation, like, but wait, have to have minorities in every role or something, then the companies will still chase it because the tax break means that they get to keep their profit, So, yeah, it could be. Very well could be. It's like making Bible Black the musical. Bible Black the musical when. Let's do it. All right.
So
I've grown a
speaking of
dick.
ESG or whatever.
Oof.
You remember how we have the C11 or whatever? Apparently it's been at least delayed like a year, but they also, like, it was bad enough that it was just like, oh, we're going to affirmative action like Canadian content or whatever. But there's a new two stipulations I think they added that's like we also want to make sure we target marginalized groups like the indigenous and blah blah blah. So it's like, okay, even better. So they're gonna exclusively uplift the indigenous Canadians for everyone. So it's like you have subgroups of Canadians that aren't even getting the same representation or whatever. But either way, it looks like that thing's not going to even go through at the rate it's going. So that's good.
I just want to point out how awesome it has been to have a computer that can handle tabs. Cool. All right. Exclusive. The Walt Disney Company's RISE program grants money to filmmakers based on religious beliefs. Oh, a perfect follow-up to the Toronto Forces woke ideology in terms of the tax break thing. So the Walt Disney Company appears to be financially benefiting and more young filmmakers who profess belief in Islam. It's part of a little-known program within the company called RISE, and it's led by someone with an interesting background. ThatParkPlace.com was sent a tip by a reader. What's up?
Sorry.
Something you want to share with the class?
Continue. I'll get back to you.
Whoever's under his table tickling his feet, please stop. He doesn't like that. ThatParkPlace.com was sent a tip by a reader that has turned out to be quite the interesting situation for the Walt Disney Company. According to information we've received, Disney may be acting in a way that could reasonably be considered stifling to those of Christian, Jewish, and other religious beliefs. It all comes down to a program that is awarding significant funds and assistance to those who profess Islam as their worldview. While at first we were stunned to even consider that this was real, it turns out it is real and publicly available for
Israel?
us to confirm. About 2 months ago, Disney put out the following statement. The Walt Disney Company and Sundance Institute, the nonprofit organization behind Sundance Film Festival and Sundance Labs, announced the first cohort of the Sundance Institute, the Walt Disney Company Muslim Artist Fellowship. This fellowship program aims to provide 4 Muslim artists with year-round comprehensive creative and tactical support, enabling them to cultivate their skills and advance within the industry. And they called it RISE? Why not Kofefi? Wasn't that the thing when Trump tweeted out Kofefe that somebody was like, it's Arabic for we must rise up or whatever? Disney's support of the Muslim Artist Fellowship is part of Disney Future Storytellers, an initiative to deliver the company's commitment to empower the next generation of storytellers and innovators. Through social investments and programs that provide inspiration and hands-on experience, Disney is helping today's up-and-coming storytellers dream about their future, build their talents and skills, and become who they imagine they can be. Quote, we are honored to join forces with the Sundance Institute to launch the Muslim Artist Fellowship, an initiative that reflects our shared dedication to fostering the next generation of filmmakers, expressed Maheen Ibrahim, Director of Creative Talent Pathways, Representation and Inclusion Strategies at Disney. Is that RISE? Representation and Inclusion Strategies? Through this collaborative effort, we aim to amplify the diverse perspectives of these artists while empowering them to propel their careers and craft compelling narratives that resonate with audiences worldwide. As part of this initiative, each artist is provided with an unrestricted grant of $15,000 and individualized support to facilitate the advancement of their projects. As a Sundance Institute grantee, The fellowship also extends exclusive opportunities for networking and community building events, allowing artists to connect with fellow creatives and industry professionals. Our collaboration with the Walt Disney Company will help further opportunities to uplift Muslim artists and their narratives. Supporting these artists through a bespoke fellowship will not only elevate Muslim representation, but also bring more visibility to their stories, said Hajnal Molnar Zakax. Wow, what a name. Sundance Institute's Director of Artists Accelerator and Women at Sundance programs. We're thrilled to launch this new initiative to provide support to these 4 talented artists. Kamau Bilal, I don't even want to, no, fuck it, who cares? A look into the recipients of these unrestricted grants reveals that they are not all of the same ethnicities, races, geographic locations, nor races. What? Fuck. They're not part of the same ethnicities, races, geographic locations, or races. Good job. The recipients seem to solely be allowed into this category of grant beneficiary via their professed status of Muslim, a term that denotes belief and adherence to Islam. However, looking into these individuals also brings about the question of how Disney determined who was a Muslim and who wasn't. For example, one reference in the press release to a project by a Muslim grant recipient is clear that their project is similar to She-Ra and the Princess of Power, a cartoon with strong lesbian themes. While we take no position on She-Ra nor its messages in this article, we're cognizant that many Muslim belief systems would not be keen to promote such a theme. It appears that this grant program is driven with... Okay, hold on. Okay. See, as I'm reading this, I'm thinking that they're saying, okay, so yeah, the project is Catradora. And I'm like, I don't know, this seems pretty gay. No, but Catradora is a She-Ra and the Princess of Power spinoff, so that's why it's there. It appears that this grant program is driven via a department/initiative inside the Walt Disney Company that has, up until this point, received very little scrutiny from our coverage. RISE, Representation and Inclusion Strategies, I got it, is a large effort within Disney that crosses studios, departments, and even subsidiaries. It appears to be a well-funded, cohesive push within the company that ensures non-white, non-European, non-Judeo-Christian stories and personalities are promoted to a tremendous extent. Maria Bainji is the vice president over at RISE, and she certainly has an interesting background. A graduate of the University of California, Irvine, Miss Bainji was most recently the leader of a company called Harness, which worked to generate gender justice in the entertainment industry through collaborations and iterations with corporate leaders and activists. Bainji also has a past that may give some folks pause. For example, in 2007, Bainji is recorded as having said, quote, get this, we're not against Jews, we're against Zionists. For those of you who might not know, that would mean that Mrs. Bainji was very publicly against those who advocate for the continuation of the existence of Israel. At least that's the traditional meaning of Zionist. The statements grow far more worrisome looking into additional quotes from that time period of her life. According to a 2007 article from Forward, Bainji, probably her, who is also communications director of MSA West, said that the person who spoke to demonstrators outside the pipe speech was a former student who was, quote, speaking as an individual, referring to the speaker's remark about wiping out Israel. Bainji said, quote, he was talking about the political apparatus of Israel, not the people there. I don't think anybody condones the mass murder of thousands of people. She said that her club has invited Ali to campus more than once because of the fact that he represents a viewpoint that is not normally represented in the mainstream. He is somebody that stands behind his words rather than just speaks. There are definitely statements that he makes that we would not agree with. but she expressed skepticism regarding charges that Ali is anti-Semitic. Quote, anything that is anti-Semitic is really wrong. We don't stand for hate speech whatsoever, she said. I personally have not heard anything where he has said anything along that line. I think sometimes some of the things he says get taken out of context. Simping hard for the anti-Semite, are we? Any thoughts on this so far?
Nope.
Cool. Just making sure you guys are still here because it's got so quiet. The Ali individual defended by Bangi in the article is Amir Abdel Malik Ali, and according to Discover the Networks, is a supporter of Hamas and Hezbollah. What? A fervent admirer of the famed Nation of Islam leader Malcolm X, Malik Ali is the leader of the As-Sabiquin movement, which is inspired by Malcolm's work and life. He is also part of the Al-Masjid movement, which is dedicated to creating an Islamic revolution in the United States. His ultimate goal is to see Islamic law instituted in America, and he refers to those who oppose his objective as poop butts. Oh, fuck. What biting commentary of his detractors. Poop butts. I'm sorry, how old is he? 4? From an Islamic movement, we graduate to Islamic revolution, he says, then to an Islamic state. We must implement Islam as a totality in which Allah controls every place, the home, the classroom, the science lab, the halls of Congress. This is just unbelievable to me. This is Disney. This is Disney funding this. Disney, who has gay pride parades at Disney World, like Disney, who promotes their not so secret queer agenda to their own words. Like, this is fucking Disney doing this. This might be a situation of a company that's too big to know what each hand is doing, you know? Malik Ali is a favorite guest speaker of UC Irvine's Muslim Student Union. In 2002, he told an MSU audience, quote, Israel wants Palestinians to have their own state. It's beyond that now. No, that's off the table. One state, majority rules, us, the Muslims. Poop butts be warned. In 2019, Bangi was deeply intertwined with the entertainment industry, as well as appearing at events featuring trans community leaders, Black Lives Matter founders, and Muslim ban detractors, etc. She bragged that companies like NBC were told by her group at the time, "You're going to pay us, and we're going to pay our communities." This was revealed during a panel that she participated in called The Road to Decolonization. And of course, decolonization often refers to the attempts to eradicate European/white culture. Bangi has also been deeply involved in pushing something called gender justice in the entertainment industry. In 2020, she participated in a highly political video conference where she laid out her thoughts on gender equity and anti-racism, not only in entertainment, but also at the ballot box. According to On the Red Carpet, Bangi's Rise department is so influential at the Walt Disney Company that she literally oversees every production the company has at any given time, even to the point of having significant control and input. What the fuck? How? That's often over 200 productions at any given time over the full span of the company. And every single one of these productions seems to be under the watchful eye of someone who appears to have an extremely partisan and controversial worldview over the last 2 decades. Perhaps it is no wonder that Disney has gone so far in a particular ideological direction with many of its entertainment offerings. As Vice President of Representation and Inclusion Strategies at the Walt Disney Studios, some of Maria Bangi's responsibilities include overseeing hundreds of film productions from company entities such as 20th Century Studios, Pixar, Marvel Entertainment, Lucasfilm, and more. Are you telling me that this right here, this specific individual, is the entire reason that Disney has gone down the toilet in every one of these avenues? Given the apparent views of Bangi, She's like the shadow behind Kathleen Kennedy. Given the apparent views of Bangi and their strong connection with what many would call the extreme left, it begs the question about even what types of Muslim adherents would be allowed to receive the grants mentioned at the beginning of the article. Beyond just the ethical issues one might have regarding a publicly traded corporation gifting young people tremendous support for religious beliefs, a reasonable question might be whether or not particular doctrinal beliefs within the religion might provide weight upon who is gifted such monies and support. Wouldn't it be crazy if it turns out that they're actually giving money to random people and that money is not actually being used to produce anything, but it's being funneled back to Hamas or something? Like it's a terrorist fundraising organization masquerading as a film grant?
Oh, that for sure happened already. I don't know about the specific thing, but 100%, like all that fucking like aid in the like omnibus bills and shit.
Yeah.
Half of that shit's going to terrorists.
Like it actually sounds like when Black Lives Matter does a fundraiser, but it's like the actual use of the money is fully corrupt and abhorrent.
They said the Ukraine, it was initially, they might have got better, but like I think a year in, it was like something like at least 60%, it might have even been higher. 60% was just going to corruption. Like all the money US was sending, 60% was going to corruption, paying off corrupt businessmen, paying the Nazi people there, the
Azov battalion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says here, and then of course there's the issue of equity and/or equality. Is Disney grifting huge sums of money to young Jewish writers? What about Christians? What about Hindus, Taoists, right? The idea of Muslims, there's no real Taoist. They don't. The idea of Muslims being a minority in need of some special financial support doesn't seem supported in consideration of the fact Islam is the second largest religion in the world. So why is it that a department led by a Muslim woman is bestowing unrestricted grant money from Disney to those who share her particular faith? It's called nepotism. That's what it is. That's 100%. This is just the beginning of our look into the RISE program at Disney. Much as Reimagine Tomorrow represents a deeply ideological, partisan, anti-conservative, anti-traditional activism within the company, RISE appears to be even more so. Well, we'll keep investigating this, and we look forward to discovering what else has been going on at the company that's supposed to be interested in creating entertainment for the widest swath of consumers possible. Damn. The rest of this is just like, give us details if you know more. Holy shit. That was even more egregious than I thought it was going to be. If I were you, I would not have opted for the hijab just because you're like 3.5 heads wide. The hair would have helped. Anyway, Mamoru Oshii's Angel Egg is getting a North American 40th anniversary screening in 2025. So G-Kiz acquired it. They got the North American rights, so they're going to be putting it in theaters, which I'm thrilled about because that means I get to do a first impressions video about it.
Something's kind of shocking is how they're able to like do what other companies haven't, like
right?
What was it, Ava? And now this, it's like, what the hell are they doing? How?
They have got to be particularly skilled at fellatio, right? Like, that is the only how, and it's amazing to me that a company called G Kids is the one getting all this shit.
Yeah. Problem is that they have the whole shout discs suck or whatever problem, but
yeah. I have a feeling that Savakis will end up working on this disc, but we'll see. All right. Batman.
Hold on. Before we go into anime news.
We do have a song?
We have a song.
Yes.
I have pasted the link to the song as opposed to making video. It's just quicker.
Okay.
posted in private chat.
All right, I'm moving it.
We got some comments here. Anime should be made in Japan. That is it. Even video games should be made for video game players. Okay.
Wise words.
Reese, Sons of Muhammad's Disney's new game.
What?
Yeah. Does the Gaza game you covered last stream qualify for Reese? Rise.
It's RISE. Yeah, so maybe. Where do you see what we get to cover tonight?
Disney can't even get Muslims to watch Strange Worlds.
Strange Worlds was the one they did that had the gay characters or the lesbian character or whatever. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Right. So that article is actually rather old. I've been holding on to that for a few weeks now, just because there wasn't a place to slot it in. And tonight I just said, fuck it, let's get rid of some stuff. We've done very well at closing out tabs. I finally got to cover that Matt Damon clip. I'm thrilled about tonight. All right, so
you'll have the women's bank account. Hold on, one sec.
Yeah.
3 more comments.
Go ahead.
They will have the women's bank account frozen in 24 hours. Back to Disney donated money to Planned Parenthood. They also plan to make a Blu-ray for Angel Egg.
All right, you ready for the song?
Yeah.
I know you sent it as a link instead, but I don't want to put that link in the doc, so I'm going to do that.
No place to hide. The Titans come to take us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this?
I love the mosaic censorship on the Titans dick. Hajime Isayama was right. This is the perfect way to experience Attack on Titan.
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless inside. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes.
This is how I feel when I'm watching Attack on Titan.
Shattered dreams. Mama, hold on. I'll fight for
Hold
you.
on.
Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar. Destruction in its wake of furious.
Wow.
How did it make those amazing roars?
Oh. What did you tell it to give us that beautiful?
A musical theater song about a Titan attacking a town and eating your mother.
Whoa.
That was the prompt.
Legitimately, I thought you copied the Wikipedia page or something in there because it kept bringing up the roar. And I was thinking of Roar of Awakening, which is the name of the compilation film. So like that was a 10 out of 10. That's the best one we've done so far.
Would roar again.
All right, so Batman Ninja versus Yakuza League anime film sequel announced. I'm thrilled. I don't. Didn't the movie end with him getting back to like Gotham though?
Yeah. Well, he's getting Sword Art Online, where it's like I gotta go back into the video game.
Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully, it's not shit. I'll watch it. All right, Kinnikuman Perfect Origin arc anime begins airing July 7th. So if you wondered if this was batshit insane, I'd like to introduce you to some of the characters you get to watch. There's Strong the Budo, Max Radial, Turbo Man, Dalmatian.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Is his name Spot?
His name is Dalmatian. Dalmatian. No, wait, it's Darumeshi-man. Yeah, it's not Dalmatian. It's Dalmati-man. Dalmatia-man. Wow. There's also Crush Man, Marlin Man, and Peekaboo.
Whoa. Does his cock like flop out?
Yeah, if those hands open, yeah, it looks like it. Pretty damn
this
close.
This guy's hand job game is something else. All right. Anyway, stars shine bright in new Oshi no Ko anime season 2 trailer and visual. Now, I haven't started Oshi no Ko yet, but this is not at all what I expected. Do they fight fucking samurai sword wielding demons?
Don't spoil. Don't answer that, Reese.
Anyway,
I'm going to spoil it. They're actors.
This is a stage play. This was a stage play. Yeah.
Oh.
This is this part of it.
Is it a musical by chance?
No.
I could get on that. I could get on that.
We'll have to see. It's the new season or whatever.
Let's not get on that right now. All right. Because I've got a great place for the other song in the doc, because it can just go right fucking here, right? But I don't have a place for this other one. It'll be stuck in the middle of this. All right. So Quality Assurance in Another World anime releases new trailer featuring theme songs.
And
I don't remember, actually.
It looked like the orange thing.
Oh yeah, what the fuck are these? Why do I feel like Richard Simmons did a fusion dance with Pac-Man? Am I wrong?
Is he still alive?
I think he is. Didn't he finally come out as not gay? It was all an act. Sorairo Utility, which means sky-colored utility. TV anime reveals a new trailer cast. Oh, let's see what it is. Oh, that's right. It's about golf. I swear to God, before 2020, there were maybe 2 golf animes in existence.
Mm-hmm.
And after 2020, there's like 5 now. What's up with that?
like Birdie Wing apparently caught on to something and everything's just a copycat now.
I think they realized, oh my God, when schoolgirls swing the club, their skirts reveal the panties. Right. Something about girls smacking balls. Just it really,
holding shafts and smacking balls.
All right, continuing. Goodbye Dragon Life TV anime announces in October 2024 with new trailer and visual. All right, I want to
ask. Yeah. Just ask the point.
Smash or pass?
Greenland, this is for you.
Pass.
Not a trick question. Pass. Okay.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry about that.
Whoa,
that was off in space.
Pass. Were you? I'm sorry. Did we interrupt your Kakegurui porn parody time?
No, we've not.
Kakegurui.
But on ching.
Gamble on who can unload the most on our hero.
All right, take your bets. All right. All right, smash or pass. Smash or pass?
Oh, pass this one. Goodbye Dragon. Yeah, I don't know much about the Goodbye Dragon.
My question is, does your opinion change when you see the bottom?
fuck?
Does Randy's opinion change? She doesn't have.
I thought you said it was not a trick question.
Now that you see she doesn't have feet, how do you feel?
Okay, honestly, like ignoring the bottom, this picture is a lot better of her than this.
Yeah.
So ignore the bottom, and then I would say, like, yeah, maybe.
I'll motorboat those ballistics.
Do you want to know what catches me off guard a little bit? Not the dragon part as much. Surprisingly, it's
the fact
the
that
font,
she's in
because it
front,
reminds me-
indicating the rest of them are probably going to step on her tail.
right? No, the font actually reminds me of the Seven Deadly Sins. I thought it was a spin-off at first. I'm like, what the hell?
Goodbye, dragon life. Oh, maybe she's like, she was a dragon, but she's transforming into a girl, so she's saying goodbye to her dragon life because all that's left is the tail.
Little Mermaid, by the end of the show, she has legs.
Now Randy's not so sure about it.
Oh shit, there's more.
Randy's like, it was a good series until episode 12. Then I just
when she gets the legs.
I like legs.
Oh, this is a new development.
Those are attached to feet, though. So
yeah.
He's really into those amputees.
I just assumed
by
they were
nature they're
by
sinful.
association. All right, so we'll have to have a conversation.
Hitler had feet.
Yeah. Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night anime shares new visual. Oh, yeah, I shared this because Stealth Weeb. That's why. Actually, now that I look at it, though, I don't know if I can make either of these because of the sleeve colors. We'll see. Fund the podcast, and you will see so much merch. All right, Sakamoto Days Comedy Manga is getting a TV anime. Holy shit! More Stealth Weebifiable merch.
Yes.
Yeah, so Sakamoto Days is basically an assassin retires and gets fat. That's
Fat John. This is Fat Wick.
Yeah.
John Thick. That was
John Thick. Yeah.
I just hope it's not Spy Family. Like Spy Family was like it's so slice of life, like just like, oh, nothing's going on. Yeah. I want it to be like hard. I want shit to go down.
Yeah, please, I need my anime hard. Yeah, so the story is that he retires and gets.
I liked how it went from 4x3 to 16:9 after he retired. Like cinematic when he's being a badass.
Does that go hard enough for you?
Well, I mean,
the freaking
my family has
Holy
a
shit,
few.
Man.
Jiggle physics.
My family has a few action scenes too, right? So it's percentage wise here. We're about the percentages.
I feel like this is probably gonna hit as hard as One Punch Man.
You're sure it's not going to be like we get 6 minutes of Godzilla footage in the movie type deal?
We'll see. Time will tell. In manga news, the Apothecary Diaries manga artist Nekokurage pleads guilty to tax evasion.
Wow. Is it done by Ufotable, the anime?
Right. The artist of one of the manga adaptations of the Apothecary Diaries light novels. There's more than one. pled guilty to tax evasion charges on Friday during the case's first hearing at the Fukuoka District Court. During the hearing, Nekokurage admitted to the charges and stated they had, quote, no intention of evading the tax payments, and they were, quote, planning to pay it all at once later. In the prosecution's opening statement, they stated the defendant began working as a manga artist in 2010, and an acquaintance informed them that they needed to file a tax return on their income, indicating Nekokurage was aware of the need to do so. The prosecution claimed Nekokurage subsequently consulted a tax accountant, but felt that filing the tax return was troublesome, and instead prioritized the manuscript with its nearing deadline. Listen, I can't pay taxes. I have work that it needs to be done.
Just hit me with the fine, I'll pay it all at once, but I'll have to deal with all this bullshit paperwork.
During the hearing, it was also pointed out that Nekokurage had repeatedly filed tax returns for several years without meeting the deadline. A statement from Nekokurage's editor telling them to, quote, make sure to file a tax return or the manga series will be canceled if you cause trouble. And from the original creator of the Apothecary Diaries light novel advising Nekokurage to consult with a tax accountant were read out. Fuck. Nekokurage was indicted by the Fukuoka Regional Taxation Bureau on February 29th on suspicion of not declaring approximately 260 million yen, 1.6 million US dollars in income, and evading about 47 million yen in taxes from 2019 and 2021. Holy fuck. What else do they do? No way is this fucking manga making them that much goddamn money. This is just the amount they owed in taxes. Holy fuck.
I mean, it was one of the more popular ones, right?
Yeah. The anime is really, really good.
Really? It looks like such shit. I skipped talking about it every week. According to the National Tax Bureau, the tax evaded money, which includes income earned from the manga sales, was used to purchase real estate. Nekokurage responded to the allegations in a post on Twitter on April 1st, claiming that they neglected their tax returns due to ignorance. They added that they paid the taxes and fees in full in 2022 as a result of not declaring the income after receiving instructions from the tax office. They have also asked the tax accountants for assistance in filing proper tax returns. Nekokurage clarified that the case is a personal matter and that nothing has to do with the Apothecary Diaries original light novel series author or anyone involved in the manga's creation. God. Holy shit. Whoa. All right. Anybody have thoughts?
Yeah, I have one thing from the comments. OCA Diaries Manga 1. Well, it's not going to be a manga. It's going to be a visual novel. It's called Once Pecked on Another Planet.
Mm-hmm. I'll do a manga
light
adaptation.
novel?
Yeah, it's a light novel.
Oh, light novel.
I think we're going to give you the option to mustard on different objects.
I think we covered that in episode 100. If you're looking for it, by the way, because I think
Flip was on.
Yeah, Flip was on, and it's like, oh, that segment. Oh shit!
Let's read the AC's manifesto. He sent us on Discord.
Yeah, I think Flip had just dipped out of the stream, and then we pull it up. I'm like, oh, thank God, I don't have to do this with a guest on. Anyway, any other chats that we want to cover?
No, not really.
Okay. All right, we got an update. NTV reveals results of investigation into Sexy Tanaka-san live-action series after Hinako Ashihara's death. So as you'll recall, actually, I'm just going to read it because who fucking cares? They're going to tell us anyway. NTV revealed on Friday the results of its internal investigation into the circumstances surrounding the live-action Sexy Tanaka-san series after the show's original manga creator, Hinako Ashihara, died in an apparent suicide in January. The report concluded that while Ashihara stated in a blog post shortly before her death that she had originally set a condition that the live-action adaptation must always stay faithful to the manga, due to miscommunications from the very start of the negotiations and production, that message was never conveyed to the staff of the adaptation. Is this just a recap?
That was about as far as I got. I was like, but I think we can probably just roll with it and say that's probably about it.
I'm going to jump to the investigation results. So according to the investigation, NTV approached Shogakukan regarding the live-action adaptation in February 2023. NTV staff were of the opinion that the adaptation could have an original ending since the manga was unfinished. But Shogakukan staff claimed they instead said that it was fine to have an original ending as long as it followed a story that Ashihara proposed so as to not affect the future of the original manga. The investigation thus revealed that there was a discrepancy between the two sides of the production from the beginning. So Shogakukan revealed during the investigation that they had insisted that it would be difficult to create a live-action adaptation unless the staff hired a scriptwriter who would stay faithful to the original work. But the NTV production team claimed that they never heard this. Regarding Ashihara's blog post, she said that she told NTV through Shogakukan that she had 3 conditions that must be met for the adaptation. The adaptation must be faithful to the manga. Ashihara could work on everything from the plot summary to the dialogue, including for the original ending, so that the future of the manga was not affected. And in general, because nothing from the plot summary and dialogue that Ashihara provided to the staff should be changed, Ashihara could, as necessary, write the scripts herself for the parts original to the live-action adaptation. The investigation revealed that Shogakukan never conveyed these conditions to the NTV staff verbally or in writing during 2 meetings. 2 fucking meetings in March of 2023. NTV staff stated that they were not aware that Shogakukan had said anything about these conditions, and this information was thus never conveyed to the show's scriptwriter. I think about the AI that they're using to soften the angry customers' voices. And I think about how that's exactly the kind of bullshit that causes people to be so weak that when something happens that's upsetting to them, they just fucking kill themselves. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't want to go on living. Oh, they said something mean, I'll just die. I don't know. The report recommended that for the future productions, I skipped something, didn't I? I don't know. I don't think we need to read anymore. We're done. Yay. All right. In games news, Atari bought Intellivision, ending the longest running console war in history. So they announced the purchase of Intellivision brand and a certain games to Intellivision Entertainment. I can't believe either of these companies are still in existence, to be honest with you.
Is this an article dated from like the 90s?
This is from May 23rd. Intellivision Entertainment will rebrand.
Just for clarification, both of these companies are shells
of their former selves, of course.
Not even like they're in different skins. Like both companies have been sold to completely separate companies.
Of course.
They're just names.
The thing I'm just really shocked. I can't believe Intellivision exists anymore. Like that's the thing that really blows my mind.
It didn't for a long time, and then Tommy Tallarico, if you know that guy, he wanted to resurrect it because he grew up with it as a kid, and that was at the peak of the mini console stuff, like the mini NES and the mini SNES, and he wanted to come out with a mini. Well, he kind of initially pitched it as a mini Intellivision, and then he was like, well, no, it's going to be its own thing. It's going to be called an Amico, and it's going to do all this stuff, and it's going to have a weird controller that's just for the Amico, and it only can be on an Amico. And then later on he was like, well, actually it could just be a cell phone if you don't have enough controllers, thus defeating the entire purpose of it. And then they used really shitty Snapdragon CPUs for each controller, and so then each controller was basically just acting like a Android emulator, and the lag was really shitty. And anyway, and then they took a bunch of money, and then they kept doing the like Ponzi scheme of like, yeah, like investors, how about we get some more money? And then they'd use that money to make like a couple prototypes for a couple backers. And they're like, all right, you're early backer people, you're going to get the early prototype. Anyway, and then the company finally like just fell apart.
So you're telling me that Tommy, I don't see Tallarico in here, but you're telling me that he resurrected Intellivision.
Yep.
Instead of ColecoVision to make the Amico with? Like...
Yep.
Just seems like he backed the wrong horse there, because his fucking name is Tallarico. It sounds like Coleco. He could have made the Tallarico Vision. That's what he would have called the console.
Yeah, he was the CEO, but then he stepped down when it became very like he kept holding out and like telling people like, no, don't worry, we're coming. It's gonna come out soon. It's gonna come out. Like they had taken so much pre-order money and like investor money, and they were blowing through it. And he kept telling people like, oh, it's just around the corner. It's just around. And then it was like, no, it's not just around the corner. They fired him as CEO. They got a new CEO, and that guy came in and said, like, we're in a disaster zone right now. We need floaties, and we're treading water. We'll see what we can do. And then this is what they could do. They sold the company to Atari.
It says that Atari purchased the Intellivision brand and certain games from Intellivision Entertainment. Interesting. So they didn't even bother to buy all of them. I mean, maybe most of them suck.
Well, they actually had already sold off a couple to try and tread water. So
that makes sense. Cool. All right. Sony requires PlayStation Network account linking for Sweet Baby Inc. influenced God of War Ragnarök for PC. So this is the new version of PC gaming. You're going to have your PSN account. Thank God none of us live in the 177 countries where you can't do that. An alleged first look at Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League's Mrs. Freeze accused of promoting training. I just got to show you this dog shit. Wow.
That's crazy.
I heard they're denying that it's Mrs. Freeze.
So it's supposed to be Mr.
Freeze?
I believe it is supposed to be a Mr. Freeze.
Is that better?
He's got a buzz cut. I mean, as opposed to bald. It's
no, he's got the like reduced Yu-Gi-Oh hair spike going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense. There is no bulge, but it is Mr. Freeze who's constantly ice cold. So.
Isn't he supposed to be bald usually or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally he's bald, yeah.
Like, I was still surprised that they're even bothering to make content for it, if that's...
Seriously, this game was such a flop. Just shut it down.
Oof.
Anyway. All right. In other news, Warner Brothers Games launches new women and non-binary leadership program in order to, quote, upend the gaming industry's male-dominated characterization. So once again, men build. They build things. People become fans of the things that they build. And your first thought is, we got to get the men out of that thing they built. Fucking goddamn.
And it's also, we got to build what they made, but without the hard work.
I think Drexel said it best when he said, men built the YMCA. Women wanted their own YMCA. So men built the YMCA or the YWCA. But then women decided they still preferred to be at the YMCA and took over
like
the YMCA to the, yeah, exactly like the Boy Scouts, to the point where now there is no YWCA, but the YMCA is a space for women now instead of young men. It stands for Young Men's Christian Association. And it's just filled with e-thought Instagram whores. Anyway, so they said in an announcement that's sure to help the studio rehabilitate its reputation following its recent Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League and live service related debacles, Warner Brothers Games has officially launched a new women and non-binary leadership program with the intended goal of rehabilitating the male-dominated image of the overall video game industry.
Who's running the program? Is it non-binary?
It's okay to be white poster, right? That it's a hate crime to have posted this. And it's like, doesn't that mean that you're implying it's not okay to be white? Like simply existing as a white person is a sin, you know? Revealed to the public courtesy of built-in contributor Bridget Hogan on May 22nd, following the conclusion of its inaugural 6-month run, the leadership program reportedly engaged 25 women and non-binary leaders from across Warner Brothers' 11 global studios. Out of the 11 global studios, there are 25 female or non-binary leaders. How many leaders do you think each global studio has? The answer is at least fucking 2, right? From across Warner Brothers Games, 11 global studios and global
It's
publishing
non-binary, so actually at least 3, right?
With the goal of cultivating career development opportunities for underrepresented individuals in the gaming sector, elevating diverse voices to leadership roles, and shaping a more inclusive future for the industry. Warner Brothers Games, the division of Warner Brothers Discovery, has launched a woman and non-binary leadership program to upend the gaming industry's male-dominated characterization. Central to the program's success is the emphasis on community building and self-reflection. Through a blend of structured workshops and candid conversations, participants found a safe space to share experiences and support one another. Beyond professional growth, the program sparked personal revelations, leading participants to prioritize self-care and embrace opportunities for continuous learning. So, remember how I was talking about how the office bitch like to treat the small company like it was a Fortune 500 company and therefore remove all of the benefits that came from being a small company? So men don't need the safe space to be able to thrive. And so you've removed, yes, men do dangerous things. You know, that's why we don't live as long as women, right? So men built the industry on, you know,
we built this city on rock and roll.
They pioneered the games industry. And then everybody else comes in, but they need like safe spaces and cuddle. What do you call those cuddle sessions?
Struggle sessions?
No, the other one.
The struggle cuddle session.
Snuggle session.
No.
We need to play South Park's Safe Space song.
How about we just write our own safe space song?
Well, we could. we have the power now.
We have the technology.
In discussion of this new leadership program, Hogan reached out to 3 female attendees of its first official event for their thoughts on its offerings and effectiveness. Quote, if you're resistant to a program like this, maybe consider it from a position of self-care. Because of the people I met and how the program was organized, I found I was feeling better each day. It was self-care to learn something new. Even something as simple as finding out that I can access LinkedIn Learning through my company membership helped me grow and find new outlets that are both good for me and help me to feel good. Likewise, another person asserted the value.
Learning.
What's up?
Do you know what LinkedIn Learning is?
No.
Have you ever heard of it?
Is that like you can get a certificate that says you've passed a course on like fucking how to type more than 2 words per minute?
Yeah. I don't know if you ever heard of it before, but there used to be a website called lynda.com.
Mm-hmm.
And LinkedIn bought lynda.com. So now it's LinkedIn Learning. Yeah.
Oh.
But so basically it's just a bunch of online, like you normally have to pay for it, but like in Canada at least, our libraries have deals so you can like
access it from
through your library card. You can access all their shit, and it's just online tutorials on online courses. I
used to use lynda.com. They had free tutorials for things like animating along a curve in After Effects, like 2-minute explanation of that. Yeah, that was big when I was in college. If you're resistant to a program like this, maybe consider it from a position of self-care. Because of the people I met. Oh no, I already read this. Hold on. Likewise, another person said the value that you get from the group shared experiences helps you to know that you're not alone. Having that support outside of your direct team is so beneficial. Now that I have witnessed and experienced it myself, I really do encourage others to seek the same because it really enhanced my working life at Warner Brothers Games. I ended up with so much more than I could have imagined when I began. And says nothing, not a fucking thing to elaborate on any of that. Joining in on her colleagues' praise, a different person said, I came into games full time after a career in licensing spaces where women were the majority.
Why did you leave?
I already had a sense that it was important for me to show up and to be an example that people like me can and should have a seat at the table. Sounds like you're doubting yourself. The program reaffirmed my commitment to bringing more diversity into the industry and doing what I can to let people see an alternative to what they may picture as a games executive.
Wait, she was already at a company where the women were the majority. What? I'm confused.
There's too many women here. I gotta get the fuck out. I need some sausage in my life.
We need more diversity. Hire some men.
I need somebody to sexually harass me right now.
We need someone to wait on us, and his name will be Enrique.
Hurry up and get in this bitch so I can sue you. There are challenges faced by women and non-binary people in the games industry and in other industries as well that are unique but also shared. It's like, I just love how little people actually say. They are like professional bullshit talkers that are unique but also shared. So we had the opportunity to realize that even though our roles were completely different, we still might be facing some of the same challenges, like not belonging here and contributing nothing. To get different perspective from people who are at different places in their journey was really valuable, as we could share personal experiences that offered insights to pass back to people facing those challenges now. As of writing, it is currently unknown which specific Warner Brothers games developers attended the leadership program, nor which of the company's specific divisions they hailed from. Don't care. Anyway, so that's just like the Rise program, but for women and gays. I mean non-binaries. All right. Anyway, just a quick heads up here. Pokemon Go studio that was responsible for the controversial avatar visual changes was hit with layoffs.
What?
Gasp. Are they going to undo them? Doesn't look like it. So Seattle-based development studio, Very, Very Spaceship. Yes. The name of the monstrosity that built the stupid everybody's transgender now Pokemon Go thing is called Very, Very Spaceship. I don't have anything more to say about it. That's it. That's what it is. Okay. Very, Very Spaceship has layoffs. Gamer X, GAYMERX, did not. They still work with Pokemon Go. What do you know? Anyway. All right. Stellar Blade director promises the team is working on photo mode and will add more costumes. About fucking time. What the fuck was that?
You got a visitor to your pod?
No, I stepped on this cable.
Oh.
All right. Anyway, so yeah, they're gonna add a photo mode. Anyway, that's it. That's the news. Also, Stellar Blade topped the US sales chart for April. There you go. That's the news about Stellar Blade. Also, the free Stellar Blade put 127 signatures, to which somebody said 92,305 virgins and gooners. To which Grum said, they can't stand that you are winning. Good. Let them seethe. Somebody pointed out, this is the person calling us virgins, LOL. That's the profile picture.
He let it go.
You know his dick is hanging out and that goat's eyeballing it. All right. Also, stupid straight men just want boobs. Men when Stellar Blade launches. Stellar Blade's all right. We've managed to knock out so many tabs I've just been hanging on to this night. This is great. All right, Silent Hill 2 remake release date set for October. Now, previously, a little bit lore about me. And before I bought the Switch, the only games I had played in the past 15 years were Chrono Trigger, the port for iPhone, Final Fantasy VII port for iPhone, for which I was grinding levels and died and never came back to it because I lost all my progress. Minecraft and Silent Hill for PS1 and PS2. Those are the only games I played for the past 15 years before I bought the Switch.
Silent Hill is on PS1?
The original very first game is for PS1.
Wow.
Silent Hill 2 is for PlayStation 2. So is 3 and 4 and Shattered Memories. And I think all the other games after that are on PS3 or later. So anyway, Silent Hill 2 remake release date set for October. Their new Silent Hill 2 remake is set to launch for Windows PC and PlayStation 5 on October 8th, my wife's birthday, for $70. Or giggity $69.99. Experience a masterclass in psychological horror. Lauded as the best in the series, it is. On the latest hardware with chilling visuals and visceral sounds. Features high-end graphics and sound. With ray tracing and other cutting-edge technical enhancements, the world of Silent Hill and its unsettling ambiance is even realer than before. And with the inclusion of new immersive soundscapes, you'll feel like you're standing in the thick of it. Larger environments. Explore locations and buildings that were once inaccessible, or are newly added in the remake. Enjoy the same acclaimed story, even while you experience the town of Silent Hill with fresh eyes across an extended map. Over-the-shoulder camera. Okay, so the original likes Resident Evil, actually. So the original is not like Resident Evil in the sense that Resident Evil built their game on locked off cameras, right? Like as you would walk through a map, it would cut to a new angle, but it was a stationary camera, right? That's how Resident Evil worked. And the reason that Resident Evil did that was the backgrounds were actually pre-rendered, right? And so they were alpha channels so that things could be in front of or behind the character. And then the character would walk around on basically just a collision map that allowed the background, since they were pre-rendered, to just be high resolution textures that looked super detailed. And because they weren't using very many polygons to create the backgrounds, the character models got to be much more detailed. So that's one of the things that Resident Evil did in order to set themselves above the competition in terms of producing an aesthetic that caught people's attention, because it looked so much better than every other game that was coming out at the time, because they used these tricks, right? And as an added bonus to a degree, it also created an unnerving atmosphere where you would come around a corner and not know what to expect. Now, Silent Hill,
the real horror is the controls, if you ask me.
Right, the tank controls. So Silent Hill did something similar. The graphics in Silent Hill are not nearly as good as later Resident Evil games that took advantage of this. But the original Silent Hill, I believe, did have a moving camera. But the camera would move instead of being completely stationary with pre-rendered backgrounds. The backgrounds were in fact rendering in real time, but the camera would do this thing where you'd walk into an area and the camera would be looking at you, but as you walked across, the camera would pan with you or something like that. So that's kind of how they handled that, but that still lent itself to the same problem of Resident Evil of there are areas I can't explore because I can't see. I can't even look at what's over there because the camera's locked off, right? So they said over-the-shoulder camera, the remake moves from the original's fixed camera viewpoints to an over-the-shoulder perspective, putting you closer to what James sees or for a more thrilling, more immersive experience as you explore the town and come face to face with monsters. Now, one of the things that they did, because they were competing with a game, was having this massive advantage of the fact that the camera was locked off, is they added fog. And fog made it so they didn't have to render buildings in the background as far. And so they could be a little bit better graphic-wise. So survival horror really paved the way for next-gen graphics, because they were pushing the limits on the early consoles with these little tricks that worked in the favor of the game. So like I was just saying with Resident Evil, because you're locked off, you would come around a corner and not know what's going to be there. And it was actually even more unnerving, especially because oftentimes in Resident Evil, you'll hear something before you get to see it because of the way the camera's situated. And with Silent Hill, again, it was the fog that was able to create an atmosphere, an iconic thing about the game that really, drove it home. So anyway, they also said evolved combat gameplay. Now here's the thing about Silent Hill. The combat in Silent Hill, you're actually not supposed to do a lot of combat. Like in Silent Hill, the purpose of the game is to be unnerving and psychological, whereas the purpose in Resident Evil is to be badass and scary, right? In terms of like, there will be aspects of Resident Evil where you can't finish the game because you used up too many shotgun shells before you got to the boss and you saved it because you're a fucking idiot, right? Anyway, so they say familiar weapons like the steel pipe and handgun make their return, but now with an updated combat system. Avoid attacks with carefully timed dodges, aim down sights, and more, making monster encounters more engaging and more nerve-wracking than ever. Honestly, that's like saying that adding the ability to move while aiming your gun and shooting in Resident Evil makes the game more nerve-wracking. Not true whatsoever. It makes the game easier, right, to be able to move. So anyway, I'm going to show you guys this trailer real quick. I test uploaded it. I'm going to screen share a video file so we can take a look at it. Just got to make sure I grab the right one.
That'll be our third copyright strike of the night.
Right? I'm really pushing it.
At least the new system will tell us where.
Yeah. Music in the game is still there at least.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
I think you should stay away.
Oh no.
This town, there's something wrong with it.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's...
Hold up. Oh no.
That looks rough. It still looks like it's on the PS2 if you ask me.
Right? Dare I say, this scene looks better on the PS2.
Okay, so I assume this is like Resident Evil, where they have a completely new cast of voice actors and motion caption actors, and they're probably basing the models off of the voice actors. Am I correct?
I don't know. I don't know what to expect about this, but it's fucking...
Did whatever this sound this way in the original?
Say what?
Whatever this chick's name sound
Angela.
like this in the original?
Okay, so we're gonna look at that in a minute. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Silent Hill 2 is a fucking masterpiece. Let me just show you something real quick.
I don't know, bro. I'm not sure.
There's an English trailer and a Japanese trailer. Both trailers, the dialogue is in English. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the original PlayStation 2 game was the same way. Where
Is
the
she
dialogue
thinner in the Japanese one?
She's thinner in the original.
Is her voice gonna be like, what is it? Watashi wa?
No, it's look, we're gonna look at that scene from the original in just a second.
You shouldn't come here. It's a dangerous place.
Yeah. So real quick, I just want to say that I believe. Remember when the host asked if we could tell a game was DEI or not? Silent Hill Remake proves we can. So okay. Oh God. Silent Hill 2 has been remade before. They did an HD remake a little while ago, and they failed so fucking catastrophically that
literally seems like it was just a port, is my guess, right?
But it was like upscaled HD, like all 60 FPS or whatever. But for some reason, the textures were not properly bound to the models. So a cutscene would occur, and a character's eyeball texture would load on their teeth.
Nice.
Right? And it's like, how do you not fucking patch that? Right? Like, that's egregious. Right? It was still the original game, just upscaled textures for high detail. Right? But destroyed it. Right? Terrible. Not worth playing. So I was super apprehensive about this because Silent Hill is my favorite game series of all time. Right? Best game ever made is Chrono Trigger. I love Minecraft as its own thing, but as a series, Silent Hill 2 Silent Hill in general is my jam. Silent Hill 2 is the best one of the games, right? Silent Hill 3 is pretty good. Silent Hill 1 is fun, but it's like dated. Silent Hill 4 is interesting. I never finished that one. I'd love to, but anyway.
I Silent Hill 11.
Oh. Teeth on your eyes, huh? You're doing it the other way.
Well, I don't have teeth.
Yeah,
well, I guess I do, but they're harder to see. And I don't have an eye texture.
If you told me those were your eye texture, I'd believe you because they're fucking white.
Well, you could think of them as your eyebrows, and you're just like really depressed. You're like,
hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Are you for Xbox 360 or PS3?
What happens when I? There we go.
Not
I want to see you eat a cheeseburger with your eyes.
Yeah.
Nom 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 nom.
Is that a euphemism for you want him to eat your dick with his eyes?
Whoa.
That's a cheeseburger, not footlong.
Not hot dog. It's not like me, who only wants to see Best Genius unzip his mouth area and consume a hot dog in My Hero Academia. Anyway, so let's continue with this real quick, just so you can see it.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not.
So this is cut a little bit in terms of like they shortened that segment by putting the B-roll over it so that you wouldn't notice how many cuts there are. But also, I fucking have that exact goddamn what do you call it? Grandfather clock. I'm gonna post it in Discord right now. In the general tab. If I could fucking find that. God, it is so far down. All right, here, I'm gonna post this this grandfather clock. Why did it not post? There we go. There it goes. Okay, I posted it.
I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
No, you shouldn't be here. I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please. No, please.
Please Don't make me eat any more cheeseburgers.
The voice acting is what's killing me right now.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
Where did you post that? I can't find any new posts.
In general.
No, please don't. I'll be good again.
Okay, I posted that in general just now. Oh, it says sending. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm in. It's because I'm in the It's because I'm in the pod. Yeah, it's posting it twice. One of them is still sending. It's the same image though. I'll just cancel that one. Okay, yeah. So there's a grandfather clock. It looks just like it, although theirs is lower detail. So anyway, let me pull this out real quick, and we'll go back to this. We'll look at the next monstrosity. So I just want to say,
grandmother clock.
I just want to say that I am apprehensive about this remake for all the reasons I've basically explained again already. So one of the things about the remake, I just want to say, like, the problem with remakes is that you are hiring people who had nothing to do with the original to just upscale it, basically, right? The thing that is so fucking good about Silent Hill 2 is that it is a psychological journey through the mind of the main character. Every person in the game represents a portion of his personality. All of the villains have asses. Like in the original game, you're like, why does everything have a butt? Like a sexy sort of butt, right? And it's because, no, I'm dead serious. Like every single villain character has like a noticeable ass. And the reason is because it's supposed to be the psychological, psychosexual aspect of James Sunderland, right? Like there is a scene, first of all, Pyramid Head, who, as far as I know, only exists in Silent Hill 2. He is only in this game, but he is the mascot of the franchise, right? He is supposed to be James Sunderland. He is an embodiment of him. And so there's a part in the game where you walk into a room and Pyramid Head is literally raping two monsters. Like literally, there are these monsters that are mannequins, but it's the bottom half of the mannequin. And then the top half is another bottom half of the mannequin. So it's two sets of legs. And the concept is that it's the sexualized part of it, right? It's just the legs and the groin, right? Pyramid Head has two of them bent over a countertop, and he's like thrusting into them. And it's meant to be off-putting and like shocking, right? And sexual. And it's like that intentionally, right? Now, Konami tweeted this out proudly. See how the Bloober Team devs working on Silent Hill 2 preserved authenticity while adapting a horror classic for modern audiences. To which Savvy had this to say, shout out to Savvy. Can you define modern audience for me? Where are they? Where did you find them? I keep being told things are made for a modern audience, but no one is showing up. Vera says, no one wants their favorite game to be adapted for, quote, modern audiences. And every time companies release soulless remakes and reboots, they're just proving our opinions don't matter to them. To remake something, then put a Bloober Team plus narrative consultation company on the job, you failed. What do you mean, narrative consultation company? Oh, fuck! Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy accused of pushing DEI agenda on Konami's Silent Hill 2 remake. Now, I'm going to give you guys a little spoiler here. I think I'm still going to buy this game. And the reason why is because although I think it misses the mark to a degree in certain areas,
there's a lot of other areas where it's just so far better, like, you know, the graphic fidelity, the sound design.
I just feel like there are places I expect them to tone down something, like the bobblehead nurses, and they didn't. Okay, and because they didn't, I'm willing to give this a chance. I'll still probably buy the game used instead of buying it new, just to be safe, right? But I'm definitely going to buy this.
It's like you want the STDs in this case, right? You want secondhand?
I guess so. So, Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy accused of pushing DEI agenda in Konami Silent Hill 2 remake. Following the release of a new trailer for Konami and Bloober Team's upcoming Silent Hill 2 remake, a Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy called Hit Detection is being accused of pushing the woke DEI agenda on the game. In the trailer released as part of Sony's State of Play presentation for May 30th, the character design of Angela is being criticized for making her face plumper and uglier. Twitter user Manga Lawyer posted, so this is a quote from the game that's been suggested. Yeah.
I didn't even see the original. I just knew the moment I saw that.
Yeah. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill 2, modern cheeseburger remake. You promised me you'd take me there again someday with a side of fries and a milkshake, but that day never came. The Crimson Chin. So that's that opening monologue is said by Maria. So the way the game works is that James Sunderland, his wife, Mary, his wife Mary died. And then years later, James gets a letter from her talking about Silent Hill and how he promised to take her back there, and basically says, you can find me there. So James goes to Silent Hill to find his dead wife, and he meets a girl named Maria who is meant to look exactly like his dead wife. There's a line in the original game, the way you sound, everything about you except your hair and the way you dress is exactly like her, right? So that is meant to be psychologically the version of it, like a sluttier version of his wife. Like that's part of the story, is that Maria is meant to be like his wife, the version of her he wish he had, right? Where she's a little bit more loose and like vivacious and sexual, right? Now this other character,
MS Paint drawn on eyebrows.
Well, this is Angela. This is a different character.
Oh.
Okay. Angela is 19 in the game. Okay. It is a point in the original game. She's sexually abused by her father. She is meant to look significantly older, like 5-6 years older than 19. Because the trauma has aged her and forced her into like a more adult world, right? That's the fucking point of the game, right? Of the character of the game, right? So yeah. Now, granted, this is a pre-rendered cutscene in the original game.
It still looks better than the new one.
The point is, you should be able to take the model produced for the cutscene and port her into the actual game, because this looks so much better. How do these remakes look such dog shit? How does the rendering look like this? It is so fucking bad. Somebody said Catfish Hill 2. Somebody else said just paint her blue and add glasses and she looks like this character from Inside Out. Somebody else, or Grum said, there is absolutely no excuse for Konami to cast David Duchovny as Angela in Silent Hill 2. Somebody else said, here's a fair compromise.
So much better. I don't even need the bag for her.
Remember, the game's coming out on PC. I can't wait for this mod. All right. So somebody says fixed. I mean,
it's still didn't fix your MS Paint eyebrows. Like,
yeah, it's an improvement. It's an improvement. I don't really care about her eyebrows. some girls can pull it off. I'd rather eyebrows that look like this than look like they were drawn on with a Sharpie, personally. But yeah, it's an improvement. Somebody else said she just needs a little love. Oh, well, okay then. I mean, it kind of misses the mark of what the character's supposed to be, but it's definitely easier on the eyes, right?
This is why AI is taking your jobs, because you make ugly characters. Oh,
somebody said, I'm calling now. There will be a feminist ending to this purported Silent Hill 2 remake. Fan-made visions of Angela Orozco. Each one of them is better than the one that's in game.
And I'm sure all the mods that are going to correct her are going to be banned off of what's it called mod?
Yeah. What is that thing called?
Nexus mod?
No. What's the other one called? Random 11 would know.
Game Banana?
What?
What's the mod platform that bans all the mods that make games better?
Well, Game Banana had one mod that they banned. Games Nexus.
What was the platform that banned all the turning the pride flags into American?
The one that I just said.
Nexus? Is that?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyway, so as I said, she gets sexually abused by her father, right? In Silent Hill 2 remake, they will rewrite the abuse into this.
Symbolic, okay.
The abuse is that she doesn't get to eat all fridge. Help me, James. I can't find the nearest McDonald's. Save me from the
diet. How did they find the concept art for the remake?
Holy shit.
Images that speak louder than words for Silent Hill, white liberal women. Yeah.
Maybe this is why they all look bad. Like they just use themselves as models.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, that could be one thing. But I'm telling you, it's got to be the voice actor.
Dude. The entire team at Bloober Studios. Oh, hold on. It's this one. Right here. The entire team, male, female, any one of in between, they are hideous. Let me just try to skip ahead. Big ass mole on the cheek. Okay, that guy's not terrible looking, but
so you're more attracted to that guy
than Angela? Yes. Fugly.
Something else in the trailer is like the movement of the way they walked looked jank. It's not the animation; it's just they looked like they sliding to.
You're talking about the creature that like ran under the bus or whatever. Because I totally agree with that.
Not quite, but I mean, they probably also had that.
Yeah, look at this monster working on the game. They all talk with like
she stole his eyebrows.
Anyway,
like her arm came like dislocated there.
In this part?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit, it does look weird. Oh fuck, look at how tiny her arm is compared to her hand.
This can't be a perspective thing.
So this is a part of the original game. She kills her father with the knife, right? In self-defense.
Spoilers.
Right. But you don't see it. You just kind of hear about it, I guess. If I remember correctly. Anyway, so yeah, this is truly a phenomenal game. In fact, I am kind of considering doing like a stream of playing the PS2 version and then playing the remake and then going back to the PS2 version, right? See what's different and stuff.
Why don't you play them side by side?
If I could, I would. Hook up the console so that the PS2 is playing with the same inputs as the...
Yeah, right there, the nurse, I think it was. It's like you see them kind of like repositioning, like the model like slides or whatever. It just like, I don't know, just looks low production or whatever.
So I don't see that, but there is Yeah, I don't think it's as bad. Not this particular example. But I think that like the game has an effect to it. I don't know if did you ever play PT?
No.
Did you ever watch the Let's Plays for PT?
I think
No.
I watched it.
I've seen some clips of it.
So there's a part in PT where you see a character and like the head is rapidly shaking. That's a Silent Hill like aesthetic. That's a thing that they do in there where like the movement is meant to be unnatural. But I do think that for the remake, the character that like scoots around on the ground with its legs feels like it's moving, it's floating across the ground instead of, like it doesn't feel like it's in contact. Whereas the original game felt significantly more like it was grounded from what I remember. Anyway, so there's the Silent Hill White Liberal Woman, right? Game assets from a 20-year-old game look better than Silent Hill 2 Remake. Modern gaming has become a well-oiled machine, catering to the insatiable gluttony of consumers, constantly lowering standards until nothing is satisfying anymore. The relentless dreams of modern gaming. So this versus this. Now, I must say, people replying.
Go back. Oh, okay.
People replying to this post have made the improper assumption that Manga Lawyer is saying these are assets from Silent Hill 2. That is not what he is saying. This character is Eileen from Silent Hill 4, a game that came out in 2004. Actually, in June. I think it was June 17th, 2004. 20 years ago to today, 2024. Right? So this character, this is the render of the character made for like the cutscenes, right? They're a little bit more high fidelity than the rest of the game or whatever.
Okay.
But even still, the point is that 20 fucking years ago, you were capable of producing artwork that is far better than this dog shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, on top of that, something that the Silent Hill characters have, all of them have this, like a sickness in their eyes, where the eyes have like rings around them. Like every fucking character in the game, especially the female characters, have this look. And for some reason, they've interpreted, I don't know how to describe the look, but
she looks tired.
Yeah, it's like there's something in it, and I'll show you another character in a moment. But they all have this like vulnerable look where they seem like they're uneasy and unsure. But the characters are actually supposed to have a look where they look almost sickly, but they feel much more competent. Right? Like they act.
They're supposed to look sharp-eyed, but on the verge of death, and not just tired.
Yeah, like exactly. So they're not meant to look vulnerable. They're meant to look like they're barely hanging on, but they're making it somehow, Now, just to showcase real quick, this is Eileen's in-game model, and this is better than what we were just looking at from the remake.
It looks like they had some DEI on her back in the day. No.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Her limbs look a bit thicker than her. Yeah. They're torso proportion anyway.
Again, this is from Silent Hill 4, The Room. She's I don't think you play as her. She's just a character. Silent Hill 4 is a very strange game. Pretty much the entire game takes place in an apartment. It's very strange. I loved it. I just never finished it.
Did she get like smacked in the eye and have her like orbital bone brushed?
What's up?
It looks like her orbital bone has been like sunk into her face.
Right here?
Yeah.
So that's just texture stretching.
No, like like follow around her cheek, like that whole section.
Her cheekbone.
It's like a crater.
That could be that effect I'm talking about of the sunken eyes with the textures. Because normally this is how you see her. You don't ever see her this up close, right? And it gives the effect that I'm talking about with the eyes from a distance.
Yeah. I guess.
Now
Holy shit.
This is how Angela's in-game model looks. Just so that we're clear.
Ooh.
Okay? This is a PlayStation 2 game. All right? It's not that egregious. Okay?
Well, at least she's thinner, like
exactly.
Yeah, she's skin
still
bones.
arguably better looking than the remake version, right? Now, somebody else said, I 100% think that scene, referring to the this scene, is from an earlier build. James looks iffy there too, but in this one, it looks great.
I don't know if I'd go as far as saying great.
Yeah, I don't think I would say it's definitely better, but I feel like it misses the mark. So it feels to me like what they did with this one is they went to the direction of a character is sexually abused, and so she becomes almost prudish, right? Like she's timid and prudish. Like she wears the turtleneck, to like cover as much skin as possible, kind of thing, right? Whereas I feel like the original character had more of a sexual liberation look to her.
Well,
right?
What they're probably actually doing is hiding the Adam's apple of the new one.
But do you understand what I mean, though? It seems like the original character, she went the hypersexualized route where, like, when you are, molested and abused in that way at a young age, especially for women, they grow up fast. Right? Like that's the phenomenon that occurs. Whereas the direction they took this character with is she would probably grow up to be a lesbian who hates men because she was abused by a man, kind of thing. Whereas this one becomes like the Pharaoh fatherless, where she becomes a porn star, with an OnlyFans.
Oh.
Right? Like that's the difference I see here. And also the eyebrows are a lot better. But anyway. All right, let's jump back into here. So not only is the character design being lampooned, but so is the voice acting. Please tell me I'm not the only one who genuinely thinks the voice acting is way worse now in Silent Hill 2 Remake, especially for Angela. Here are some comparisons.
I'm looking forward to whatever this is.
Full disclosure, I could not disagree more. Although
really?
I think Angela's voice acting is atrocious, the original game is worse.
Oh,
so
damn.
let me show you that. I'm going to play it in reverse order. So I'm going to show you the new one and refresh your memory on that first.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not.
Okay. Let me show you the original. Now, again, I just want to say they cut stuff out to make it shorter, right? And they added B-roll and stuff. This is the original. It's the full version from the game.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But...
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not.
Yeah.
That head nod when she goes, lying, or, sorry, lost, it was like, whoa.
Lost, yeah. So I think
Lost.
It sounds like English isn't the voice actor's first language, right? And they're like really struggling to translate in real time in their head what their line is or something.
I like the tone for Angela way more than the new one.
I agree. I definitely agree.
The new one has this like this what do they call it? A vocal fry or whatever to it that's just really unnerving. That like hey,
I'm not lying. Yeah. So I'm going to play another scene. This is a part in the game where you sort of you get a peer into her psychological trauma regarding the abuse.
I'll be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please.
I promise.
So the original version is this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean bad. Please don't.
That's like a completely different experience.
Yeah. So the idea is that
That is an experience, all right.
her holding the knife there is like she murdered her dad with that knife, right? Because he molested and abused her. And again, the thing is that she is meant to be 19 years old, but seem much older because of the abuse and like how that ages a person. Right? So anyway, let's keep going here.
I don't know. I'm still kind of vibing slightly more with the old one.
I totally agree. I'm just saying that the old one is also pretty shitty, so it's not an easy comparison to just say the new one is better. You know, they're both pretty awful. The old one might be slightly better, but it's just like they both have
not by much.
Yeah, they both have problems with them. It's not like it almost feels like it's doing an homage to the shitty version of the old dub, you know. As for the character of Angela, as for why the character of Angela was redesigned from the original game, manga lawyers speculate it's due to the influence of game consultancy Hit Detection. Bloober Team has hired Sweet Baby Inc. 2.0, Hit Detection, a sensitive consulting company for Silent Hill 2 Remake plus ESG Konami. Ever wonder why Maria looks so sanitized? Not spoiling the game, but it's over, bros. Pack your things. When they said modern audience, they meant it.
Damn.
As shown in the above post, Hit Detection does list Bloober Team as one of its clients on its website. In fact, the company's homepage states, quote, Hit Detection is a video game consulting firm with a global presence. We bring decades of experience in games media, consumer electronics, and interactive entertainment to deliver the most comprehensive and accurate insights to clients who have trusted us for many years. Among the esteemed clientele that we are able to publicly reveal, we have provided services to the likes of Bloober Team, Remedy, and Sega. Huh. Okay, yeah. So Hit Detection is saying that. Yeah. So Bloober Team, Remedy, and Sega. The company also notes, quote, our commitment to building a team from a variety of backgrounds, including underrepresented groups, is a superpower that allows us to provide unique and varied perspectives, setting us apart from other firms that claim the exact same fucking thing. This diversity is a strength that fortifies our insights and gives us a natural advantage within the consulting landscape. So I saw this, found in tiny font at the end of the credits in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is Hit Detection LLC, a gaming consulting company that specializes in DEI and sensitivity issues along with other services. Did they censor Tifa among other changes that were made? There they are, Hit Detection LLC. Right? Basically the same stuff we just read about what they do. Hit Detection LLC also worked on Alan Wake 2 and Sony's God of War Ragnarok alongside Sweet Baby Inc.
Damn, they doubled up.
Mm-hmm. Did Hit Detection LLC censor Aerith's death due to a man stabbing a woman would be seen as a hate crime against women? Male characters were fully stabbed in Rebirth. Aerith, which is the most important, was not. The original showed the full stab, but Rebirth censors it. Fuck.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's like literally the most iconic moment in the entire
franchise.
Fantasy franchise. Reduced to, you get to see the blade strike the ground, and you get to see Sephiroth pull it out. Fucking unbelievable. You're meant to say goodbye to Aerith in this moment. This is the most traumatizing thing that hit most kids' lives on the PlayStation 1.
Whoa.
I can't remember if we're supposed to cover this now or later. I think later.
Well, we were definitely supposed to cover our eyes before we look at it. Jesus.
As previously pointed out, the word diversity is just a code word for anti-white. Emily Goldstein at Thought Catalog back in 2015 explained in an article titled, quote, "Yes, diversity is about getting rid of white people, and that's a good thing." She wrote, quote, "One of the more common memes that I've seen white supremacists spread around recently has been, quote, diversity is a code word for white genocide. The concept here is that diversity is only promoted in white nations, and that the end goal is to eliminate white people altogether by flooding all white countries with non-white people until there are no white people left. Well, guess what, white supremacists? That's exactly right! Diversity is about getting rid of white people, and that's a good thing!"
That's not racist at all.
I get. She even concludes the article writing, quote, "So yes, white supremacists, diversity is indeed white genocide. And white genocide is exactly what the world needs more than anything else." Not only is Hit Detection promoting itself using this language, but as noted by Manga Lawyer, one of the company's services is, quote, sensitive issues assessment. Our team assesses the risk factors for depictions of characters from underrepresented groups, themes, and potential community reactions. Interestingly, the company also claims to offer sales forecasting, where it offers data-driven predictions as an external check on our clients' internal projections. Former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern, aka Grums, offered his own advice for free. Let's see how Silent Hill 2 is doing. Oh. I guess consulting firm Hit Detection didn't predict this gamer reaction, huh? Konami and Bloober Team don't hire consulting firms like Hit Detection. They have no idea what they are doing and just cost you a lot of sales. This latest trailer and the redesign to Angela comes in the wake of Bloober Team's chief marketing officer, Anna Jasinka, informing Dread XP that the company would be modernizing the game. She was asked, quote, "Was the team given free rein to put their own spin on things?" Bloober Team is amazing at its ability to transform the environment around the player, and I'm really hoping we get to see that put to use here for the other world. Jasinka responded, quote, "As aforementioned, we take a very safe approach to any changes. We remain faithful to the original title. Nonetheless, we are applying adjustments to certain areas where things need modernizing due to the passage of time."
They needed to make her heavier.
Right.
Logically.
She looked like a girl who'd been abused. Now she looks like a girl who's been abusing hamburgers. Jasinka also informed Dread XP, "We are focusing on bringing the distinct visceral atmosphere back to the modernized Silent Hill 2. Longtime fans shouldn't worry about us missing the point while we're livening up the title." I am worried, actually. "We faithfully stick to the traditional story canon while remaking the gameplay and updating the graphics from the ground up. These are the reasons why Konami entrusted us with the remake in the first place. So once again, I just want to state the original game is one of those games where you're not really meant to kill everything in the game. You can. Like, I think I did, because I prefer not to have to remember where I left living monsters. You know what I mean? But it's hard. Like, it's fucking hard, because you basically have a pipe and you have a gun that you constantly run out of bullets for, right? So you basically have to figure out how to kill everything by just walking backwards and smacking it with the pipe over and over again. So the new version of the game is seeming to be focused more on combat, which seems appropriate for Resident Evil, right? Like, I fucking loved Resident Evil 2 Remake. In fact, I'm currently playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 previously was my favorite game in the franchise, and I gotta tell you, it is still super fucking satisfying to shoot one of the Las Plagas guys and then run up and German suplex that fucker. But I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is better than Resident Evil 4 Remake, right? Like, it's actually objectively just a fucking incredible game. We talked to, I think, with the Cool 2T before. The Sherry Birkin bit is fucking great. The freaking Claire Redfield is a babe in it. Like, she doesn't look traditionally like the attractive how this character is designed around, almost looking like a model, but she's really beautiful, and I just like, unfortunately, Resident Evil 3 is dog shit. Like, that game was not nearly as good as Resident Evil 2 Remake for all sorts of reasons. But I do think part of that is because, it's built off of Resident Evil 2, and all the stuff that happens in Resident Evil 3 is kind of like expecting you've already played Resident Evil 2, and, now you need an extra pump of adrenaline that didn't feel necessary. But anyway, also, I've always thought it was weird that James Sunderland in Silent Hill 2 looks just like Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2, right?
I was gonna say, you could probably get a mod to swap out the model and it fix that problem.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But he always looked like this, though. That's like from the original days of the game. That's how he also looked. But and remember, Vic actually played James Sunderland in that Silent Hill short that we covered a couple. I don't know, maybe not a couple, but many podcasts ago that Colton Dietz had put together. It just so happened that they filmed it at the fucking pie place that I used to go to in Arizona to get my Jack Daniels pie. Let's see. Where am I? So she also informed Dread XP. We are focusing on bringing the distinct visceral atmosphere back to the modernized Silent Hill 2. Longtime fan Shredden was missing the point. This is the reason why Konami trusted it in the first place. She added a big visible change in the adoption of the over-shoulder camera, which altered the perspective of a few iconic set pieces, but also meant an overhaul to the combat system. The latest technological achievements do wonder when it comes to making the visuals pop. As you see, we are not straying away from the original concept of making this cult classic. We just have some ideas on how to make the peculiar scare factors more appealing to the contemporary audience. I wait with bated breath. In a more recent blog post, Konami producer Motoi Okamoto and Bloober Team creative director and lead designer Matsus Lenart confirmed the remake was changing some of the settings as well as the dialogue. They stated, quote, "The setting of some events may change, but their impact on the story will remain the same. Even when new locations are introduced, we've sought to refer to the original whenever possible so that returning players will feel right at home when they venture out into the foggy streets of Silent Hill again." As for the dialogue, the duo added, quote, "The central characters from the original story, James and Maria, are at the heart of our remake as well. Their emotional arcs have been preserved, with great care being given to showcasing their emotions with motion capture technology. This allows us to employ show don't tell techniques more often, which is why some of the dialogue has been slightly altered to add an extra layer of nuance to the character dynamics. So everything we just saw from the teaser thing with Angela is fucking awful compared to absolutely everything we're about to look at in this video that looks so promising. And like everything that gave me, all the doubt is like, or like all the feelings the game is going to be dog shit. This trailer actually makes me feel like I don't know what to believe now, because it actually looks really fucking good. This character, Laura, hands down the best part of the game. Like her voice acting, her character model, all of that feels like a massive improvement compared to everything else that either feels like a small improvement or a downgrade. So the remake is also changing the combat from the original. The combat in the remake is designed to allow for a wider variety of approaches. The player's arsenal of actions has been expanded while also preserving the feeling of playing as an inexperienced everyman. They explained, James is not a skilled fighter and he doesn't feel overpowered. His range of attacks is very limited, so he must use more prudent tactics, stay mindful of his surroundings, and, if necessary, run instead of fighting. The way he deals with enemies is never a flashy spectacle, but rather a desperate struggle for survival. Even the way the enemies fight has been changed, giving James more opportunities led to changes in how the enemies he encounters fight as well. He will still have to deal with familiar opponents from the original game, but returning players will notice how their movements and attacks have been fleshed out in order to make them more distinctive and unpredictable in combat scenarios. For instance, going against the frantically aggressive nurse will pose a completely different challenge than a skirmish with the silent and stealthy mannequin. Anyway, let's look at this real quick, but first, I will say that. We'll just go right into this. So let me stop that. Oh, fuck. Wrong thing. And let me pull up. Yeah. Let's look at this. This looks fucking incredible. Atmosphere looks pretty good. I would say it needs actually a slight more bit of fog, maybe.
Our special place.
He looks like shit.
Yeah.
This whole town was our special place.
You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. His
movement looks so weird. Like it's dead.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary.
I don't know why, but I'm not.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. Is she really alive?
So the graphics are pretty good, right? I don't like the style of shirt he wears or the jacket thing. It just doesn't catch the light in the right way, in my opinion.
What is this?
This feels very authentic to the original game in the sense that like the camera will follow you up until a point and then draw attention to things. I think that's great.
Hey, wait.
This, for some reason, feels less unnerving as it did in the original game. The music is carrying a lot of it, though, and the music is literally the music from the original. So in Silent Hill, one of the first things you get is the radio, because that tells you when you're coming up on enemies, because it goes static and stuff. So I want to say real quick, one of the things the original game doesn't do super well. In fact, let's take this as our opportunity to go back and look at the other thing. Okay, so real quick, you can't wait for a remake botched by Bloober Team, and did it really need one instead of a re-release? Instead of a release on modern platforms? Or did it need one as in the remake, I guess? My speculation, of course, maybe it's a new game by Team Silent, but we all know how the industry works. Why are you shitting on my plate? How do you know it's shit? It isn't even out yet. Right.
Oh God.
Wow.
So, what I can say, what can I say? Classic Co-Money plus Bloober. The remake looks like modern soulless trash. There is no way it will recapture the feel of the original. Agreed. They already failed with the voice actor and face of James. It looks like any other Unreal Engine game, super samey and soulless. I fucking agree. It misses the deliberate aesthetic choice of the shading of the original game completely. Like, completely. The aesthetic is completely different, right? The original monster artist is involved, say Silent Hill fanboys. First of all, I dislike him for many reasons, like enforcing his view on the story. Angela is dead because I say so. But how come the monsters look worse in the remake too? They used to have a unified look and more wet. So one of the things that people are disliking about Motoi, the original character designer for the monsters, is that he's claiming that it's like your headcanon that the nurses were really super well endowed. The new game actually has breasts that are about the size of the original. So this is the original nurse, and this is the remake nurse. They could definitely be... I feel like the cleavage has been toned down a little bit, and that's definitely something that I can understand that criticism. The thing about these nurses, though,
cleavage looks like a stamp on her chest.
Yeah, on a flat chest. I definitely agree with that. But the thing is, we still have the garter belt. We still have these things. The nurses, which we'll look at in the video we're going to go back to in a minute, they wear high heels, right? So there's still a sexual air about them. I mean, look at how freaking high up this skirt is, right? And this is very reminiscent of the original game. The thing is that the original game used the same shader for every single monster, it seems. And so they had this wet look to them on top of the grime, where you can see the highlight that makes it shiny on top of this grimy texture that, honestly, the grimy texture is really not doing anything. It's not informing design choice or anything. It's just grime. But that weird highlight when you're playing the game really pulls an unusual look out of it that works somehow. So they're talking about the wetness of the game. So this character here, this is the ass. Talking about the asses, right? So I'm bringing this up right now because I actually really like what they were doing with this character. Because if you look at it, it's like a fetish thing, right? You can see it's got like laced up, right? Like it's some fetish bondage gear or something. And again, that's part of the sexual deviancy of James, right? That his perversion is coming through in the things that haunt him, right? That he had a wife, but he was thirsty for more, right? He wanted more sex or more whatever from her. And so the version of her that's in Silent Hill, where Mary becomes Maria, is like a demure, slutty version of her compared to the version of her that died 3 years ago, right? I like the voice actor for him. So this is something that Resident Evil in the remakes did. I don't know if the originals did this too, but Resident Evil 2 remake I noticed had stuff written on the map to remind you where stuff was. When I first played Silent Hill 2, which was way late in the game, like I played it in maybe like 2003, the earliest. I was fucking blown away by the map system where your character would take notes of where stuff is. And it was just really fucking well put together to acknowledge like there's something important here that I'm going to need to go back to or whatever. And it was a really great like atmospheric thing about how the game works. So this is Laura.
What you got there?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
What?
My only issue with Laura is her hair, and this is a thing that happens with modeling because you're doing it as a polygon and you can't actually get hair to behave the way it should. Her hair does not have nearly enough sway to it.
None of your business.
For the ponytail.
You didn't love Mary anyway.
What?
See what I mean? It's super stiff.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less stiff later. So this is Maria over here on the left.
Where did
Does she look a little weird to you?
Not
no
particularly.
cleavage.
She's got that like her hands look huge. So I'll show her real quick, just doing this kind of out of order here. So we looked at these, right? And we talked about the wet look of the games. Wetness was a big part in Silent Hill 2's lore. The remake already fails at the monster design. For example, the remake nurse just looks like a human that has a monster head on top. Hardcore agree with that statement. So much to that quality of approval from the original devs, it means absolutely nothing these days, right? So this is like some of the character design, painterly artwork of the character that's in that like suit, right? It's meant to be. I always assumed it was like you're trapped in the skin that is not fitting the way it's supposed to, right? Like it's supposed to be like a mix between fetish gear sort of idea, but instead of being trapped in like the latex,
so they're just trans
skin, right? And then this is the bobblehead nurse. Well, I guess they didn't have they fucking added the they added the what do you call those, the garter belt and thigh highs for the remake. Yeah, so the tits are pretty small, but they're like squeezed in with the big amount of cleavage. I guess that's the difference.
Well, the remake looks like they're squeezing them down, not down, but towards her chest, where this one's squeezing them together.
Yeah, agreed. And like, again, the idea is that it's supposed to be like, think about this for a second. When I was growing up, this version of a nurse, in terms of the outfit and stuff, like that was like the sexy nurse, right? That was a motif that existed. If you think of a real ass nurse, they're in ugly ass scrubs. They're not sexually appealing, right?
Yeah.
So
no, 100%. They don't dress like that.
Dying, they might be sexually appealing.
Say what?
Said if you were dying, they might be sexually appealing.
Yeah, if I was that desperate. Fuck. Yeah, but so like the idea is that everything in the world has like a weird sexual twinge to it, right? So it's like the sexy
is that why you like this game so much?
Absolutely. No. But and then these are how the characters look in game. See how shiny they kind of are, right? And it's like this grungy texture with the shine on top of it that somehow works, and it's like unnerving and how weird it is. And look at how good the modeling was back in the day. Like it looks pretty darn good considering PlayStation 2. Looks better than fucking CJ in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, right? I'm dead inside after I have seen the Silent Hill 2 remake footage to even comment on it. I knew Bloober would fuck it up. Censored Maria's outfit, even though her character was to show a sexualized version of his wife. OG devs wanted Angela to look mature for 19, not this ESG Mary Sue. So this, I think, is the scene from the original game. Yeah, her hair's a little bit longer compared to this one. So this is how it looks in the original game. Also, her arm doesn't look broken in this one.
The thing that's irking me about the new one is her hair is like popping out past a certain point. Like,
that?
Yeah, the lower half.
It looks like she just took off a baseball cap, right? Or something, like a beanie or something. Yeah. And then this is how Maria looked in the original, right?
Damn, belly button and the leopard print.
Yeah, and we'll come back to that in a minute. There was a deliberate reason for that. Actually, let's just come back to it now. So, somebody said her face is too big for her frame. Right? Like, look at how fucking huge her head is. So they shrunk it down, right?
I think that's too small now.
I thought the one on the left was
it looks
edited.
weird now because now her hands look enormous.
Yeah.
You know? So, and again, this is that face. This is the I'm vulnerable face. Right? That's not how the character looks in the original game. Now, I do want to bring up, people are saying that in this scene, her head doesn't look nearly as big. I don't know. I think she has like a weird look to her where she almost looks like a kid in terms of proportions. You know what I mean? Something about her looks very strange. Anyway, coming back to this, I just want to share. I thought this was fucking hilarious. So this is why she looks like that. Because they literally based her off of Christina Maria Aguilera.
Wow.
Right? Now she's based on Hillary Clinton, right? That's what they're saying.
Wow.
Right.
Oh.
So anyway, let's wrap up. Let's watch the rest of this.
I don't know. Let's look around.
I fucking loved exploring this hospital in the original game. The map looks just like I remember it. Maybe it's a little different, but like off the top of my head, like it even looks like the original texture from the original PS2 game.
This place feels so empty. More than the other places we've been.
I love the atmosphere they're building here. Different from the original game, but it has like a charm to it that I really like. One thing I hate about games like this is how much lore is embedded into like random shit you find.
Right, so you're not really going to get the full experience unless you go full autism mode.
Yeah, like I've just stopped reading half the shit I pick up in Stellar Blade. I don't fucking care about the mother sphere or all that. I just don't fucking care, right? Same with Dead Space. It's like I fucking loved that game, but I do not give a shit about half the stuff I was reading about. I think I've read everything so far in Resident Evil. Like even back in the old games, like Resident Evil 0, so I've read every single bit of lore, just because I'm curious about, like that lore I care about, you know. And it's also not feeling like verisimilitude, like they're just throwing it in there just to make it feel more grounded in reality. Like, oh yeah, it would make sense. I mean, there are some of it, like people write little notes about how much they hate Chief Irons in Resident Evil 2, but it's like short. Like I'm not reading a fucking diary 20 pages long of random bullshit just to make it feel like a lived-in world, you know? Which is what I feel like I'm experiencing when I play Stellar Blade. I really love the aesthetic for this. Like they've done a very good job nailing the original look of the game in terms of like maintaining things like the signs hanging from the ceiling and stuff. Like here's Laura. There. She looks really good.
Laura, wait.
Watch her hair's moving a little bit, but not a lot.
It's okay. We don't want to hurt you.
What's up?
That's because there's a pre-rendered cutscene right now.
It might be.
The one before. No, it is.
I know they said
why it's moving.
I know they said that there were it's a mix of in-game and pre-rendered and all that, but I feel like games these days they're all in-game.
No, well, they're all in-engine.
In-engine, yeah. That's what I meant.
God damn it. Now, where is that girl?
He just turns his back to the freaking nurse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking wait. My one complaint with the combat that I haven't voiced yet is that it feels like the blood is just coming out of random places when he hits her. It doesn't feel grounded.
You're right. It looks like she's on her Shark Week when that happens.
You're right. She doesn't have guard like the other ones. I think maybe she just has tights on. I'll take it. Like more, variation to the models and stuff. That's cool. He's getting his ass kicked. So I'm just saying, like, you might think to yourself, oh, DEI stuff is involved and whatnot. I just don't think they would let you beat the shit out of a female figure if they were going to be like full on. You know what I mean? She's also, you can see the high heels and whatnot.
What about the sound design? Like, I feel like the enemies having like a distinct sound in the original would kind of throw me off if they had a new one that didn't kind of represent that well enough.
So far, they feel reminiscent. They might even be the original sounds recorded by Akira Yamaoka. They sound very reminiscent. Like, they have very strange noises for the enemies that are very unnerving, and so far they seem like they're in the game. So one thing I really liked about Resident Evil Village is the ability to pull up the map with that big button in the center of the controller. I really hope that it's going to be that easy for this, because in the original game for PlayStation 2, I can't tell you how many times I pulled up the map and been like, okay, straight, past 3 doors, make a left, go straight past 2 doors, make a right. And then it's like I would close out the map and immediately forget everything I just memorized and have to pull it back up again. Like, oh, he has AIDS now.
He collected it?
Yeah. It's an item you use in the game.
I mean, obviously it is, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm in the middle of this hospital. I'll keep this bent pin.
I'll keep this shotgun. There's the thing I was talking about with the movement. That's where the fun begins.
Oh yeah, I love the sheets.
So this is, again, really good things. The game is designed in such a way where it draws your attention, right, to that drain. And inside the drain is an item you can't get unless you use that bent needle to pull it out. And this fucker gets me away. She is so fucking annoying in the original game.
Why do you keep running away from me?
This.
And how do you know about Mary?
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying. Laura, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Fine! Don't believe me! See if I care!
Hey!
Let go!
I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
Fine. But there's something I gotta get.
Laura.
It's important.
What is it?
A letter. For Mary.
So I really like this facial animation here that he does in reaction when he's thinking, where he puts his mouth off to the side like this. Watch. Right
What
there.
is it?
I love that.
A letter. For Mary.
And I love how
I don't know about you, but
manipulating.
I think he also looks like David Duchovny right here. Look.
Right? I love how manipulative this little girl is too.
I hid it. In there.
I fucking hate knowing that this is a trap and still having to do it in the game.
You sure this is where you left it?
And now the
in
most
the back.
ridiculous line in the whole game.
Behind an old pipe.
Having Admiral
wait
Akbar
here.
just scream into your ear like, it's a trap! I
Yeah,
know!
hold on. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Let me out of here, you little brat!
In your dreams, fart face.
Please open the door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See ya, fart face!
Poopy butt.
If I ever get out of here, I am feeding you to these motherfuckers.
Yeah, so this is one of the bosses of the game. So yeah, fuck yeah.
That's the boss? She's the boss?
Yeah, she is one of the bosses actually.
Telecard.
Yeah. So totally. Just saying, based on this trailer and completely ignoring all the shit with Angela, I will buy the shit out of this game.
Can
That
you
was
mod
not
it
a
to make
trailer.
Angela killable?
Well, she does
That was half the game Let's Play. Jesus.
right. Anyway, let me know if anybody wants to join me for a Let's Play. All right. So, anybody have any more thoughts on Silent Hill? I should probably go through some.
Are we gonna do a watch party for the movie?
Fuck yes. Have you never seen the movie?
No.
Part of it.
No.
Fuck, the movie is so goddamn good. The only problem with it, and you completely forgive it because the movie is deliberately doing something different from the game, is that Pyramid Head is in it. Right? And Pyramid Head, the movie is supposed to be a retelling of the first game, but it has Pyramid Head who's only in the second game because he's so iconic. But they do it in such a way where like you're like, fuck yeah, like yes, I'll take it. Right? Can we rewind and watch that woman get her skin ripped off again? Yes, thank you. Like, yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Wow.
The only problem is that, and it's so funny because the first game you play as Harry Mason, and you're trying to save your daughter Cheryl, I think. And then the second game is completely unrelated. And the third game is Heather Mason, which is, I think, Cheryl's like new name, right? And you play as the girl who looks like Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen. And in the first game, when you play as Harry Mason, you fucking die. Like, Harry Mason does not make it out of Silent Hill. And then Heather Mason, who gets saved in the first game, ends up having to go back for some reason. And she's sort of like doing it almost like in the memory of her father or whatever. And so in the movie, rather than have it be Harry Mason, the father, they have the mother go and save the daughter, right? So it's a little bit more intense because it's more vulnerable, right? Now, here's the thing, though. Harry Mason who has a completely different name in the live action movie, is played by Sean Bean. And then in the
Of
sequel,
course, he has to die in the movie.
Well, he should die in the movie. But in the sequel, they tell the story a little bit of Silent Hill 3, which is appropriate. Silent Hill 2, the movie, should be a sequel to Silent Hill 1, the movie. Silent Hill 1, the movie, is based on Silent Hill 1, the game. Silent Hill 2, the movie, is based on Silent Hill 3, the game. So it's like, it kind of makes sense, right? The only problem is fucking Sean Bean survives. The one goddamn role he actually survives, he's playing a character who dies in the source material. Like, so yeah, it's a great ass movie. I can't wait to, like, I have to check if it's on Blu-ray. Like, I'd love to. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm going to buy that shit tonight. Okay. So let's see.
I'm literally looking right at the collector's edition from Tree.
Send that shit to me in mod chat.
It looks awesome. The cover on
so good. What's his name? Jon Snow plays a character in the second movie, and it's really fucking distracting because he doesn't look anything like the character in the game. And the second movie's just not good compared to the first movie. Volatile is Pyramid Head in the second movie for no fucking reason.
I sent it to in the private chat. That cover
I opened it. It looks good.
That looks so fucking
Is there a 4K? Because I fucking want it.
No.
Does this have just the first movie, or does it have the second movie on it too?
It's just the first one.
God, it's so good. I heard Christopher Gans, the director, is coming together to make a new one. Fuck yeah, I'm buying it. Add to cart. I honestly might already own it on Blu-ray, but I'm going to buy it again just so I have it on hand because I got to watch it again. My cart total is only $31 for both Blu-rays. Fuck yeah. Proceeding to checkout, placing order.
What makes it the collector's edition? This looks like a standard, bitch.
It's re-released by Shout, I think is why.
By Screen Factory.
Or Scream.
Right. Sex dimorphism is important in even fantasy to distinguish sex on a character. Yes. Okay. I thought Pyramid Head was in the PSP game.
I mean, he might be.
Which one is the? I didn't play the PSP game. I think he may show up again later. But so here's the story.
Did you just assume the gender of Pyramid Head?
Pyramid Head is male because he rapes other characters. So yes. So the way the game works,
women can't be raped. Oh wait,
because Silent Hill 1. The original team is there. They make a kick-ass game. They then go on to make Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Then, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about this, the original team director leaves before Silent Hill 4. And then they put Akira Yamaoka, who did the music for the games, as team lead. And he made Silent Hill 4. And Silent Hill 4 is a very different game. It's very different, but it's unnerving and it still has all the elements it should have. Basically, every single game after that is not made by Konami. It's made by Western studios that they license it out to. Of the ones I have played, Silent Hill Shattered Memories is pretty great. Like that game, the music is amazing. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, who voices Mochiko in Ghost in the Shell, she sings like 5 songs in it, and they're all bangers. Like they are just amazing. Like honestly,
I'm in Silent Hill.
Above all else, the music of the game is the thing that will stick with you more than anything. Like the characters are great, the atmosphere is great, the experience is great, but it's the music you're going to hold on to because that's going to come with you on your iPod as you leave. Right.
I'm witnessing a rape from a pyramid head.
Okay, fucking get the goddamn music already.
Can we get Randy a record deal already? Come on.
Mossberger called. Your shift is in 2 hours. So yeah, but yeah, so I don't know about the PSP game, but like I said, after 4, basically all the other games were made by Western companies, and it would be very like a Western company to insert the thing and not understand the reason he's only in Silent Hill 2, right? So anyway, okay, it was Village, right? So it was Resident Evil Village that had the character that was a ripoff of that movie where it had like the character with the propeller or whatever. Yeah, that's in Heisenberg's fact. Never mind. Sorry, just thought.
You know what's you said something like the premise was like, oh, he got a letter from his dead wife or whatever, so he went to the thing. I could have sworn that Resident Evil 7 had a similar premise. So if it did, then lol, they totally ripped that from Silent Hill, I guess.
Yep. I haven't played 7 yet. I will get there. The version of his wife that Chad got. Oof. For fuck's sake, Type Zero used cutscene models for the remaster. What is Type Zero?
Final Fantasy Type Zero? Because that's a game.
I just remember that one with Zach where his arm looks like Mars Girl's arm, weirdly, that we covered. It's like fucking weirdly long. This part of his arm is way too fucking long compared to this part. It's fucking weird. Palworld swapped the order so that the male is Type 2 and the female is Type 1. Confusing. Male or female is fine for any character. Thank you. That was relevant. Hamburgers are coming to this game. I will absolutely play Silent Hill 2 Remake, and every time I stream it, I will be eating like a Shake Shack burger or something. Konami might have raped their workers into censoring the designs from the source. I don't know about that. Why is the main character normal looking? Do you mean by that James Sunderland looks normal, whereas Angela looks like a monster? Spoilers for a PS2 game? Like, come on, man. That looks like a box. This is like the recent Pokemon Go version. Oh. Short clothes do relate to the horror genre, the horror theme. Okay. If you do not have a throat bump, why have a collar? What a compelling argument. Listen, man, nobody wears a turtleneck unless they're hiding an Adam's apple. That's known. Also, males wearing a collar causes swallowing problems. Oh. The voice sounds like Casey Mungila voiced her. He is a bigot since he blocks Twitter users who support sex dimorphism. Okay. Are they supposed to sound great? Isn't the dialogue supposed to be a bit off? I don't know. Final Fantasy VII, no penetration allowed.
No penetration challenge.
I don't want to bump into old monsters. Oh, as in killing all of them so you don't run into them. Will we get a Resident Evil 5 remake?
Only time will tell.
How old is Resident Evil 5?
So the question
from 2008.
The question
9.
here is that honestly, I think we are going to. I think just simply because it prints money to do the remakes, right? Like as we looked at in pickups a little while ago, Resident Evil 4, the original game, has been ported to PlayStation 4. And also Resident Evil 4 Remake is available for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, right? So like, I don't think there's any reason why they wouldn't remake 5 other than the fact that it's racist because it takes place in Africa and Chris Redfield punches the fucking shit out of their faces. Like, honestly, holy shit. So my journey replaying Resident Evil was play Resident Evil 8 for the first time, then go back and play Resident Evil 0, then Resident Evil 1 Remake, then 2 Remake, 3 Remake, and 4 Remake, right? And man, getting to Resident Evil 4 Remake where you get the prompt where you can fucking roundhouse kick people in the face to knock them down and kill them, that shit is fucking fun, right? And so in Resident Evil 5, getting to punch people in the face and like Falcon punch them and everybody behind them onto the ground, that fucking shit rocks, right? But then Resident Evil 8 didn't have any of that. I'm just some loser who got his fingers bitten off early game, right? Fucking Ethan. Seb says, I love Silent Hill 2 on the PS2. The faces looked better on the PS2. Absolutely. I wish they bundled Silent Hill Remake with the original. Do you mean the original? Sorry. Do you mean the original as in Silent Hill 1? Or do you mean the original as in bundle the remake with the original port of the game of Silent Hill 2? The waist is wider on the nurse in the remake. That might be. Head is chibi. Yeah, for the big-headed. They censored the gore. I don't really remember. It's been so fucking long. I'm actually itching to go back and hook up my PS2 and play Silent Hill 2 again.
You can play it in 4K on insert program here on your new laptop.
Well, that's great. Laura never saw any of the monsters. I think Pyramid Head was on the cover of the PSP game Silent Hill Origins. I never played that one. I think I might have Silent Hill Origins for PS2. Didn't it get like, that's the one where you play like, yes, I do have this game. I do have this game. This got ported to PS2, didn't it? Yep, platforms. PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 2. I didn't get much past the beginning. So there is a character. Is Pyramid Head on it? Because there's another character that I'm looking at here called the Butcher. I do remember that they tried to recapture. They tried to recapture the benefit of like the character by making a new character kind of based on him. So he is on Silent Hill 0. So he's on the cover of the soundtrack, Silent Hill 0. Maybe I can just click on Pyramid Head and see if it tells me which games he's in. Yeah, so they call him Red Pyramid in the films, even though they never mention his name at all, but that's just what to differentiate him. They call him Red Pyramid in the films. He shows up in Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill H. What is H?
Hentai.
And then he's Silent Hill TA, first film,
Tits and Ass,
Revelation, which is the game. Okay, or the movie, sequel movie. So Silent Hill H and Silent Hill TA. Silent Hill H is Homecoming, which I think this was one of the ones that was made by Double Helix Games instead of Konami. That's the one for PS3. I never played that one. And then the other one was Silent Hill TH. Is that what I said? TA. Okay, it's CA. Okay. It's the arcade. Yeah. So again, so he's only in 3 or 2, pardon. He's only in 2 where he belongs, but he shows up in Silent Hill Homecoming, which again is the PS3 one I never actually played.
I went to Blu-ray.com to see the different releases of Silent Hill, and on the front page, apparently there's a pre-order for the complete series in 4K of Friends coming out.
No thanks.
The complete series on 4K. I did not see that in the cards. Where are we going to get a 4K Dragon Ball Z? A complete series?
No thanks. All right.
What if it was 4K Dragon Ball Z with the Dragon Box? Yeah.
That makes no sense. The Dragon Box inherently was...
Holy shit. You got me thinking. Oh, God. Reese, look up the Japanese Blu-ray for Silent Hill movies. I'll link it. I'll just link it to you.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Does it have a picture of Reese on it?
You got me.
Here you go. Here's the one for 1. And 2 is not as like, I don't know. All right. Anyway, we can move on from this. Cool. All right, guys, let's get into the next topic.
So what am I supposed to be seeing? Like, what's the holy shit?
It just looks fucking cool. All right.
Both of them have the characters on the ground.
Girls on the ground, my fetish. All right. Major IP gacha game spin-offs are terminating one after another. Greenline, you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Because you're the one who said, hey, let's cover it.
Yeah, sure.
The summer season has been highlighted by an end-of-service rush for the endless number of gacha games terminating one after another. But for once, some of them are actually attached to some pretty big-name anime and game IPs. In particular, the Tales of series gacha, Tales of the Rays, finally announced its end of service this month after 7 years of availability, despite ironically being the game that became a repository for the characters and story beats of other failed gachas like Tales of Crestoria and Asteria. Tales of the Rays will end service at the end of July with an offline version. Oh, that's nice. Actually, just a character model and story cutscene viewer. That's not so nice. Being released.
See, this is the thing that looms over the head of every gacha player, is that at some point it's going to come crashing down and stop, end service.
At some point, all that money you dumped in this thing is going to be completely gone, and you'll never have anything to show for it.
Yeah. In the immortal words of Squally, buy physical, bitch.
Where's the Genshin Impact physical?
Meanwhile, Puella Magi Madoka Magica Magia Record announced its end of service today, which is also set for the end of July. This title is known for having an original cast and story set in an alternate world from the original game. For the original anime, but it still adds flavor and more context to the original, as it still counts as canon. The title is survived by a manga adaptation in Manga Time Kirala. Manga time.
Also an anime.
Wow. Finally, Imperial Saga Eclipse is ending service. Being a sequel to the original Imperial Saga that began service in 2015, while popular as a browser game, it's yet another Square Enix gacha that is ending service, just like Nier Reincarnation earlier this year. Fuck, there's another Nier game? God damn it! Gacha game
for fake granddaughter to end. It's just all that's just like a freaking juggernaut.
Yeah. Gacha games continue to be nothing but a money sink that returns everything to the ether by the end, with nothing but digital gravestones to notify others of its short existence. Wow. So, Greenline, how good do you feel about playing gacha games now?
I mean, tell Footnum, he's got more of the addiction than I do, but I will say that the gacha games that we play have somewhat more of a longer lifespan than these ones, I would say, but it's also quite possible that, they've reached the end of their, when did these games come out? Like the Madoka Magica one, I hadn't even heard of.
Is it me, or did he sound a lot like Ricada saying, Jesus, Flash, I've been on streams with you blazed out of your mind, unable to read super chats.
I sound high?
Wow.
Woo! Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Yellow Flash, the DMs with Yellow Flash and Ricada got leaked unredacted, and Yellow Flash had said you're a junkie or something like that, and then you sound like a junkie, and then Ricada said, Jesus, Flash, I've been on streams with you while you were so fucking drunk you couldn't read a fucking super chat. And it's like Mr. Anime Sucks Cope and Seeth reading that 11 times in a row, right? Anyway. All right. In other news, Azur Lane forced to censor illustrations on Twitter. Publisher says Twitter standards are a mystery. Oh, God, it's so lewd.
What?
The official Japanese Twitter account for Azur Lane announced on May 24th that they would likely be deleting 6 of their posts from the platform in response to requirements imposed by Twitter's management. Since then, all mentioned posts have been deleted, and some have been reposted with censorship. A fucking ton of it! What is going on? Is this
I'd rather not see it at all than have it mosaic. What the fuck? Why? I'm gonna get on Musk's ass and be like,
why
hey,
is there a need? I can understand if you kept the censorship just right here. Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening over here?
But we're gonna cover
the tentacles.
They just blurred the feet. They just blurred the feet or something.
Yeah, thank God. Random 11 is safe from feet.
Thanks, Randy.
However, this seems to only apply to the Japanese account as opposed to the global account. Japanese management has commented that Twitter's latest standards are, quote, a mystery. Post translation, notice. We have received a request from Twitter management's policy team to regulate the content of some of our posts that contain images. As a result, there is a possibility of the posts listed below being deleted. There will be no changes to assets and illustrations within the game, so please do not worry. The recent standards are a mystery, so there is a possibility of the content being reposted. The post in question included characters CGs, 4-panel comics, and short clips that feature revealing costumes. Nudity, although not explicit, whatever that fucking means, depictions of jiggling breasts and similar. It seems that Twitter's management judged this content to be in need of regulation. The specific content of the request received by the Azur Lane account is unknown, and it appears that even the recipients themselves were not properly informed on what exactly the posts were violating. In May 2024, Twitter introduced new guidelines regarding adult content. This new guideline does not appear to change the platform's previous definition of adult content drastically, and it maintains a similar attitude about what is allowed. Quote, you may share consensually produced and distributed adult nudity or sexual behavior, provided it's properly labeled and not prominently displayed. However, one change to note is that the new guideline makes sure to list AI-generated photographic or animated content such as cartoons, hentai, or anime as subject to being treated as adult content. I don't know. Do you think hentai is adult content? Seems like
just a bit.
It's art.
Yes, thank you, Animal. It's art, damn it.
It belongs in a museum.
Yeah.
As all 6 posts, the Azur Lane Twitter account was requested to address were posted after May 21st. We could be seeing the new guideline at work. However, the North American account seems to be unaffected at the time of writing, and users are expressing confusion at the 2D gacha game being censored despite the amount of explicit pornography regularly seen all over Twitter. For the time being, the Japanese Azur Lane account has addressed the issue by reposting the offending CGs with censorship. This consists of airbrushed white light and mist covering up more revealing parts of illustrations. You know how in Ghost in the Shell, they have like that bit where like, sorry, dude, I hacked your eyes, right? It's like, imagine when Neuralink gets installed and you're not even allowed to see pussy anymore, and it's just a ray of light shining. Imagine the world we're gonna live in, the fucking prison of purity.
Wow, that sounds like a prison of purity.
Prison of purity.
That's
like an unfortunate chapter of Once Cucked on Another Planet. So this is the original image. What? Fuck it. Let's just click on it and watch. Let's look at the original image. So yeah, she's got like saran wrap titty. This is what they censored? Like, we're confused.
It's a euphemism, okay?
Yeah.
A dirty euphemism.
All right, anyway. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've got a few. You know when the figure comes out, it's not going to be censored.
3D model when?
My thoughts are China #1.
No, seriously, they have like all kinds of adult figures and shit. It's like how are those not censored, but like this shit is.
Luigi the Minnow 64 agrees. Buy physical, bitch. Hard, offline, and content-full video game copies are better. I agree.
Too bad Sony owns all the distribution
No!
shit.
All right. Let's talk about this. The U.S. government is reportedly investing millions of your tax dollars in Ukraine video game industry as part of an effort to, quote, counter Russian disinformation and propaganda.
Or own the chuds.
Oh, fuck. Are we 6 hours in already?
That's one.
How'd that happen?
Holy shit. This might be the longest show we've ever done. Oh my God. No. We're almost done with games news. No. Fuck.
What's that, halfway?
Shouldn't have let Squally talk so much.
Yeah, because it was Squally's fault.
According to a new report,
she tried to leave like 7 times. You're like, just interrupt her and continue talking.
Here's a little secret. I asked her what her favorite anime was because I knew that if she spoke about something that that she was like passionate about, that she would stick around a little longer.
That you could coax her into staying longer?
So according to a new report, the U.S. government has been investing millions of dollars into the Ukrainian video game industry in an effort to help teach the local population how to both identify and combat Russian disinformation and propaganda. Oh my God. How many people do you think in Ukraine are seeing Russian propaganda and thinking, oh no, oh, Ukraine is evil? The insight
what's the logical links in this?
So we're spending millions of dollars to remind the Ukrainians that actually it's okay to be a neo-Nazi. Like the insight into the Biden administration's spending habits was first brought to light on May 30th, courtesy of video game news outlet Aftermath co-owner Nathan Grayson. Per an investigation conducted by Grayson based on a tip from a reader and published to his site on April 9th, the U.S. State Department began accepting applications for 2 never-before-offered video game disinformation-related grants, worth a total of $1 million in funding. The Designing for Democratic Resilience and Renewal grant required that its recipient not only develop an evergreen game in a sandbox platform with an existing fan base,
the fuck?
In which participants play a game that builds cognitive resilience to authoritarianism and promotes democratic norms and values, but also ensure that the said game will increase player skepticism of foreign propaganda and disinformation by increasing player media literacy and digital safety.
Read that first part again.
Here's some foreign propaganda to teach you to avoid foreign propaganda, but you have to follow our foreign
they
propaganda
need to develop an evergreen game, meaning a game that is going to stay fun forever, in a sandbox platform with an existing fan base. So what, are you going to build a game inside of Minecraft? Like, in which participants play a game that builds cognitive resilience to authoritarianism and promotes democratic norms and values.
So, an anti-democrat game?
No,
like
it promotes democratic norms and values.
No,
oh, you mean because the Democrats are authoritarian?
Yeah.
Fired.
Lowercase democratic,
Right.
uppercase democratic.
At the same time, a lesser $250,000 grant was set aside in service of establishing Ukrainian esports counter disinformation teams. So the real thing is, this is called money laundering. The Biden administration is laundering money through Ukraine back to Hunter
somewhere
Biden.
else. Yeah.
Yeah. So oh my God.
They're gonna have that bully. What was it called? The bully squad or whatever. Bully hunters.
Bully
Was it
hunters.
bully
Yeah.
hunters?
Something hunters, right? Headhunters or something like that.
No, it was something bully something.
Yeah, it was fucking cringe. Leveraging the popularity and penetration of video games in Eastern Europe. The implementer will develop an esports program at American Spaces in Ukraine. Whatever the fuck that means. Explain the State Department of the grant's purpose. Esports athletes will need professional training to form a talent pipeline to professional teams in Ukraine. In tandem with the... You're fucking at war! Stop playing video games! In tandem with traditional esports training, these athletes will receive counter-disinformation / conflict resolution training to confront foreign propaganda and disinformation in competitive online game spaces. Imagine being so fucking retarded that you actually think, well, the reason Russia is winning this war must be because the propaganda is working. So we need to create video games that train youths not to believe that Russia is winning the war, when all they need to do to observe that Russia is winning the war is go outside and get a bomb dropped on them. The project will culminate with an esports tournament and coalition building event on the side of the seriously, this is literally this is fine meme, right? But in Ukrainian, right? A little over 2 weeks after these grants began accepting applications, the State Department would launch a third such funding initiative. This one offering $800,000 to assist in the creation of United with Ukraine Game Jam. This is perhaps the most unappealing character I have seen on screen to date. It's like if For Neverworld did the fusion dance with an actual bug-eyed bug. Wow. Drawing on the science of pre-bunking and the popularity and penetration of video games, there's that word again. The implementer will organize a game jam, said the government. Games developed during the United with Ukraine Game Jam will increase player skepticism of foreign propaganda and disinformation. This is the most obvious waste of taxpayer money I've seen in a while. Pressed for comment on their investments by Grayson, a State Department official asserted, since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, honestly, the money's going to get deposited into Ukrainian bank, and then the next news article is like, oh, Taihen, Russia steals money from Ukrainian bank. U.S. tax dollars gone. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, so much of the country has been mined and menaced that it is not always safe for children to play outside. Boo fucking who! You're at war! For the time being, the future of play in Ukraine will largely be indoors. Ooh, it's safe in here. At least I won't see the bomb coming while I play Fortnite. One popular avenue for safe indoor play is video games. The ability to communicate in games and game-adjacent spaces is an important vector for engaging with hard-to-reach audiences. I just want to point out that we have a migrant crisis where fucking millions of people are coming across the southern border per day. But no, the Ukrainians aren't allowed to seek asylum in the United States, just people from South America. Am I getting that right? One popular avenue for safe indoor play is video games. The ability to communicate in games and game-adjacent spaces is an important vector for engaging with hard-to-reach audiences targeted by disinformation narratives, especially Russian youth, to advance our efforts to counter Russian disinformation propaganda. I like the idea that they just keep getting phishing emails that are like, pictures of Putin looking, like appealing to some degree, like fucking... Like calendars are getting dropped in Ukraine from planes that just feature pictures of Putin riding bears and shit. Like, no, withstand the propaganda. Russia clearly, like literally the real propaganda they're trying to phase out is the propaganda that says that Joe Biden is corrupt and that the corrupt Ukrainian government is funding his son's lifestyle. Russia clearly already understands the power of gaming, as they have deployed their propaganda and disinformation apparatus to spread pro-Kremlin and anti-Ukraine narratives on games. These funding opportunities offer a way to empower Ukrainian storytellers, developers, and gamers to recognize propaganda and disinformation that is commonly spread through games and harness their design skills and playing abilities to effectively push back against it. So I've got another article I'm going to just shove in here real quick so I can fucking get it off my plate. Let me just find
Shove it in.
Jam it in.
Penetrate the dock with it.
Does anybody know that reference? Jam it in. Just jam it in. That's an old 4chan meme. I think it's a Sonic comic about, like, I don't know, Sonic sticks it in Amy or something. I forget. I'm gonna jam it in is the line from it. All right, I'm finding this thing. Just un momento. Uno momento, por favor. That's not it. That's not it either. That's definitely not it. Where the fuck did it go? Did I close it? Am I an idiot?
Yep.
Oh, where is it? Here it is. Okay, let's just pull this in here. Okay, all right, pulling it in. All right, we're gonna so I just want to point out, just as a reminder, the U.S. government has chosen to go and throw millions of U.S. tax dollars at the Ukrainian gaming space to try to counter Russian propaganda. Meanwhile, the Biden admin hired an OnlyFans model to spread propaganda on TikTok. If you ask me, you should just go for the porn, because you know that that's what the Ukrainians are doing when they're stuck indoors instead of playing games. Just go for the porn, give a porn star money to say, look, guys, don't you want this asshole? Then you should decry Russia. Russia clearly already understands the power of gaming, as they have deployed their propaganda and disinformation apparatus to spread pro-Kremlin and anti-Ukraine narratives on games. Fucking name one. Name one. What, in Minecraft? They put a sign that says Viva Russia on some server? Like, that must have been the Kremlin. They did this! These funding opportunities offer a way to empower Ukrainian storytellers, developers, and gamers to recognize propaganda and disinformation that is commonly spread through games and harness their design skills and playing abilities to effectively push back against it. To this end, the official then confirmed that while these trio of grants were not the first video games related funding opportunities to be offered by the U.S. government, they did represent the state's largest investment to date in gaming and digital media literacy. Notably, while the application period for the first two grants closed on May 22nd, God damn it, I was going to get that $1 million to make some stupid Ukrainian game where you just say Russia is bad and it's like a typing simulator and that's all you type, right? $1 million, please. The Ukrainian Game Jam grant is still accepting proposal submissions up until June 12th. We have a shot, boys. The podcast can be funded for the next 4 years. To this end, as of writing, the recipients for the first set of April 9th grants have yet to be publicly announced. Fuck, man. It's going to be Hunter Bidino. It's going to be who gets the grants. All right. Yeah, so that's funny. In this, they talk about the fact that they specifically tell her, now you don't have, this isn't an official sponsorship, so you don't have to disclose it like it's a commercial. Like, fucking pieces of shit. I put that in old doc. Managed to sneak that in. That's good. All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. You would not believe how badly I have to take a leak, but I don't have my piss bottles in here. So. And as soon as I leave this thing, I can't get back in. Heaven Officials Blessing novel deluxe hardcovers and more on the way from Seven Seas. So, the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You secret love story. Hard to keep 100 girlfriends secret. Also, a suitable fetish. Sakura Morimiyu is, by all appearances, a prim and proper young lady with a respectable job in planning and development. There's no way she could be anything but vanilla and innocent. But when she's off the clock and behind closed doors, Miyu's got a taste for the more sensual pleasures and fetishes. To her surprise, her sales manager, Takeda Shiro, is also hiding his own secret fantasies behind his button-up reputation. When the two match their desires, they'll make for one steamy office romance. Yeah, okay. Also, Home Sweet Home, The Lady Knight and the Beast-Eared Child. Okay. My Boyfriend is a Dog. Doggy style.
Wow.
Also, Heaven's Official Blessing, Tian Guan Sifu, hardcover edition. Also,
damn, I've never seen the licenser's logo be the a cover art.
They don't have the technology that's known as art not final. So Viz also has an announcement. The first 3 volumes of Vagabond are collected in a large trim edition with gorgeous textured design. Follow Musashi's epic journey from the beginning. From the manga legend Takahiko Inoue, Vagabond Definitive Edition releases spring 2025. Nice. So the question you're all asking is, hardcover? To which Viz says, just know it's going to be treated right, winky face.
That probably means no, because they probably want to boast about the best feature of it, right? They would want people to get hyped about that.
Yeah, seriously.
I think that they probably have, just because they put out the Viz Big Edition.
Why the fuck would you not just say yes?
Like,
so
it's literally just going to be the exact same as the current one, just with no cover art.
This is probably, yes, exactly. Exactly. So this is probably Viz saying, fuck, I didn't think of that. I can't say yes yet, but I'm definitely going to tell them they should do that. All right. Also, we're on
I got the right stuff.
Cool. I wish I could go take a leak. Sure. But I can't.
Hold on. For some reason.
Maybe if you didn't make the podcast 6 hours.
Not my fault.
Taking a leak. What?
Hold on.
What?
That's definitely Squally.
Alright. Okay, so Naruto Next Generation set 18. So this is the last one for now. And like the last one, for some reason,
18? Fuck.
Final set. I feel like I bought more than 18 volumes of the DVD box sets for Naruto.
And look, they lasted it out without adding numbers again. Farewell.
Yep. Farewell.
Hey, at least it says
They're
final
gonna
set.
have whatever the sequel series comes. Welcome back.
Does that includes Matthew Mercer voice act? Is he Boruto?
He's probably the villain.
Probably somebody else.
Yeah, no, it's Amanda Miller's the villain. Or Boruto, excuse me.
Amanda
And
C.
like the last one, for some reason Crunchyroll's not carrying the DVD version of this, so you have to go to Amazon.
That would be the ultimate cuckening. Lol.
Yeah, poor Giga Frosty. Won't be able to get his DVD copy. Except from Amazon.
Why is Pantheon Stalking on the back cover?
What?
Stocking is blonde, and that's one of the bitches from Pokemon.
No, Stocking is the one with the panties, the blonde. Stockings. This is
yeah.
Stockings.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
The Monocle one is the joke I'm getting at.
Yeah. Anyway, is the Order of Rabbit season 3 is getting a re-release?
Wow. Every time I think of this, I think of is the Augie a lolicon from Otaku?
Whoa.
Feast of Amrita.
Amrita. Oh, shit.
Re-release question?
Re-release again. What was the other one that he did the Kickstarter called? Arrange? Aragni or something like that?
Aragni sounds familiar.
Yeah. We should Watch club that. We should watch club fucking Island of Giant Insects finally. That should be a watch party and watch club. Just to fucking get it off my plate.
The Demon Sword Master of Excalibur Academy.
Okay. Did they dub that one or no?
Hold on. Apparently, yes.
Hang on 1 second. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on.
They'll dub these
Okay, cool.
standalones,
Still-
but is the
still
Order of
viewable.
Rabbit, they just refuse to do.
All right. I was triggered by the fact that we weren't far enough to the right. Okay, hell. Oh, shit.
Hell.
That's one of the first impressions I'm working on.
Well, it's obsolete now, apparently.
$67?
It's 26 episodes, apparently, or 20 whatever.
Jesus, I gotta sit through 20 more episodes. 22 more. Fuck. It wasn't bad, but also it was like super predictable and obvious.
This looks like the plainest, lamest character design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I've seen worse.
The Executioner and Her Way of Life is the premium edition is finally coming out, I guess. And they couldn't have been bothered with to get any other artwork.
Wow. Great fucking job.
Well, I don't know. They seem to let Sentai have all the glory on their site for some reason.
Can you mouse down over? I'm trying to figure out. Can you go on the pink hair girl? Is she getting groped by the other girl on the front cover, or like she's like in between two molesters? It feels like.
Because it's Sentai, it's hard to tell if that's actually the show or if it's just the.
Well, it is.
Artwork
It is
Hey.
very. It is very.
Thank you, Seb. 50 secs. I will do the math on that later.
We do that every time.
10 secs apiece. Yes.
We'll have to figure out how appreciative of you we are in
What is
later.
that, like 50 cents?
Right.
No, I think it's like $5 probably.
Nice.
It's green,
Still
so
appreciative. Oh.
1 sec is not even a dime.
So
What,
50. 50.
Almost $5.
Almost a cool fiver.
Thank you, Seb.
Thanks for the
Animal was right again.
That was it.
I gotta find out now if we are in. Are we profitable this month? Does
hold up.
$5 minus 30%? I don't think we are.
Now, real quick, we got the Bean email. You want me to put it on?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Summer means Bean double dipping. New post announcing the new bonus interview
Double
with
Bean
Kenichi
dip.
Sonoda on Blu-ray for Riding Bean, plus an exclusive upgrade offer for folks who backed the Kickstarter. Also, new T-shirts coming to the store this week. And then if we click read more, I'll post it in chat, and then you can. Where is it? There. My fingers have was it popcorn on them, so I don't want to. I'm using my pinky and my ring finger. All right, I sent it in chat. You can go to the link.
Can you switch back to my screen share? Disgusting. Happy holiday weekend to our American friends. We are not taking any time off. However, we've been hard at work. We are delighted to announce that our forthcoming Blu-ray of Riding Bean will feature a new interview with the one and only Kenichi Sonoda. Special thanks to our buddy Matt Schley for shooting this for us. Okay. So Savakis is saying this on Media OCD. No, animego.com/post/ So did he hijack the URL? Because Whole Grain Pictures and Media OCD are the rest of this.
Yeah.
We're working on some other stuff too, but this is one new feature that we can announce right now. What's that? You already got the Writing Me Kickstarter disc, and now you're bummed out. No matter, for a limited time, we can offer Kickstarter customers a special one-time coupon for up to 50% off pre-orders at the Media OCD store. Just fill out this form, and within a day or two, we'll send you a coupon code. So here's the problem: you have to
limited time.
Yeah.
You have to show them a photo of your thing.
It's just like the Digimon thing.
So here's my question. Could I have one of you guys please take a photo of yours outside or some other place from where you took your photo? Because mine is in the goddamn storage unit and I'm not going to be able to dig it out. If you haven't seen it yet, check out the amazing new trailer.
That was my problem. I had it in storage, and I'm like,
hold up, can we co-op this thing? So it's like it says 50% off pre-orders, right? So that means if we show one of our copies to you, you can order 3 on our behalf at 50% off. Is that correct?
Oh.
So what you're saying is I need to pay for all your copies.
I will do that if you order us on our behalf.
Yeah, it's just because they're not going to ship to Canada.
I cannot
anyway, right?
justify saving 50% if the shipping brings it back up to normal price.
Right?
Yeah. So that's okay. So this is what we were going to get into. So I did this. Like I said earlier in the podcast, the email went to junk. So check that. Caleb McPhee sent me my code. And it's 50% off, but then the shipping is $12, which is actually pretty good for shipping to Canada.
What have I done?
But that doesn't make up for the 50% off. So it's still more than it's not. I would rather free shipping than 50% off.
Right.
If you get my drift. But I did order it. And it doesn't work on anything else. It's only
it doesn't.
No. It might. I don't know if you can try. I didn't try adding more than one of the same writing bean thing, but I did try adding other things to the cart.
I doubt it. I doubt they would let you, buy multiples at half price.
Cool.
It says pre-orders.
So, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, I highly recommend you take a visit at stealthweave.com and you buy whatever the most expensive thing here is. And even though I did it moments before the podcast started, and therefore there is no image, you can now buy the OCA Porncast shirt.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. It comes in many options for colors, but you want the black one. God damn, there's a lot of colors.
Holy crap.
All right.
I didn't know Pornhub had a day mode.
Glow-in-the-dark Ghibli Kodama figures will give your home a mystical forest mood. Ooh.
That's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
$50.
Is it $50 cool?
An arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather 3D print with glow-in-the-dark filament.
$23 for a single one of them. Like that's
holy shit, man.
That's a lot.
Let's talk about the beautiful Legend of Zelda Lego set that is the series' first buildable block crossover. What the fuck is buildable block?
Maybe they're just talking about like generic term for Lego type.
Yeah. First Zelda Lego set.
Including non-Lego bricks.
So am I mistaken? This is the Ocarina of Time variant that has like the Deku scrub where you grow, or not Deku scrub. Yeah, the Deku scrub, right? The little.
Yeah, I want to say so, but it's been a minute since I've.
And then this is the Tears of the Kingdom.
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Yeah. So when you
can build the
Ocarina.
So he's in Pride Month for the Breath of the Wild one.
Yeah, in Ocarina of Time, you defeat the villain at the bottom of the Great Deku Tree, and then you go into the future.
Yeah, and then
it
the
turns
Deku
into that
Sprout,
little
the Deku
thing.
Sprout or whatever they called it.
Yeah, because the tree died.
Yeah, because I remember these fuckers that are like super annoying.
Yeah.
Why don't they make a Lego Zelda game? Oh,
because Nintendo would say no.
I'd play it.
A slightly more midget version of a Lego figure for young Link.
Oh, I wish it was tinier. Randy, are you gonna, or no, Reese, are you gonna show out for?
No, I'm not spending $350 for a Lego Deku Tree.
Holy shit! Who wants that?
Randy, are you shelling out $300 for a Lego?
If it goes on sale.
Oh wow!
No. It's still no because it wouldn't be $350.
No, for us it's like 380 plus tax.
Nice.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
For that?
But you get the Tula.
It's pretty big.
Okay.
It's also half of a tree. Like, stop giving me half of shit. So if you want a whole tree, you have to buy two of them.
Buy two.
It's like
it's also some of the most unappealing colors Lego has ever put out. Like
there'd be a face on both
poopy
sides.
brown, poopy green, poopy tan. Like,
have you not seen a tree?
Yeah,
they're all pretty brown.
No, he wants the tree green and tree brown colors. Okay,
I'm just saying that Lego already had a brown color, and then it invented 3 more poop brown colors.
At least it's not poop red.
Let's talk about the ramen lovers who continue to eat noodles as the restaurant goes up in flames around them. Just saying, I had ramen last week, and I absolutely would have continued eating. Ramen Jiro has dedicated fans, but this is verging on ridiculous. Japan's Ramen Jiro is famous for serving its noodles with so many toppings, it's become a genre of its own. Fucking hell, I don't want that.
Can I at least get like a takeout box for like the half of it that I don't eat?
Yeah, seriously, you're not even going to get to the broth by the time you're done and you're full.
I went to a Greek restaurant today for lunch for a family thing. And they brought so many appetizers and stuff. By the time the main
I'm so full.
came out,
just bring me a box.
No, seriously, everyone got like they were just walking around with the takeout trays, and they're because it was way too much food.
At least you got dinner for tomorrow.
Wow. So they're inspiring other chains to follow suit with what's now called Jiro style ramen. Honestly, it looks disgusting. I don't want that. What are these? Yuck. Are those quail eggs? Gross. I don't want that. That looks fucking awful.
The pink thing on the top left is more scary to me.
Yeah.
Fuck that is.
Yeah, that looks gross too. With 44 branches around the country, the chain has a legion of dedicated fans throughout Japan, and they proudly call themselves Jirolians. Their love of Ramen Jiro is so strong that they'll go to great lengths to eat at the chain whenever possible. And that diehard passion was on full display yesterday when the branch in Tokyo's Kabukicho went up in flames, and the Jirolians continued to eat inside as if nothing was wrong. I mean, it is full on fire in there. Holy shit! So the reason I say holy shit is I just realized where the flames are, that's where they're seated.
It's just some extra smoky flavor.
I always imagined myself being able to eat ramen inside of a flaming building. Yes, it was very fun. I'll do it again.
That's a face.
That's a face. Yeah.
This experience has not changed my opinion of the chain.
This guy is he's the model for Angela confirmed. Look at
He's
those,
not 15
That's what
years
I was
old.
thinking.
Right. Anyway, it's not unusual to see steam billowing from the kitchen at a ramen restaurant where there are multiple pots on the go at any one time. But what the video shows clearly isn't the gentle type of steam you can see through while looking into the kitchen. Instead, this is a thick smoke and lots of it because the restaurant was actually on fire. With one customer saying that when the fire broke out, the flames nearly touched the ceiling. Rather than flee the burning building, the diners did the most unusual thing by staying seated, slurping up their noodles as if nothing was wrong. If the fire gets close, I've got broth to drop on it. According to a customer who was inside the restaurant at the time, when the smoke began to accumulate, the staff didn't say anything. And when the fire became evident, it was still business as usual with about 15 customers present and staying in their seats. I wonder if there's like a rule where like it's all you can eat until your ass leaves the seat. And they're like, no.
I just sat down. God damn it.
No refund sign on the wall. While one customer said staff in the kitchen looked nervous under the smoke, it was only after the flames began to spread that staff gave customers instructions to evacuate. That's when diners took their leave, and one Jirolian who had come from Nagano Prefecture expressed sadness in an interview with the news journalist at the scene, saying he'd been looking forward to the meal and only had a small portion left to eat when they had to evacuate.
Could you just taken the bowl out with him?
Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's the first thing I'd have done. I would not have stopped eating. It would have been like you're slurping up those noodles, but I would have just walked out.
I'm saving this dish from the flames for you. You're welcome.
Yeah, now you get to keep the bowl. Just go home with it, and now you got a memento from your favorite ramen place. Win-win. Not being able to finish a bowl of ramen Jiro noodles is a sadness that will strike a chord with Jirolians everywhere. But thankfully, nobody was injured in the incident, with Jirolians and staff able to escape the building unharmed. The fire department was quick to arrive on the scene, bringing things under control within 20 minutes, and the Metropolitan Police Department says the cause of the fire appears to have been oil ignited during cooking. Wow, I can't imagine what else could have caused it in a fucking kitchen. While igniting oil is something this ramen restaurant in Kyoto does for tourists, oh great, another article. It's not something this restaurant wants a repeat of, and police and fire officials are continuing to investigate the incident. Wow. I would love to get some ramen with you fools. American Airlines backtracks on the filing that blamed the 9-year-old for being filmed in the bathroom. So you guys will recall we covered the incident. Oh, what the fuck? Where's the seat? Is it in the video? There it is. Do you guys remember we covered this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seat broken. Fucking flashlight on the camera and everything is on for the recording.
Full phone.
A full-ass iPhone taped onto the toilet lid. One day after lawyers for American Airlines argued a 9-year-old child acted negligently when she was recorded by a hidden camera in an airplane lavatory, the airline is backpedaling that defense.
Sure is hidden.
Imagine even making that argument in court. It's the 9-year-old's fault.
She's just too sexy.
Is the plane a Boeing?
Might be. FBI agents knocked on the... What? FBI agents knocked on the 9-year-old's family home almost a year after the alleged incident in January 2023 to inform her parents that videos of the child were found on a phone belonging to a former flight attendant who is currently in custody. Wow. The airline on Wednesday said in a statement about the filing, quote, Our outside legal counsel retained with our insurance company made an error in this filing.
Yeah.
Oh!
Of course, it's the insurance company.
Wasn't it insurance that got Ron and Monica Lemoyne? Oh my God. The airline on Wednesday said in a statement about the filing, our outside legal counsel retained with our insurance company made an error in this filing. The included defense is not representative of our airline, and we have directed it to be amended this morning. Seriously, no, the real truth is that the 9-year-old's family happens to know and possibly be related to the law firm that was chosen. And so the law firm said, don't worry, babe, we're going to get you $10 million, right? Like, I'm going to fuck this up for you so hard that the airline is going to be begging you free rides for life. You know, the included defense is not representative of our airline, and we have directed it to be amended this morning. We do not believe this child is at fault, and we take the allegations involving a former team member very seriously. Our core mission is to care for people, and the foundation of that is the safety and security of our customers and team. The court filing was submitted on behalf of American Airlines on Tuesday in response to a civil lawsuit filed by the 9-year-old's parents in Texas District Court against the airline and the flight attendant, Estes Carter Thompson III. Wow. Who allegedly recorded the child. Allegedly, huh? You found it on his fucking phone, didn't you? The filing, which generally denies the allegation.
It might not have been him. Someone might have, while he was in the bathroom, before she went to the bathroom, while he was telling her, like, wait outside for a second, someone might have stolen his phone, and then in a split second...
It was the 9-year-old, wasn't it? The 9-year-old took the phone
The 9-year-old's actually the
taped
flash.
it to the seat to frame this poor man. That's why the insurance decided to run with the very solid case that it was the 9-year-old's fault. The filing, which generally denies the allegations and raises several affirmative defenses, including contributory negligence, states, quote, defendant would show that any injuries or illness alleged to have been sustained by plaintiff Mary Doe were proximately caused by plaintiff's own fault and negligence, were proximately caused by plaintiff's use of a compromised lavatory, which she knew or should have known contained a visible and illuminated recording device. Okay, so imagine you walk into a room and you're in a movie studio and you're looking around at all the cameras and stuff, and there's a fucking camera, obviously with like a camera guy cranking it or whatever, like old fashioned, you know, and it's pointed directly.
The guy with the boom mic.
It is, yeah, and it is pointed directly at a toilet, and you think to yourself, I gotta take a shit. And you go up. It's like, in that specific situation, this defense may work. In literally all others, no. The lawsuit was filed by Mary Doe's parents, alleging that Thompson secretly filmed their 9-year-old daughter in the airplane's lavatory on a flight to Los Angeles in January 2023. Thompson is currently in federal custody after being charged with 1 count of attempted sexual exploitation of children and 1 count of possession of images of child sexual abuse depicting a prepubescent minor. He was arrested after a 14-year-old passenger on another flight discovered Thompson's hidden phone in the plane lavatory.
Wow.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? He was arrested after a 14-year-old passenger on another flight. Look.
He wasn't, grounded after the first incident?
I just don't understand the world that I live in. Like, if you're a pedophile, that's one thing, right? Nobody's excusing it, of course. But if you're a pedophile, that's one thing. But if you're a pedophile who deliberately wants to see young kids taking a shit, that's just a whole nother level of deranged, right? Like, he was arrested after a 14-year-old passenger on another flight discovered Thompson's hidden phone in the plane lavatory. Police said Thompson allegedly possessed recordings of 4 additional minor female passengers who used bathrooms aboard the same aircraft. One of those recordings was allegedly of Mary Doe. Thompson has pleaded not guilty. Not guilty.
Your Honor, if you just watch the video, you'll see me putting the tape over the camera, over the phone. But don't worry, that's not actually me. That's my evil twin. He stole my phone.
Disregard the obvious bulge in my pants and the heavy breathing and
Your Honor,
the dilated eye.
I have
pupils.
a piss fetish. I do not have a scat fetish, Your Honor. Clearly, this isn't me.
No, because
Clearly,
like
that
honestly,
that thumbprint I left on the camera lens is not mine.
as he starts because the camera is facing out, the screen is to the seat, right?
It's
So
recording. Yeah,
he can't start the recording after he set it up. He has to start the recording, then stick it there, then put the stickers over top so it stays there, right? The tape or whatever. So the recording is gonna have him like fudding around with the camera and then walking out of the bathroom. Like how is no, Your Honor, that was not me.
It's gonna be him walking out of the bathroom saying, "Yeah, come on in. This toilet, it's under maintenance, but if you can still use it." Like it's like full view with the camera, right? Like, fucking hell. Not guilty. This guy pleaded. Reacting to the airline's filing Tuesday, Jane Doe, mother of Mary Doe, said, "Instead of taking responsibility for this awful event, American Airlines is actually blaming our daughter for being filmed." Now, look, I do have to agree. If you walk into a toilet that looks like this, yeah, you're a fucking retard, okay? But at the same time, let's just acknowledge when you gotta go on an airplane, there aren't exactly a lot of options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, Mom, I have to go. Okay, somebody's in there already. Okay, fine. And then you wait, and then it's
Oh
your
God!
turn.
It feels like somebody died here. Fucking just go.
What if you saw that on the side of your pod there?
How, in good conscience, could they even make such a suggestion? It both shocks and angers us. American Airlines has no shame, the mother added. Responding to American Airlines backtracking on their court filing, Paul Llewellyn, a lawyer representing the family of how that is an unfortunate level of L's in your name. Paul Llewellyn, a lawyer representing the family of the 9-year-old girl, said
lawyer.
Right? And Paul, right? American Airlines has clearly faced intense media and public backlash over their blaming of a 9-year-old for being filmed. To claim that they filed the wrong answer is simply not credible, but the bell cannot be unrung.
Your Honor, we are the as a company are not responsible. I mean, clearly the culprit he got caught anyway, so it's fine. He got caught. It's fine. It's his fault. It's all her fault for being a harlot. She's a harlot.
She shouldn't have been so appealing. They should never have taken such a position in the first place. Llewellyn said
it was Boeing because just watch them use it as a defense. It was Boeing, like that was built into their plane.
It looked like a phone, but it was a Boeing. So you understand, Your Honor. Llewellyn said that the airline did not reach out to the family after the recording was discovered. Representatives for American Airlines did not immediately respond to requests for comment on the attorney's claim that the airline did not reach out to the family. The airline said Friday that they've retained a new counsel to represent them in the new lawsuit. Responding to the announcement about the airline's new counsel, Llewellyn said, quote, "As a result of the intense media and public backlash surrounding the outrageous allegations, we are not surprised to learn that American Airlines fired its law firm. With the benefit of this new legal representation, we hope that American Airlines will now take a fresh look at the case and finally take some measure of responsibility for what happened to our client. Otherwise, we are very confident that a Texas jury will do the right thing and hold American Airlines responsible. Holy fuck. Oh,
you fucked this company over, you are fired.
I wonder if that guy was on my flight back from Dallas.
We got a comment from Barbaric Ape Productions.
What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how's life? What's new?
We also got this one.
Scam.
Oh, they want to offer me promotion for my channel. Thank you, Scambot. Thanks.
Haven't seen one of those in a while.
How's life? What's new?
My
will to live. That's new. Holy shit. I don't know. I mean, what's new is that I'm podcasting from a pod because my house is flooded. I don't know what to say. This guy, he looks like somebody. I can't quite put my finger on it. He kind of looks like a guy that I worked with in Hollywood for a while. He's good looking enough that he shouldn't need to stoop so low. But also, when your fetish is seeing an underage kid take a shit, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
What would you do if you found that?
Laugh, film
like
it.
If you on a plane, you got to take a shit. You see this phone. What would you do?
Like cha-ching! There go all my money problems. This your phone? I'm keeping it. It's going directly into the court. All right. In other news.
Before you go on, I am going to bed.
Okay.
Coward.
You're only missing the best news yet. Plus size TikToker.
But I will get so much sleep. I'll make up for it.
He doesn't want to have the PTSD of getting stuck in a revolving door.
I'll join Random 11. I have to be up slightly earlier tomorrow.
You guys.
Those cowards.
Plus size TikToker blames Chicago O'Hare Airport staff for ignoring her after she got stuck in a revolving door. I don't think I'm actually going to read this because big shocker, it's not on film.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Seriously. I don't know.
I'm disappointed. My day.
Yeah, exactly. Instead, would you like to cover why are women's prisons in California passing out condoms?
Randy's back.
No cock in the women's cell block. If you have a willy, you stay in the Berlini.
Hold on, I gotta copy. I get Fudnum to go to this before he goes to bed.
Oh, for the upload? It's all good, buddy. Fortunately, I didn't lose anything. My wall mounted Vic shooting gallery picture fell in such a way that the part that was broken and exposed was up top, so the water didn't damage it. Like literally nothing of mine got damaged, so it's all right. All my irreplaceable things are still irreplaceable. Anyway. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious here, but yeah, they're allowing the trannies to go to women's prison by just saying, "Wait, though, I'm a woman." Your Honor, what do you have any Do you have any last words before our sentencing? Yes. I am taking this moment to come out as a woman. Right? Oh shit! I am sentencing you to women's prison.
Enjoy your time.
Yeah, sex is illegal in every prison. Sex between inmates or sex with guards is strictly prohibited. So why then did Central California Women's Facility recently mount contraceptive dispensers full of colorful, flavored condoms in every day room just last month? What kind of flavors do they put on condoms? I never bought flavored ones because quite frankly, ain't nobody want to use them to begin with. But do they just have like cock flavor? Like do they make them? Do they just taste like sweaty balls? Like, is that the thing? Like, do they need to taste like a fucking donut or like strawberries or some shit? I recently read a thing that I'm convinced a lot of these articles or these like Facebook posts are AI, like just believable
Clickbait.
enough. Yeah, but it was like in Roald Dahl's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
The line about the schnozberries taste like schnozberries is meant to actually be dicks.
Yeah.
Right? So they're all licking dicks on the wall.
I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like, obviously, like, it would have been funny in that movie after he does that line, you visibly see some of them go for specific spots on the wall. like the mothers who are in there.
Yeah, they're like, oh, tastes too familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it. I haven't tasted this in many years. Since my wedding night, I think. When you become state property, you lose your right to consent. Oh, fuck. I would know. I've been through. Whoa!
I was like, they've been to the penetration penitentiary.
I've been through it. Upon imprisonment, women are told no means no. Yes is not allowed. There's a collective understanding. Sex is strictly prohibited on all counts behind bars, right? So one of the reasons that sex is prohibited behind bars is because if you have the death penalty and then you become pregnant, they can't kill you. That was until California passed AB 999 in 2013, requiring all prisons to furnish condoms for inmates by 2019. Why? Understandably, California was slow to comply with the condom demand. Why provide them in prisons housing inmates without male genitalia? But when Governor Gavin Newsom blurred the lines between men and women, women's prisons, as we once knew them, were quietly eliminated in 2021 when California lawmakers passed SB Senate Bill 132, also known as the Transgender Respect Agency and Dignity Act. Wow.
Why do criminals need dignity?
Yeah, right?
And respect.
I say they should all be hooked up to a rape machine forever. This legalized gender self-identification, allowing for fully intact men. I love how they refer to them as intact. Fully intact men to be housed in one of California's 2 female-only prisons by simply declaring a non-male gender. You mean female, the only other gender. Naturally, men began to infiltrate women's prisons. The ballpark count is at least 40. At least 40 had 2 brain cells to say, you know what? I don't want to go to men's prison. I'm gay. I mean transgender. Right?
All these convicted rapists are like, I'm female. I'm female.
How could I have raped her? I am a woman. Well, I still got sentenced, but at least I got the ability to rape all the women here, right? All right, the ballpark count is at least 40, but it's hard to be sure because California refuses to publish this data and gives men the option of acquiring a new state identification number to reduce stigma. Fuck you, California. The floodgates have been open for men with histories of violence against women, often including charges such as aggravated rape, to transfer into women's general population facilities. And unlike in men's prisons, women aren't separated by security level or the nature of their convictions. Oh, interesting. So all women are equal. Oh, whoa. Amy Ichikawa, this is the author. This is her story in prison. Unlike men, so yeah, like women are all equally unthreatening. Knowing that 92% of female inmates in California have been battered and beaten, forcibly housing women with sexually intact males, 33.8% of whom are registered sex offenders, is nothing short of cruel and unusual punishment. And it's a reward for the sex offenders. Right? This would clearly fail.
They're just being sent to a good time.
Look, I just think we need to genetically modify monsters who can act as the sex offenders for the sex offenders. This would clearly fail to meet social decency standards anywhere else, but when we're dealing with female inmates, it seems the society lacks any sympathy or care. Thanks, Gavin Newsom.
Why don't we just get rid of the separated prisons and put them all under the same roof and let them sort themselves out?
Is it me, or is this blonde woman looking in a mirror at a brunette version of her same fucking face? Holy shit. Monster. Now these fun-looking and flavored condoms send the message that the sexual desires of convicted and often predatory males outweigh the physical safety and well-being of women. I have an idea. What if, instead of providing flavored Tootsie Fruitsy condoms, you just castrated any men that went into the women's prison? I know, it's crazy, right? Who could imagine if we punished the inmates who are trying to get by saying, look, actually I'm a woman. Okay, the state will pay for your vagina surgery, right? Like,
well, you'll go under the knife in 1 hour.
Yeah, we're gonna do a poor job. The judge is gonna do it.
No, the jury's gonna do it.
It's like, actually, judge, I'm a woman. Okay, stick your dick in the dick guillotine, right? we don't have all day. I got another case in an hour. Please stick your dick in the nutcracker and the dick guillotine.
No.
The uncomfortable truth behind all of these changes has gone widely unnoticed. Finally, that's about to change. In 2013, it was released. I was released from serving a 5-year sentence at the what was it, the California? Oh God, what was it called? Central California Women's Facility. Jesus, I'm glad I looked that up. Thanks. For participating in a drug-related kid. Amie, what the fuck? For participating in a drug-related 5 years for a drug-related kidnapping, and now you work for the New York Post. Today, I help run a nonprofit.
Sounds about
woman
right.
to woman, woman to woman, honey to honey, and maintain daily contact with incarcerated women who have become sitting ducks. They call, message, and write to me about the emotional and physical turmoil experienced daily due to the presence of biologically male prisoners. So, some of them write to me how it's unfair that the prisoners only rape the attractive women. They are told to keep their heads down and get over any fears and discomfort. Women behind bars have no respite from the undeniable stress of serving their sentences while being in a permanent state of hypervigilance. I have walked these same yards, tossed and turned in these same bunks, and screamed the same silent, internalized scream without ever coming. Without help ever coming.
In a bizarre turn of events, crimes perpetrated by women in California are down 50%.
Yeah, this is California is smart. See, they're actually, they seem super progressive, but what they do is they make it legal to knowingly infect people with AIDS, and then the gay sex just stops, right? And then now women are afraid to commit crimes because they're going to get raped in prison, right? Like, prison, we're equalizing the prison rapings. You know? Finally, our diversity, equity, and inclusion has reached prison rapes.
Like, why have two different prisons? Why not just have it just be one? Everybody on the
Totally. Why even have a secondary one? Women behind bars have no respite from the undeniable stress of serving their sentence while being in a permanent state of hypervigilance. No help ever coming. The last few years post SB 132 have been an uphill. SB? Are you fucking serious? Wasn't it AB a second ago? Oh no, it was Senate bill. What was the AB one? AB 999. Okay. All right. Have been an uphill battle, fought with a burden so heavy that sometimes I question my own sanity. Oh, what flavors are these?
Cherry, orange, and lime. That's the flavors.
Lime? Nah, green apple, bro. You suck a dick and want it to taste like lime? No. How much of a masochist are you?
Oh, sorry, I don't suck a dick on the side like you do. Okay, you know better.
The funny thing is, they turn out to. All right, AB 999 says we must put condoms in every mess hall, but we're putting only extra smalls. The program finally provides a voice for women opposed to biological men being housed in women's prisons. Oh, sorry, I skipped this part. But then I joined forces with the Independent Women's Forum and became part of their new series, Cruel and Unusual Punishment, the male takeover of female prisons. Fucking goddamn feminists will fight for transgenders until it's inconvenient, and then they'll act like they're male. Right?
They'll fight for equal rights until they get equal rights.
Right. And then they're going to fight the opposite direction. Right. This program finally provides a voice for women opposed to biological men being housed in women's prisons, knowing that there is a team of women willing to prioritize the most marginalized sector of womanhood. Has really prisoners are the most marginalized. Really, man, I need my DEI games to have more women prisoners in them. The most marginalized sector of womankind has become the light at the end of this horribly dark tunnel. It is.
Let's get these women's prisons in GTA.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, GTA 6 does star a female convict. Right? It has restored my belief in solidarity among women. Still questioning whether the plight of women in prison is an issue of concern? No, I'm not. I don't think it is. Heed my warning. The harsh reality incarcerated women face while forced to live with dangerous men is the definition of cruel and unusual punishment, and it's the fate of women nationwide. You really, seriously, you're going to start with, do you still question whether the plight of women in prison is concerned? And then give me no reason to change my mind. What women inmates are surviving and the evils that they are up against are coming for all of us, even in the free world. Oh, fuck. What, did yours happen in fucking Japan? Miss Amie?
That's probably pronounced Amy.
This is the war against all women. We need all hands on deck. I'm sorry, you're asking men for help? I'm sorry, but no. Anyway, there you go.
You wanted this, you got it.
In other news, Rachel Dolezal, the white woman infamous for claiming to be black, fired over OnlyFans account. When I read this, I had to think for a second. I don't even remember what she did for a living. The fuck, what even was she? Wasn't she a Democratic operative of some kind? Former National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Oh, she worked for the NAACP. Of course. That's the perfect role for for whatever that is. Oh no, she was the chapter president who courted major controversy nearly 10 years ago for falsely claiming she was black. And she has been fired from her position with an Arizona school district over an OnlyFans account. Dolezal was employed with the Catalina Foothills School District as an after-school instructor, but was let go this week after administrators were made aware of her apparent presence on OnlyFans, a social media subscription platform that caters to adult content. I just kind of think about it from the perspective, sometimes you get a job where your side hustle can get promoted. But maybe don't do that with school children, right? As of publication, a link to an OnlyFans account is accessible through the bio in Dolezal's verified Instagram account. The linked OnlyFans account, updated as recently as February 14th, this is an old article, by the way, blocks images for non-subscribers but contains identifying information and captions alluding to adult and nude content. Does anybody want to see what's underneath this disgusting blouse and blazer?
No.
No. Fuck no.
Green line, what's your take?
Green line, smash or pass?
Ugly as fuck. You couldn't pay me to smash. Like, maybe from the back and her face is turned away. Maybe. But, like, it'd have to be dark.
I mean, when I think of her from when she first made headlines, she looked like this.
Yeah.
And they're telling me that was 10 years ago. So what is she in her 50s now? like, oh my God.
I mean, she doesn't look bad for being in her 50s. But
welcome to my OnlyFans page, where I post creative content and give fans a more intimate look into my life. The page reads,
I wouldn't be comfortable as in any profession, to be honest with you, in regards to what you were talking about a second ago, like in any profession to promote my OnlyFans. Like, even if it is like a legitimate OnlyFans that isn't like what it
I mean,
OnlyFans
like an
turned
Instagram
into.
e-thought, maybe. Like
yeah. But if I'm in her position, like I can't you can't like
maybe a bartender.
Yeah.
That might not be a bad way to do it.
There's
like,
a few of them, but like a lot of occupations I wouldn't be comfortable
like
with that.
on
Like,
the tip jar, you put the QR code and it just says "See my tits," right? And then people see them and they either subscribe to your OnlyFans or they just tip you for seeing them. Right? That's a great use of a QR code, if you ask me. Right?
Yeah.
Tip for see my tits.
Tip for a titty.
Yeah, tip for a titty. Titties for a tip. I think
tits or tips.
Yeah, tits for tips. Thank you, Reese. It took the combined intelligence of all three of us to come up with that, but it's a great slogan.
Hey, it only took us about a minute, so that's pretty good.
And we didn't get fired from our teaching gig while coming up.
Yeah, I mean, just think about all the like Disney writers that can't come up with a good storyline in like 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. So,
So Julie Farberick, the district director of alumni and community relations, told CNN affiliate KVOA that the posts are contrary to our district's use of social media by district employees policy and our staff ethics policy. I bet you there is nothing written in the employee handbook that says you can't do porn. And I bet you Rachel Dolezal is about to become a millionaire.
Through
litigation.
She makes more money in OnlyFans than her actual job. Like, holy
Most
shit.
women do.
Like,
Even though I think the average, what is the average earnings on OnlyFans? $15 a month. Like,
I think like $5 maybe.
Farberick also confirmed Dolezal's termination. CNN has reached out to Dolezal for comment. Dolezal made headlines in 2015 when she revealed that, despite leading the Spokane chapter of the NAACP and claiming a detailed heritage as a person of color, Dolezal's parents were both white with European ancestry. In the ensuing media storm, Dolezal never denied her white heritage, but claimed that she still identifies as black. It seems extra racist that you identify as black and become a whore. Right? Dolezal's enduring media presence prompted cantankerous conversations about identity and race. In a 2017 CNN interview, she said she believes race is a social construct, despite widespread derision. But like, seriously, the reason they hate her is because they figured out her grift and used it against them. Like,
she's trans black.
Despite widespread derision, Dolezal did not shed her assumed identity after her actual heritage was revealed. In 2016, she legally changed her name to Nkechi Amer Diallo. What the fuck? The name Nkechi is a shortened Igbo name of Nigerian origin and means gift of God. Is that her OnlyFans name too?
How high on this horse is she?
At least she's committed to the bit. She said at the time she would continue to use the name Rachel Dolezal as well. Fucking no commitment. And the names appear to alternate on her various social media accounts. Her apparent OnlyFans account bears the name Rachel Dolezal. OnlyFans is a social media platform where creators post photos and videos and can charge users a fee to access it. It is typically known as a place for explicit content. Its rising popularity has led to innumerable instances of people being fired from their jobs for being OnlyFans creators, including several teachers. Such incidents have raised questions about employment discrimination, the stigma of sex work, and the effects of the gig economy. A 2017 profile of Dolezal in The Guardian claimed that, at the time, Dolezal was jobless and feeding her family with food stamps, while being offered opportunities only in reality TV and porn.
Sounds black to me.
Oh, fuck, man. She's really committed to this transracial gig. However, Dolezal has continued to crop up in the public eye. In 2017, she published a memoir titled In Full Color, Finding My Place in a Black and White World. She also promotes her art on social media and produces a podcast called Peripheries. The podcast description says the show's logo was created by Dolezal and depicts Josephine Bial Wilson Bruce, a black women's rights activist from the late 1800s and early 1900s, and a multicultural historical figure who is often perceived as white.
Wow.
Oh, she is a meme. You know what's even funnier? Wait till I tell you the next thing that is so fucking goddamn funny that I waited to cover it until we had another reason to talk about Rachel Dolezal. And the reason I need to cover it now is because it's the funniest fucking thing I've ever covered on the podcast. 4chan tricked Rachel Dolezal into reading a cameo script they wrote. Tell me if you recognize it.
Hi, this is Rachel Dolezal sending congratulations to the 13% crew for hitting 55% this year. That's amazing. When 13% of the company does 55% of the work, you deserve recognition. But truth be told, it's really more like 6% getting it done. So you know who you are. Congratulations on your success. And this message is from your regional manager.
Holy
Hi, this is Rachel.
So I don't get it. I don't understand what this
is. That the percentage of black?
They're 13% of the population, but they commit 50% of the crime. Does it make sense now?
Oh no.
Holy, you know she's not black because she should have seen that a mile coming. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, I'm glad we got to cover that finally. I've only been sitting on it for months. Why I stopped online dating and started fingering my own ass. Hold on, I'm gonna just down the rest of this alcohol. I just want to point out that this whiskey earlier tonight was right here. Okay. Yeah. I have somehow
Where is
managed.
it now?
Fucking
oh my! What is your problem? You're almost as bad.
I'm not even buzzed yet. I've been like sipping it all night since Squally was here.
You're almost as bad as new weekly routine, getting shit faced in the box.
Yeah, it's like hot boxing, but instead it's alcohol.
Oh no!
Hot potting. All right.
Self-love. 3 fingers of my butt, my big ass are the tags.
Oh. Oh, dear God. Oh, God. I'm just looking at all this shit. I just look at all the merch on the side. calling my representative wasn't enough, so I fucked his wife. Don't talk to me until I've had my abortion. Black mark. I'm not a basic bitch. I'm a boring woman. Wow. Okay, let's read about this woman. This is the face of a woman who is excited that now everybody knows, and now it makes fingering her own ass even hotter, right? Like, we all know that online dating is a trash fire, contributing to lower self-esteem and even depression. Looking for love or even just casual sex on the apps requires submitting yourself to unsolicited dick pics, nerve-wracking selfie selection, and constant rejecting. So this year, I decided to delete all the apps and just start fingering my own ass. That's right. Now, whenever I get the urge to swipe right, I instead swipe some lube on my finger and pleasure my butthole. Making forced small talk with strangers and going on date after excruciating date sets you up for disappointment and feeling like true joy is out of reach. But buying yourself a drink, pulling on a latex glove, I learned this in a sex class, and massaging your own asshole all night will never disappoint. Again, I just got to point out the face. These days, I can't believe how much time I used to devote to searching through the apps for available partners before I could even get in the room with someone who I may or may not have any chemistry with. Now, I can spend a fraction of that time teasing and training my asshole before having a mind-blowing anal orgasm.
Yeah, well, with a face like that,
she seems like a weirdly, she's a weirdly, somehow slightly more attractive version of Mars Girl. Right?
Wow.
No.
Mars Girl, the only reason Mars Girl can reach is because the arms go to Saturn and back.
Oh my God.
I've read entire books with the time I've gained, and my ass is happier than ever.
You know, if she told like her date that, it's a 50-50. I bet you he'd take her home, and it's like, well, at least I can put it in her ass, right?
I don't know, man. Like, I can't picture, like, look, finger banging can be fun, but do you really want to shove your finger in the ass? Like, I can't think of a person actually being like, all right, let me get in there. You know, like, woo!
You smell like you had Taco Bell the other night.
You don't have to imagine it because she's right there. There's a photo of her right there.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying a male. Like you were describing this, talking about this to a date, right? Trying to find a compatible partner who's going to do the fingering for you. I just can't imagine a male out there exists who's like, all right, I can't wait. Let me get the latex glove. All right, let's do this. You know, I just can't fucking imagine.
Some guys are fucking kinky though. Like, they're just like,
yeah, but do you really want to stick your finger in? Like, I can't look.
Not in that.
Full disclosure here. Like, I can perfectly understand, like, guys who are just like, they're so hopelessly horny that they want to do things that are unnatural. I get it. Okay. I can understand that. I can understand a guy who even wants to tongue the asshole. I get that. I just don't understand that. Like, let me stick it in.
Well, that's the prelude, right? The main course is I get to stick my dick in there next.
I don't understand.
For her specifically, yeah, no, I don't.
She
even,
looks like she looks
really
like
buzzed.
she's trying to hold back a giggle, right? Honestly, I feel like half of this is I came up with the perfect title for an article. I am gonna be Employee of the Month because of this article.
Dude,
I am so good. Like,
imagine if this was like a friend or something, and this isn't actually her. This is like
it's
some
just
coworker.
a stock photo from some side of a random woman. Anyone who's informed about anal play knows that it's best to get comfortable with it on your own before bringing in a partner. But what I can tell you is that it's even better to bring in a partner never.
Wow.
Skip the partner. Just become a pro. That's because it saves you from ever having to open any dating app or look at a blurred photo of a guy holding a beer or chat with someone whose response to your job title is, "What's that?" Yeah, you're an author for Reductress. That's gotta really burn you up that they're like, what the fuck is Reductress?
Is that like The Onion?
Nope. You can just be writing solo on your own lubed finger. Happily ever after. I promise you won't be disappointed. This woman sounds like a groomer. Fellow ladies, lube it up and toss your own salad.
No, actually, you know what? God. I like my headcanon theory of this is like just either a stock photo or it's a coworker. And he's just like, okay, Stacy, lean up against the tree.
It's an elaborate prank, right? It's an elaborate prank to punk their next door neighbor or like the person who's in the apartment they want to get into. Like, oh, you're so beautiful. Do you mind if I take your picture leaning up against this tree? Oh, thank you, sweetheart. All right, let's get to work. Let's destroy this woman's dating career. You shouldn't have cut in front of me at the Starbucks, bitch.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Nobody's gonna want to go anywhere near your decrepit asshole. I don't know. Anyway, that's the article. All right. What do we got here? Just an endorsement. Yeah, pretty much. I gotta go myself. Yeah, thanks, man. Take care. We need to catch up. I don't know when I'm gonna have time, but I want to check out the next episode of Cosmic Dawn. She makes more money on OnlyFans than her normal job. Sorry, the
whiskey's catching up.
The glass is making itself known. Also, the fact that I've been like perpetually like sunburned this whole night is because of the alcohol.
Yeah. The last drop does not taste like the rest of it. It tastes like regret.
It was back for more.
She is trans black. There is a community on Tumblr. 4chan really did it. This is hard for me to believe. Loop on the Third's first Fujiko voice actress, Eiko Masuyama, dies at 89. Fuck, that's old. Damn it. I feel what a horrible note to go out on. Jeez, man.
I remember when you were saying we don't really have a show to a couple nights ago. Like here we are 7 hours.
Well, I mean, look. let me put this really careful here. I'm thrilled that Squally joined us. Like, I legitimately am. I thought we had a great topic with her. When she told me, like, so this is my message to Squally. I said, it's a voice message. I can't read it. I said, if we were to go live in an hour and a half, would you want to join us? We can also postpone if you'd rather join us later. She said, sure, but not for long. Audio or video. Hindsight, I could have taken a nap. No. So then I sent her a voice message just basically saying, like, look, if you're unavailable, we can shift things around on the podcast and do a show without you. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I want to give you the opportunity not to show up, right? Just because, like, originally it seemed like we didn't have enough to do a full show, which is okay. I don't mind doing a 3-hour show. That's not the end of the world. She said, let me set up my laptop. I never got the notification. What's the topic? I would say my segment would be Vic's positive impact / the shift in the industry / how streaming is hurting the industry and people need to be buying physical media again. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Like, that's like, you have done your homework. That is exactly what the show is about. Let's go. Right? Yeah. So anyway, with that said, should we play the musical again?
Well, first, I hope everybody in the audience or somebody in the audience is actually watching Occupy Made War.
I'm watching it. I'm loving it. Fucking amazing show. So amazing that I haven't gotten back to it for a week, but I'm deeply enjoying it. Anyway, what are our plans for after Akiba Made War? Are we going straight to Paprika? Okay. I
guess.
Because I would like to do Paprika. I would also like to do 80,000 gold in another world retirement thing or whatever that's called. And then Mashal.
I guess if you want to watch Harry Squatter, the boy who lifted.
No, that's not. Okay, I'll take it. the way that
podcast title for we did so. Yes.
The way that I describe Mashal is, the way I describe Mashal is, you know how in Naruto Rock Lee has no ninjutsu, but he still beats the fuck out of Naruto? Imagine that, but in Harry Potter.
I've seen. I'm caught up with all the anime for Mashal so far.
Yeah. So. Anyway. Yeah. All right. So we have somehow managed to accomplish so fucking much with this podcast. I am thrilled with the fact that we covered the Matt Damon clip finally. I am just like blessed beyond belief right now with all this. So anyway, I'm gonna leave it there unless you guys have something else you want to say before we end.
No, I'm probably fine. Green Line. Any last words?
I'm sorry, I already seen the anime. Will not spoil it. Mashal is good. I don't. Akiba Made War you already watched, or Paprika, or 80,000 Gold in Another World?
I'm gonna.
All of which I'm okay with the term. It's good. I won't spoil it.
Yeah, I already seen it.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to finish just because of that video clip I put together. The last episode.
I'm loving it so far. I just feel like I have too much going on.
Maybe
yeah, so I'm attempting to do my first impressions projects. Fuck.
Are you gonna be able to make it inside?
I'll be okay. That last drink has been a little bit too much. I'm trying to do my first impressions in order, and I'm working on NFKZ. I'm almost done with it. I don't know what percent I would say. I'm going to change the thing now to 80%, even though that's probably a lie. I'm working on the spreadsheet. Okay. So if I release this, the next thing in the line is Yuri on Ice. Fuck. And then it's Geneva. Fuck.
Get the 2 hard ones out of the way, I guess.
Yeah, seriously. MFKZ is really difficult because of the, like, just so it's not a spoiler. I'll tell you guys, when we went to see MFKZ, there was a light behind me, and the camera, the entire review is going, focus on those lights. Why don't we focus on? Oh no, focus on the people. No, focus on the lights. Now focus on the people. Now focus on the lights. Right. So it's been very hard to edit that video, but it's coming out pretty good. So anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. I don't want to keep talking because I'm gonna make a fool of myself. So should we do the Trump ad or the Trump ad, right? We'll do the Trump ad. Where's the Trump ad?
In the right front.
Anime sucks. Cope and sneeze. Right. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for joining us tonight. We'll see you next week. Fucker, you changed the. I'm trying to
that was in here. That was in
Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children. And like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to
donate to the Patreon.
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity. Donate today